The chess spectacle of the year has arrived. Welcome to Paris, France. Who is the king of online chess? The Speed Chess Championship decides. This year's showdown culminates in the first ever live finals. The fans screaming and cheering on the players, the atmosphere and drama unmatched.
Oh, knight f64. What in the world just happened?
Only the strongest
Alireza's got a 3-game lead.
and the quickest
Really put on a show for the fans.
will survive. So don't blink.
Oh, he's losing rook a8,
Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship final starts now.
What's up, Jansman? How you doing?
Oh, I'm just talking to Danny.
Yeah, how's Danny doing?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, he's looking so cute today. He's a little pale though.
Hello, Danny. You there?
Yeah.
Buddy?
But in all seriousness, where is Danny?
What do you mean? I thought they got rid of him.
No, they told me to start the show, but
Where's Danny?
I don't know.
Danny.
Danny, where you at?
He's not
Danny.
here, bro. He's not here.
Wait, we see him on the Danny!
Danny.
Danny! Danny boy! I don't know what to do.
There he is.
This is awkward.
Wait, is he coming? Oh, he is here. Oh. Come on, Danny. Where were you?
I am sorry,
What
boys.
are you doing?
Oh man,
That wasn't a good substitute.
not the end of a very good joke up there.
Ah.
It's the finals. Let's go. Let's hear it. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship and our first ever live finals from Paris will reach its conclusion today. Magnus Carlsen faces off against Alireza Firouzja. What an epic battle we have ahead. You guys ready? You guys ready? Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's what's coming up. You see it right before your eyes. You've got the GOAT. You've got him going up against someone who he once dubbed as maybe the only person he might play in a world championship. This is their first ever SCC match. We're going to get into all that. There's so much to talk about here. We started with 16. You know it. You love it. It's the SCC, and we are down to 2. Robert, you ready?
Oh, I'm super pumped. Alireza was here when you were gone. I don't know where you were, but he was testing the mouse, getting ready for his match against Magnus.
All right. James.
I'm pumped.
I'm
Are you
ready.
pumped? Hey, audience, are you guys pumped? Can we hear some noise from you guys? Woo, let's go. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
Be hyped. Let's go.
We've got the title match. We've got the title match coming up. Like we said, we started with 16 a couple months ago. We are down to 2 for the first time ever. Hikaru Nakamura will not be in the final of an SCC. Let's dive into the matchup between what we are now dubbing a battle between the king and the prince. You've got Magnus Carlsen. You've got his record all-time against Firouzja. Hess, what sticks out to you here in this little quick breakdown of this matchup?
It's how close it is. You see that Magnus got 35 wins to Alireza's 28. It's all their matches on Chess.com. We know Alireza's taken him down twice in a single day in the Champions Chess Tour. Yes, that's a rapid time control, but he's proven that he can defeat the king in these heated matchups.
And there is the king. And I like that stat right at the bottom, Kenny. It said that now officially Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja are the only 2 to ever beat Hikaru Nakamura in the format. Your thoughts on Magnus's road to get here?
Yeah, Magnus it's always easy for Magnus. I mean, he makes it look very, very easy. But also, who's making it look easy right now is Firouzja, in fact, at the same time. I mean, he's winning literally everything. So, and one thing about Magnus is he gets very motivated with competition. So, as you see, of course, Firouzja is tearing things up, and Magnus is really motivated, as he mentioned before, is only player I would play in the World Championship, right? So, him being motivated, I think he's really going to try to bring the best Magnus we've ever seen today.
You better be motivated because 2024 has been Alireza Firouzja's year. We said it might be his best year ever. He kind of corrected me, reminded me he's had a year where he gained even more rating points. But as far as winning events, I mean, as far as performing when it matters most, I think you could make a case, well, maybe especially depending on what happens today, that this is maybe the best year in chess he's ever had.
In Speed Chess, I would say that's definitely the case. He won the Grand Chess Tour. He was dominant in these quicker time patrols. And against Magnus Carlsen head-to-head, he's proven that he can hang with him every step of the way.
Yep. Well, he also won the Bullet Chess Championship, right? Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why Hikaru said again yesterday he thinks that Firouzja has a chance here, right? If this gets into Bullet, Alireza is the best Bullet player on the planet. He owns the title, and he tends to be a thorn in the GOAT side. That's the truth, right? When they've played, so far this year, especially in the online events that we run in the tour, Alireza Firouzja has the plus score.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a little bit of confidence too as well. Once you like taste the blood, oh, he can be beaten. And then you beat him once and you beat him a second time. And you usually kind of see that when you beat a player very strong. You're like, maybe I'll beat him again. Then you beat him again, and then it's like, whoa, what happened? And you see things flip and change. And Firouzja being on fire right now, and he's in his hometown, things could get very, very spicy today.
So what do you think Magnus had to do, or maybe what do you think he's done to be in the right frame of mind? He mentioned it was hot in here. We've actually improved. We got all kinds of air and fan and circulation. I don't think that's going to be an issue today, other than how hot he felt. He said he needs to play better chess than he did against Hans Niemann against Firouzja.
Yeah, he was pretty open about it. Yesterday, I had him in the commentary booth. He seemed very relaxed. He seemed like he was having a good time. He's ready for the challenge. In fact, he's motivated by it. I think sometimes he gets bored because he's expected to win. He just crushes everybody in his path, but now he's facing the anointed challenger. He said that that's the person I would play for the world championship. He's world champion no more, but is he going to be the speed chess champion his second year in a row? That's the big question.
Yeah. Well, this is the speed chess championship, world championship. First time they've played in a match. It's the first time they've played in an SCC.
Yeah, that's
actually.
Crazy.
That's kind of a big deal.
It's a lot of nerves there. A lot of nerves, of course. You can see from Magnus, lots of nerves. Absolutely, of course. But also, Firouzja, Magnus has something to prove today. I got to beat this kid. And Alireza's like, no, this is me. I'm going to try to win as much as I can, winning all the other events. Doing SCC now, too. First-time matchup. But a lot of shakes, a lot of people here, a lot of noise. I mean, lights. When the lights come on, things happen. Different things happen.
First SCC matchup, they did play in a bullet chess match last year, right? Now, Magnus Carlsen got the better of Firouzja on that day and ultimately lost to Hikaru in the final. That was bullet without increment. Who do you think the increment favors here, Magnus or Firouzja?
Well, it should usually favor the slower player, and I think Magnus is slightly slower than Alireza Firouzja. Yeah. And I just think overall the storyline that we had the other day was, oh, Hikaru was reeling, but we saw what Hikaru did yesterday. I know neither of these two players were competing in that match, but then we see the form that Hikaru was in against Hans. So Alireza destroyed that player, which means that he is maybe at the top of his game.
Yeah. Well, I actually do want to get into the smarter chess predictions here because we got more storyline to talk about if we see it. Hikaru Nakamura, when we asked him yesterday, great interview with Hikaru, he said that he thought Alireza Firouzja might be somewhere 35 to 40%. Apparently maybe Hikaru is the man behind the smarter chess predictions.
You ever seen them in the same room?
You never.
Have you ever seen smarter chess being predicted and Hikaru in the same room? But all right, Canny, as you look time control by time control to me, not asking you to even dissect the 65 for 35%, but what is the time control you think is most likely to go smarter chess predictions way or maybe go the other way?
Yeah, definitely. I like that 5+1. I think the 5+1 definitely is going to go smarter chess his way there. I mean, it just looks, Magnus has more time. He has more time to think. When he has time, he's going to play better. And then that bullet is really kind of different. I think I actually have Alireza there at the bullet part. That's maybe where he may try to pull away. He's faster. He's a bullet chess champion. He beat Hikaru by a margin too as well. So, we'll see. I actually had it at 60-40.
Okay. Well, let's actually bring smarter chess prediction back. Can we do that? And I want to get Hess's thought on the same thing here and get another breakdown. So what do you think? You agree with Canny that 5-1 is going to go Magnus's way, or anything pop out to you on the time control?
Well, you just know I don't have the piece of paper to rip up.
You can't tear it up. You got to actually give a breakdown.
But when I look at this, right, the 5+1 could go either way, and I understand why Magnus should get the slight nod. He's the higher rated player. He's world #1, and he has been for well over a decade. But I think that if that score holds, then this could be Magnus's match because he does need to jump out to that early lead. And we saw how dominant he was against Hans Niemann 2 nights ago. He crushed Hans in the first time control and never gave him a chance. So if the best player in the history of chess gets out to that early lead and he takes your confidence with him, that's where things can get out of hand for Alireza. So I do think Alireza needs to do better than the score that's listed there.
Well, I'm going to say he needs to do better in the bullet section of the score that's listed there. That's the one time control that popped out to me. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Magnus coming in with the energy, he's pumped, like you said, he gets up to play Alireza Firouzja. That lead, 5.5, maybe only by 1 game, I don't know. But I think Firouzja will get the better of bullet. So I'm going to go on record and say, I think for Magnus to win this match, I think he needs a lead going into bullet. I think Firouzja is just on that high of a level right now. His form is there, and like maybe we've never seen it before. He is the reigning bullet chess champion.
Absolutely.
So anyway, I'm gonna go with that. I think Magnus needs a lead into bullet. We'll see if that is true. But right now, will our predictions be proven true at the end of the day? It's time to dive in. Candy, you're up first. Who you got in the Speed Chess Championship final?
I got to go with Magnus. I mean, Magnus, actually, he's the GOAT. He's here. He's motivated. A motivated Magnus is a scary Magnus, right? You got Magnus, and then now he's motivated. It might be a whole nother Magnus here. He might blow out through the, right. He might blow out the whole smarter prediction. We may see a whole different type of Magnus, right? You don't like me when I'm angry. You know what I mean, right?
Don't like you when you're angry, Magnus. All right, I don't want to see you angry. All right, but all right.
Danny.
Well, who do you got? Who you got?
It's not just because I want to go against Canty, because I never do. I'm scared of that man. But I think Alireza Firouzja has it. I think the form that he showed a couple nights ago against Hikaru Nakamura, the form he's shown ever since the Canons in 2024, in all time controls in the Grand Chess Tour, over the board, online. I'm going with Firouzja.
Okay. Well, by the way, I don't want to see you angry either. I'm just as scared as you. I wouldn't want you to rip off that shirt, Hulk style. By the way, that's a nice shirt. I'm going to do the impromptu reminder that these are limited. They are selling out like crazy. They will not be available after today. And you know that the T-shirts are nice, or Hess wouldn't be wearing it.
Yeah.
That's just the truth. Like, dude is actually a crazy T-shirt snob. Honestly, like privately, you want to turn. I'm going to show pony you. A little bit.
This is weird,
just
but
a little bit. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. All right, don't rip it off. Don't rip it off.
This is a family channel. This is.
I see you're taking Firouzja, and I know you're not doing that to be contrarian. I know you know he's got maybe the underdog's day. It is his hometown. I'm going to go with Magnus. I agree that a motivated Magnus, the M&M show, whatever it is. I wonder what his favorite M&Ms are, by the way. Probably green. M&Ms. Magnus, when he's motivated, I think is still a different level than the rest of the chess world. I think we are still in his world. It's Magnus, 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 and we're all just living in it. I think he gets the job done. I think he defends his Speed Chess Championship title today, and Firouzja has to wait a little more time. Maybe next year, maybe more, but that's my call. So let us know what you think, online fans. Let us know in chat. We know you're here early. Let us know here. I'm going to cheer. You don't have to shout out your name. Give us one more. Let's go. The finals are here. Finals are here. It's a day we've been waiting for. It's a day that will be remembered. I think this is an event that will be remembered. What a wild ride this has been, and I can't wait for the wild ride we are all about to go on here in the final match. And as we do it, we throw it upstairs to the boys, the crew. Danya and Levy are going to have the call. Guys, are you ready?
Well, I'm never fully ready. I always feel those butterflies in my stomach, but Danny, Robert, James, let me tell you that applause was just as much for you and, of course, for the players who will soon be contesting the Speed Chess Championship Finals live from Paris. It is an honor to be covering the finals. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me, the one and only Gotham Chess International Master, Levy Rosman. Levy, is your seatbelt fastened? It's right here. We won't be able to get up. We will be at the edge of our seats for these next 4 hours or so.
I'm so pumped. I remember when you made an introduction for the Speed Chess Championship and you yelled, "Fasten your speed belts." That was like an absolutely legendary line. Danya and I were sitting here while the guys were putting on an amazing pregame show, and we were discussing how in a dark time away in 2020, April 2020, 1 month into the pandemic, people forget this. They might have not been following chess at that time. A 16-year-old, Alireza Firouzja, defeated Magnus Carlsen in the Banter Blitz Cup final, 8.5 to 7.5 in 3-0 Blitz. 16-year-old. Now we are here in September of 2024, and they're about to throw down in a Blitz and Bullet match that we've never seen them play before. So I'm so ready.
2020, 16-year-old Alireza. I think Marie Antoinette was still awaiting her trial in the Bastille. That match is happening. I mean, that was a long time ago, but it just tells you how much experience Alireza has and how crazy the concept of age is in chess. Alireza has been a GM for the better part of a decade, Levy, for 7 years. Here's a funny stat. In 2012, September, Alireza was 1750. That was his first FIDE rating. Magnus was 2,850, over 1,000 points higher rated. So they've come full circle. Wow. Magnus is still the king, but Alireza might very well be the prince. And he will have 3 hours to demonstrate his superiority and reprise that incredible event from 2020. Levy, how did you find that? How did you remember that? Let's throw up the time control here really quickly, but you take it away, my man.
Yeah, just in case anybody needs a reminder for the final match of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, we're going to play an hour and a half of 5+1 Blitz. We're going to play 1 hour of 3+1 Blitz, and then we are going to play 30 minutes of 1+1. And obviously, we have a timer. So as long as a game begins with the timer still counting down, that game will count. Let's not talk about what happens in the event of a tie, although we do hope for a very close match. Danya, I will just say, no match here has been close. Alireza defeated Hikaru in a match that wasn't close. Both Magnus and Hikaru defeated Hans in matches that were not close. So are we going to get another match today that is decided just in the Blitz, or are we going down to the wire?
Well, it just seems like every time it's going to be unstoppable force against a movable object. It's going to come down to the last 2 games, and it just hasn't. We've had players in good form, players in not so good form, and we've had some incredible high-level chess from everybody, the winners and the losers. And Levy, I really appreciate, the fans' approach, because the close matches, they're always fun, but they're not the only fun type of matches. As we look at the bracket here, fun is guaranteed today as Magnus takes on Alireza. As commentators, we always hope for an Armageddon. The longer we sit here, the more fun we all have. Because the restaurants here are open pretty late. So I think food will still be served, whether this match ends at 11 or midnight. But it is going to be an unforgettable final to an unforgettable weekend whose real influence extends past these 3 days.
Oh, absolutely. This is the chess equivalent of Djokovic-Alcaraz. And we got to see this year and last year how Carlos Alcaraz is the future, is the present, and those two now meet in the final of nearly every Grand Slam, not the US Open, which is finishing today in New York, and that's been an unbelievable tournament in its own right. But this is the match we all want. It's the king versus the prince. Alireza did not take chess, in his own words, particularly seriously in 2023. Look what happens when the man just focuses on chess a bit more than the year before. He wins literally everything not named the candidates tournament. Oh my goodness, I can't. Can we just start the games already? I'm done with this pre-game show.
I mean, I just can't really wrap my head around the speed of the turnaround that Alireza showed. And the candidates, he seemed like a broken man. There were blunders, there was tilt emotionally, psychologically. It seemed that he just wasn't ready for another renaissance of his career. 2800 was long gone. No, he turned that narrative on his head, and he'll have to turn a different narrative on his head, Levy, because you said King Magnus. There have been 2 kings in the Speed Chess Championship. King Magnus the 16th, King Hikaru the 17th, and they have just alternated. They've had a mutually beneficial arrangement here. First there's one king, then there's another king. He had a 5-year reign. Hikaru will have to settle for 3rd place, bronze medal, as he won the consolation match yesterday. But then 2023, a match that I had the honor of commentating with Robert, that was a nail-biter, 13.5, 12.5, as Magnus defeats Hikaru. Will there be a 3rd king, Levy? Look at that, 2016. It was a very different Magnus, different haircuts, different styles, different epochs, different eras. Will we get a new era inaugurated today?
I love that series of photos because it's basically just, it's like a photo album of you in school. 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th. Oh, you got some facial hair.
I don't want anything to do with a photo album of me in school. I'll leave that with my parents.
You start getting some facial hair, the wrinkles, studying for the final exams. And yeah, the last 2 matches were decided by a game, literally the last game. So hopefully we get a match like that today. What do you think of the smarter chess? I mean, it basically says that if you run this match 3 times, it's going to be 2 times won by Magnus and 1 time won by Alireza.
Well, again, it's hard to talk about this without resorting to banalities and generalities and platitudes. Obviously, Magnus is the favorite, sort of by definition. That's what it means to be the top player in the world. But with Alireza's form, with the kind of universal chess that he's shown, the enthusiasm, his attitude, so positive, so pumped, in such a good mood, it is going to be a tough 3 hours for Magnus Carlsen. Speaking of Magnus and Alireza, we are ready to throw it to the playing hall with James Canty to set the stage for a ceremonial first move and the kickoff of the SCC final match, the gold medal. Let's see it.
We are here in the arena for the final. Live audience, how you guys feeling today for the final? How you feeling? Are you ready? Yeah, we're definitely ready here, and hopefully you are ready at home. Now, our first player for the final here is Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. And his opponent for the final here is Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. So guys, before we have the match here, we actually have a very special guest to do the ceremonial first move. But before he comes out, we're talking about Nolan Arbo. We caught up with him. Let's take a look at his story.
Hello world, how's it going out there? My name is Bliss and I'm an engineer at Neuralink. And I'd like to introduce you to the first ever user of the Neuralink device.
My name's Nolan Arbo. I'm 29 years old. About 8 years ago, I was in kind of a freak diving accident and dislocated my C4, C5, so I'm a complete quadriplegic. After my accident, chess became a much bigger part of my life. It was one of the few games that I could play, and it really got me through some hard times. Neuralink has changed my life in a lot of different ways. It has helped me reconnect with a lot of my friends and family, with the world in general. Flying to Paris is going to be interesting. It's going to be about 11 hours, and that is a big undertaking for me as a quadriplegic. I think just being in the arena with the chess players, being able to watch those games, it's gonna be awesome. I'm really excited.
We are here with Nolan Arbo. Hopefully you enjoyed the story and the film we caught up with him. So, Nolan, how you feeling, man? Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, man. I feel good. I'm really excited to watch this match.
Have you been enjoying your time here in Paris, and what's been your favorite part of the SCC so far?
Yeah, I've had a great time here. Did a little bit of sightseeing, and obviously the best part of this whole trip has been the chess. I'm having so much fun. I would be watching this at home, and being here in person with the live audience is just fantastic.
Speaking of live audience, Nolan, the crowd hero here. We also have his family is somewhere around here too as well. So shout out to mom and dad being here too as well. Nolan, tell us about your favorite chess openings. What are those?
Yeah, I'm a London player.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, and Caro Khan, so.
Caro Khan is pretty gross, man. But also at the same time, we love it. So now we have the ceremonial moves from you. Yeah. Let's see what those are going to be, Nolan.
Yeah, all right. So once we get in here, I'll make my first move. I'm sure people are going to understand what I'm doing. So let's see what happens.
Okay. E3. Okay, nice.
And
wow, King E2, guys, really?
Yeah.
What is this opening, Nolan?
This is very common in the chess world. It's one of the most popular openings called the Bong Cloud. Yeah, so.
Well, thank you, Nolan. Let's see if Magnus is going to play this. Don't try this at home. Not recommended to try this at home. Well, Nolan, do you think Magnus is going to win with this one?
Yeah, I think he should stick with this for every game. It'll definitely win him the championship.
Oh, man, nice. We need to have him in your corner here. That's pretty nice. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Well, let's get this started, guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you, Nolan. Thank you.
The biggest storyline coming in was Magnus Carlsen's statement, right, that he would play you if you won.
I don't feel any pressure.
What I do think is that Alireza will be number 2.
I don't care about the fact that he's my opponent. I care about winning this tournament. But
and then the kicking. Whoa, he resigned?
10 seconds early, and Firouzja leans back, and Magnus is celebrating.
A brilliant find from Firouzja. Oh. He's unstoppable right now.
Magnus Carlsen, the undisputed king of speed chess.
He's still not over. Wait, Firouzja very much. Wait, there goes the bishop.
Moments away from the start of the gold medal match here in Paris live. the 2024 Speed Chess Championship Finals. So long awaited, so long anticipated, and finally Magnus will take on the only player that he wished to face in the World Championship. Alireza didn't qualify for that, but he did for this. Folks, here we go. Magnus will have the white pieces in game one, and we will start with 90 minutes of 5+1 action. Are the players, Levy, feeling the butterflies in their stomach? Because I'm definitely feeling some in mine.
I think between the two, you gotta wonder. It's probably Alireza who is going to be a little bit more nervous. Magnus has been here before. We've got moves on the board, and Alireza returning to a King's Indian defense, or maybe a Grunfeld. It is indeed a King's Indian with the bishop on g7. Let's see if Magnus deviates from how Hikaru played it. So far, we have a main line.
And there is a certain elegance to Alireza's opening choice. It was his choice against Hikaru, who played the same-ish. And now unraveling a very rare variation of the King's Indian, h7, h6. And it gives Magnus some pause. I've seen this move before, but I think it's 7th or 8th on the list. I mean, knight c6, obviously, there was the main line. Alireza deploys his knight old-school fashion to d7.
Now, can you shine a light on why on earth Black would play pawn to h6 there?
So I think the idea, and I investigated this move briefly, not that I play the King's Indian, is it's prophylaxis. It's prophylaxis against bishop to e3, which is a standard developing move. Now it's not as effective unless you want to draw, because after knight g4, bishop g5 is no longer possible. You also don't want to give up the bishop, so you basically have to drop back to c1. And obviously, Alireza would love nothing more than a quick repetition to get the white pieces. For whatever reason, Magnus is like, no draw. And he also didn't play the Bond Cloud. Huge shout out to Noland. That was so impressive, so inspiring, and such a great way to set the tone for what promises to be a special match. Very positional treatment here from Magnus. So
far, so good. Yeah, this idea of rook to e1 and bishop f1 is not something you see often, but it's kind of a key idea in king's pawn positions, where you slide the rook over to defend the e4 pawn, and then the bishop comes back to f1 because it's not out on c4. So you're kind of combining ideas from multiple systems. Now, do you anticipate Magnus capturing on e5, pushing d5, or keeping the tension?
Well, the standard wisdom is that in response to the move rook e8, you want to make the rook look dumb and push d5. But, you know, you show this to one of the King's Indian OGs like Gligerich or Bronstein, and they'd be laughing at every one of both players' moves. Then they'd find out it was Magnus versus Firouzja, and they'd stop laughing. But after d5, Black has some kind of modern setup. Sometimes the knight goes around to h5. The bishop could even redeploy to e7 sometimes. So the King's Indian is less of a rigid opening than people might think. And Magnus actually trades.
Yeah, he trades, and he plays pawn to a3 with a very clear idea of playing pawn to b4. With rook b1 and a3, you're
not exactly hiding your intentions, are you?
If you don't play b4, I don't really know what you're doing. And so Alireza now has to make a decision as well. There's the maneuver to get the d7 knight to d4 via f8 or via c5, also opening up the light squared bishop. It's a critical moment. Now, he also may like pawn to c6 in certain positions because it stops the white knight on c3 from jumping forward. So it's a very big moment right away. Hey, every single match we've seen, the first game has been super tense. So this one also feels really tense.
Yeah, just kind of, we think the players might want to settle in, maybe make a nice little draw. That has not been the case in any of these matches. They go right into it, and this is what Alireza was calculating. Knight d7 to c5, engaging in very direct combat. Obviously now Magnus could take on d8 and take on e5, but in the King's Indian, not only does Black often win the pawn back tactically, but even if you don't, you get a lot of activity. I'm looking at this b3 square. I think Magnus might choose a move like queen to c2, but then your idea, Levy, bishop to g4, the knight dropping back to e6. If Black gets access to the d4 square, White could end up being worse.
Right, because if you think about the light squared bishop trading for that knight and completely securing control over the center square on d4, Black just looks like he's dominating. And then you put the c, and he did play queen c2. Looks like you're a Magnus mind reader, which would help you win some games against him, I would imagine.
You would imagine, but somehow I don't win enough of them, and I don't win as many as I'd like.
So what's the point after bishop g4? Is he going to go like knight d2? He's going to move the knight out of the way?
Entirely possible. You can't allow bishop f3 under these circumstances.
Wow.
He does allow it, but then he would take on c5.
Yes,
He's
yes,
like,
yes.
You take my knight, I take yours, and the d4 square is safe. If the knight drops away to e6, then Magnus could pick up the pawn on e5.
Does he just chop here? Does he just, I mean, Firouzja did that because he said, if you're going to take my knight, I'm going to get the two bishops, but I think it might be too much of a concession.
And you don't normally play the King's Indian if you care that much about pawn structure, but here he might be caring too little about it. Magnus could also play this move b4. That is an alternative. Same concept. If Black takes the knight, White picks up the knight with his pawn. Magnus starts by deploying his rook to d1. Very natural move, but is it counterproductive, Levy?
It very well could be. I suppose he didn't really mind the queen sliding out of the way, because now the queen loses some control over the D file, although now there are ideas where the queen can, first of all, go to a6, b7, and to the king side if the light squared bishop moves and captures on f3.
Yeah, I mean, queen c8 is a move black very well might play anyway. Now, bishop takes f3 would be way too juicy an option, followed by knight c5 back to e6. Now, Magnus would get the bishop pair. Of course, he could drop his own knight into d5. So the position, I think, is approximately equal, but it's very tense. The center's open. There's a lot of trades that could happen. It's hard to predict which direction the game goes.
I'm really surprised why Magnus hasn't played the move b4, because to my very elementary calculation, if the knight goes to e6, you simply play knight takes e5. And now Alireza completely shuts down b4 because of the en passant rule. Now Magnus was clearly waiting for that because he takes on c5. Now a4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, Magnus, if he wanted to play b4, he should have played it before black played a4.
Yeah.
But now black might lose a4, and then he might play b4.
He doesn't want to lose a4, so he's bringing the light squared bishop back. It's also going to probably go to c6. And apparently Magnus is rushing in a little bit too quickly here. Black may have a move here. What about like something absurd like knight h7? I was just about to say that, and now pawn to c6.
The Alireza Whisperer strikes again, and look at that knight dancing and diving and knifing its way around the board back to e6, and the d4 square, right? The knight is very far away from that square, but it can fly.
I think Magnus might have missed the concept of knight h7, f8, e6, d4. Knights are absurd in chess. They take 4 moves to get to the center of the board, and yet if the position is right, there's nothing you can do about it.
And, I mean, c6, obviously not possible at the moment, but Alireza is 1 move away from preparing it. Rook to b8, which is also a productive move because the b2 pawn is also under long-term pressure. This is the power of the pawn on a4. It basically keeps this pawn on b2 a backward pawn. The knight on d5 looks mighty impressive. It won't look all that impressive once there's a pawn on c6 attacking it.
In chess, you have to consider... okay, he says, whatever you can do, I can do better, although I'm not so sure about that, because that journey back to the center, there's already a knight there, so they're already running into each other. Okay, Alireza takes a moment to play h5, queen d2, multi-purpose move.
Ooh.
Yes, ideas on d7. Now, what will Alireza do? Here? He
Sneaky move, multi-purpose, protecting the bishop, and Magnus says, forget the d4 square, forget positional considerations, I checkmate you.
Pawn to g4 is a wild move. I think he's sensing something is happening in the position. If he plays it slowly, things will go wrong. But, Daniel, look at the position. He's got 3 central pawns, all on light squares. It's like Swiss cheese.
And, I mean, who's checkmating who? G4 is such a committal move. Alireza dries up the king side. Now, you would love to play g5 and position your knight on g4. Unfortunately, can't do that because the h3 pawn will fall. The queen on c8 is just a genius queen. It's out of the way of the other pieces. It's essentially invulnerable, and it's really slowing down white's kingside progress. Queen to g5 is very tempting, but Alireza might just jettison that pawn entirely and choose to get his knight into d4. We're about to find out, because queen g5 is on the board, and there's a threat of knight e7 check as well.
Knight e7 straight up winning an exchange and the game, because after that white infiltrates. I think you're right. He's got to cover the fork, but in doing so, queen d8 also loses a pawn because you take on c7. That also doesn't look particularly great. So what is the move? Maybe king to the h file somehow, but you can't really do that either. So he just, knight e6.
Anyway.
Yeah.
And knight e7 check, he either planned an exchange attack and maybe went after white's queen, or maybe the king could have slid away, and you would have had total chaos there with both queens getting captured. So Alireza, he sacks the h-pawn, but he's got dark square control, the knight on e6 on a dominant post to protect the c7 square. This is high-level positional play by Alireza.
Yeah, queen d8 is such a deep move. So many of us would lose a pawn and think we need to start a counterattack. He trades the queen. So he trades a piece while down. This is why we always tell beginners, like, you've got to learn all the rules and then you got to learn when to break them. He's obviously at the level where he can break them. His freaking rating's 3,212.
Well, the longest reigning world champion, Emmanuel Lasker, he had that famous quote, to paraphrase, I spent the second half of my chess career unlearning what I learned in the first. So, as they say, always trade when you're down material.
Yes.
No, they don't say that, but Alireza's saying that.
Print that on a shirt. And speaking of shirts, we've got some amazing ones here at the Speed Chess Championship. All right, let's focus on the game. But I gotta get the merge plugs in there.
Well, rook d2, protecting that weak b2 pawn. Remember that one? Both players under a minute already. It's like this is the 1+1 segment. They've only made 27 moves. And the question for Alireza, does he play c6? That move contains a big drawback, Levy. The a4 pawn is going to stay marooned after knight c3. You do not want to slide this rook away to a8. It's going to complain.
So you've got to find a way with black to activate your dark squared bishop. Otherwise, you will lose the battle of compensation. I think his idea here is to put the king on f7 and then to figure out where that dark squared bishop is going. Hey, how about f8, d6, and then c7, a5? Like,
oh my gosh.
Just like, and not eating your own piece, but just in a distant universe, that might be a plan. But also bishop to h6, of course.
I mean, if you could make one illegal move per game, bishop g7 a5 might be one of the most epic moves of all time. That is the best way to that is the best way to kick that knight away from d5. But what a high-level positional battle. It's about to turn into maybe a low-level chaotic time scramble battle as Magnus doubles up on this bishop, inviting knight d4.
But Danya, what I love here for black is I think he's the one with the cornucopia, I'll take a word out of your lexicon, of,
Mr. Hunger Games.
Of you know, improving moves. He's got the knight on d4. His dark squared bishop is on the way as well. It feels like a position where Magnus may have to subdue Alireza unless, of course, he makes a mistake.
But you called it. This bishop on g7 is bothering me in the long run. You need it to participate eventually. Maybe it won't get to a5. Maybe it'll just get to e7, but the g5 pawn is also paralyzed. It's so hard to understand what's happening. The eval bar hasn't changed in like 34 moves, which is what move we're currently on. But the time situation certainly has, and we will get a time scramble in game 1, Levy.
Yep.
Here we go.
But you can also say it hasn't because they both have 16 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a mad, tense scramble as we approach the 40th move of the first game. And that maneuver is
moves
coming.
away. How quickly did that happen as Magnus tries to access the h-file, knight f6, threatening a devastating check on h7.
And how does he get his second?
Alireza's going to lose a4. No, he's not.
Oh, but now his king's under severe danger.
Part 2, ladies and gentlemen, and rook h8 is finally going to drop that a-pawn. So Alireza tries to defend any way that he can. He takes it anyway.
Because 98, yes, 98 is a fork. Excellently spotted. It's a brilliant move by Magnus.
Oh my gosh, now the other knight joins in. Knight e to d7, zigging and zagging and pushing the pawn with 2 seconds for Alireza Firouzja as he tries to stop the pawn.
And Alireza took the pawn on g5, but now he's forked. Is there a way to fight back? He gets the a-pawn, Danya.
And the bishop on g8 was protecting the knight. I forgot about it. Material is somehow equal. Pieces are getting traded. Are we going to get a draw?
I think knight e6 is a draw. Okay, he goes bishop e6. Okay, now we're heading for a draw. Opposite colored bishops. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better first game.
A mutually beneficial arrangement and the antithesis of a Berlin draw to kick off the finals.
Oh. I don't know if I have the nervous system for 4 more hours of this.
No, I was going to say, okay, is this the end now? Can we go? Can we partake in some of Paris's fine cafes? Espresso, of course, nothing more than that.
Yes, Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh, my lands. That game was saucy.
I need a deep breath. I think I'm going to take it. Okay, we've got a Ruy Lopez. We've got a Spanish. I think they're going to explore a lot of different openings, a lot of different ideas and so on, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players, especially Alireza, he's expanded his repertoire. A Sicilian player by nature, 1 e4 with white. Magnus, of course, can play anything under God's blue sky. And speaking of saucy, we have someone who used to use that nickname here in the studio, Levy. I don't know who it might be.
I think I'm going to go, Danya. I think you've got a guest coming.
You're going to partake in some of Paris's fine cafes. We got Grandmaster Hans Niemann, the 4th place finisher, here in the studio. Welcome, Hans. Take a seat. Give it up for Grandmaster Hans Niemann, who will be joining us for the first half of the 5-minute segment. Hans, you got to admit the commentator's chair is the place to be, having experienced both this level and the ground floor.
Yeah, well, it's you have better air conditioning here. You have good fans. It's right here. That's why. Okay.
If you want to, use my suit for a bit, you might reconsider, but I think you made a better wardrobe choice. Hans, how was your rest and recovery yesterday? How are you feeling today? And your thoughts on the match thus far?
No, I feel normal. I've gotten much better at handling losses and learning from them. And, to play against the best is a great opportunity. So and apparently my invitation has already been secured for next year. So it's a little bit less stress to slug it out in the titled cup. Because I barely made it this year. It was the last Grand Prix that I qualified, so I can maybe focus more on classical instead of playing every Title Tuesday for the next year.
Yeah, leave that to the retired commentator GMs. We'll give them more of a
chance.
And IMs.
Their lives matter too.
And Canada Masters.
Yes.
Who tend to do pretty well in Title Tuesdays. But let's start by looking at this second game. We have a Ruy Lopez. No surprise there from Alireza. First game was a very back-and-forth draw, but ultimately pretty high level. No big blunders. Your thoughts on this position here as Alireza trying to outplay Magnus in very typical Ruy Lopez structure?
Yeah, the pawn on b4 is a bit weird. Like, I don't know. Can you go back? When did he play b4? Like, before he played?
He played before.
Oh, wow. Knight. Okay, yeah, this is very...
To kick the knight away.
Interesting, yeah. A5. Oh.
Challenging the b4 pawn, and now a3.
Yeah, it's unclear. It's unclear. Okay, black sort of has everything they want, right? The knight is on d7 already. Yeah, d5 comes. Usually you have this position, but the knight is on c6. So now you have pressure on the a file. I think he's already equalized quite easily.
And now a takes b4. Bishop takes b4 is also a threat.
Yeah.
A little bit awkward, or so it feels. Maybe c7, c5?
Yeah, probably I would presume that you might want to take on e4 and then play c5. c5 first. It probably doesn't make a difference.
I mean, we're close.
Well, now there might be e takes d5 now. Maybe because if you can take and then take on a5 maybe, and you have c4. Yeah, so he takes. He might play c takes b4 now, and then there could be.
There could be the record for most successive number of captures here.
Yeah, there's some weird tactics here. It's probably all going to liquidate. You probably want to trade the bishops. Definitely, I think c takes b4 you should include that because you can't really take on d5. If knight d5, then ba5, and yeah, so he takes. Yeah, you're probably going to trade on a1. Maybe I think bishop takes d5 is the most principled move.
Playing for the advantage. D takes b4 feels like very drawish, especially if the rooks get traded.
Yeah, you know, see before you could play rook a8, queen 8, c4. That was probably a bit. Nah, it's a bit too much. Yeah, c4. The thing is, once they take on d5, you'll probably just play d4, and then everything's just going to get traded. But maybe could go wrong. We'll see if he can squeeze anything.
Okay, so here the big decision for white. c4 connected passers, but black had the c5 square.
Yeah, but no, we just take and d4.
White takes on e5. Black
takes on I think you just take and play d4, and then everything is just traded.
And if white takes on d5, takes on e5?
Yeah, I think you'll play d4. There's knight b4, but you can even play like queen b1.
Okay, so this is 4 moves of successive captures.
Yeah.
This would be 5.
e5 is hanging, yeah, but that's a good point.
Knight e5, bishop b4, knight c6. This is why I don't calculate anymore.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably knight e5, knight b4. It's the simplest. I think it's going to liquidate.
Knight e5.
I like d4. I don't know, maybe I'm... But we'll see. It's very dry. This is the problem with the Marshall. Like, you see a little like 0.25, and then you think you have something, and then black just plays logical moves, and then the advantage just disappears.
You've shown a predilection for the Italian. Is it because of this? Do you feel like there's more life in that opening? Ruy Lopez?
It's hard to say. Against Hikaru, I went for the Ruy Lopez, obviously because the system he was playing was quite shaky. But then he switched to the Berlin, which is, of course, sort of indestructible. So I think in the Italian, there's a lot of life. I think that's probably the most important, like, high-level opening. Because, okay, the Petrov, you sort of just hate your life.
Both colors?
Yeah, for both, yeah. And then the Italian is like, okay, the Berlin is just it's kind of lifeless, to be honest. Like,
what about the Jabava London?
Yeah, that...
Someone has a chessable course on it.
Yeah,
the name.
Yeah. It's fine. I forgot about that. Yeah. I think at the right moment, yeah, maybe in bullet, I should have tried it. So, you know, there was a point where I played it so much that everyone was prepared against it.
Yep.
So maybe I can bring it back to life, and I think the surprise factor is really everything in chess right now. I think if you don't, it's just when you know your opponent's expecting it, it's just really, especially in a classical game, it's just not enjoyable when people can prepare, because there's so many lines like against the Jabava London, so it's easy to be surprised.
They keep adding new ones like A6 and H6 now.
Yeah, that actually was invented by Parham Maksudlu. And I stole that idea.
Well, that's what chess innovation is all about. You see something in a Bullet Brawl or a Title Tuesday, and then play it in a classical game, and chess history gives you the footnote. Queen b2 in the meantime. So white refraining from knight takes c5. Black plays queen b8. Feels like maybe Magnus is playing for a small edge here.
Yeah, I think it's sort of imaginary, but it could go wrong. It could go wrong. Obviously, white's position's a bit loose. I don't know. I still think white is completely fine, but it's so solid. There are no weaknesses. Maybe knight c3. No, knight 5. No, knight c3. Knight c5. Okay. I still like white, but it's just so solid. But it's a little bit loose. Could go wrong.
Bishop takes c5 obviously loses a piece because of bc, hitting the b6 knight, which defends the other one.
Probably will play queen c8 maybe, or some. It's actually not that easy to choose a move here. It's not. Maybe queen d6. There could be d4. So you have to be a bit careful. Knight f6, it's very solid. Now the next knight comes to d5 or to d7. Yeah.
Very Magnus-like move.
Sort of like an
Maybe the
imaginary.
strongest piece.
Yeah, this sort of an imaginary advantage. That's the issue, is that you sort of, with not much time, you can really play these positions quite quickly, and it's just like you're hit. That's what my match. I was playing the Italian against Maxime and Wesley, and my win rate with White was like insane, like maybe 4 games in a row, and that sort of just didn't work well in both matches here. So if you can defend these positions well, then okay. See, now it's getting a little bit shaky. Not shaky, but the issue with these positions is that once one thing goes wrong, you start to get a bit nervous, and then another thing goes wrong, and then it's easy to sort of collapse in this time control.
And it feels like Magnus, obviously a lot of things make him as good as he is, but his technique, when he smells blood, he tends to pounce on the first available opportunity.
Yeah, maybe they'll repeat here. I don't know.
Bishop d6. Okay, suddenly it's 45 seconds up on the clock also.
Yeah. Well, okay, queen b.
What about d4 here? Is that beneficial for black?
Definitely not. I don't like. No, definitely don't want to close the bishop. d4, e4, knight e5, queen b7, and then probably have some. Could be strategically risky at some point.
Knight d2, heading for e4. Alireza trying to bail out.
Yeah. Okay, probably.
You're like, this is the most boring SCC game of all time.
No, it's tick. Rook c. No, I don't like this. I don't like where this is going.
You think Magnus is in the driver's seat here, hitting the bishop?
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. But
queen c2 not a thing because black will lose e5.
There's a little bit of momentum, but it's just I don't think it's enough.
Is White going for d4? Or is that
no, I think White's queen d5 is probably the next move, or just slow him like g3 because black doesn't have a move. You could have played. There could have been queen c2, take, bishop e5, f5.
Ooh.
And you could try something like that maybe. But
that was a cool trap, by the way. White could not have taken on e5. I'll show that really quickly, folks. Bishop e5.
Well, the rook moves, then you take on b4, and then maybe you. It's probably nothing, but it's all a draw.
Rook e8.
Yeah. Okay, he's pretending. Yeah. Queen f3. I don't like the structure. I don't know why he's not. Queen f3, rook e3, then queen a.
f5 maybe, hit the h pawn.
Maybe. I don't know.
What about e4 by black? That seems
e4. King f8. Sometimes you make a waiting move like this, but okay, yeah, I like this rerouting the bishop.
Bishop c1, bishop e3. Alireza with 10 seconds. He's obviously so good.
No, I think he's
little time.
Yeah, I think he's.
Now this is hanging 5 seconds. Rook a1, panicked.
No. Oh yeah, this is not. He should have just rooked you.
This pawn hangs, right? You can take it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can take this one too. Rook a7 though. Counterplay. Bishop c5 is threatened. Queen f5.
Probably have to. Maybe queen f5.
Even queen e6. That seems like a very Magnus move.
Yeah, that's. The pawn.
He loses another pawn.
Yeah, that's what you see. One thing goes wrong, and then it all collapses.
He was stable for so long. G4 Alireza trying to get a blockade going, but Magnus wins these types of endgames almost all the time.
It's not that simple.
Rook a5, trying to go to a3, maybe get this pawn in motion.
Rook a4. This may be strong.
Ooh, rook e1. It's going in the toilet for Alireza.
Yeah, that's it.
e3 coming. e2, rook c1. Or rook d. Rook takes d4. No, he makes a queen.
Okay, that's good technique.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns should be easy, right? No h pawn. And Magnus Carlsen with the victory in the second game.
Yeah, you can't get that low on time. He had to liquidate, before. Because he was sort of like a bit ambitious, pretending to play for a win. But I think he needs to just liquidate earlier because shouldn't waste time on these positions.
Do you think the biggest X factor against Magnus is sort of time management? You
Yeah.
can't allow yourself to get down to 5 seconds, even if it's a simple position?
Yeah, you really can't. I think that in this type of match, you need to be strategic. And at some point, he could take on e5 and liquidate. He could play d4 and liquidate. I think it's just more practical in that type of position where, you know, it's just not a good idea to extend the game if you're not in control.
Have you ever been a King's Indian player? Obviously with black, the side.
Yeah, well, I actually
Indian
play h6 a lot. Like, if you go back, I saw you were discussing this move, like bishop b3. Yeah. So the point is, so here bishop b3. If you want to force a draw.
Yep, knight g4. Bishop
So I played a game against Mikhailevsky, and I had a feeling that he might try and force a draw with bishop b3. So I checked. Okay, how do I avoid a draw in the best possible way? So after bishop b3, knight g4.
Let's bring up an analysis board here.
Yeah, bishop c1, and now you play rook e8. H3, ED, knight d4, yeah, knight f6, bishop f3, and then now like
knight d7.
It was something weird.
c5.
No. Sorry. Wait. What did he play? It was something really weird. No. Bishop. Anyways, I won a very nice game here. Maybe it was bishop d3. Knight c6.
But this is a pretty favorable structure, because anytime white plays f3 here...
I don't remember. Wait, no. Okay, anyways, something happened, and I won a nice game, but it's like 0.6 or 0.7. It was a pretty desperate try, but anyways.
Is that how Super GMs win? Something happens and then...
Yeah,
and
no,
they
this
win?
is... No, the King's Indian...
Hey, I know someone is writing a chessable course on it, so watch what you say about the King's Indian.
Oh, you are, yeah? No, the King's Indian, good opening.
So you're on the right side.
No, I think it's a good way to put pressure on people like Magnus and Hikaru, because they are very good when in control, so... It's not a bad. I think it's actually quite smart. Alireza has played the King's Indian in classical, which it's quite a dangerous thing, but I think it's working out very well so far. Because in the technical positions, facing their experience is very difficult. But yeah.
Looks like black is doing
bishop
pretty well
a6.
here. Bishop pair.
No. She should have gone a4, I think.
Ooh, rook f2, and now you could go for some tact. Maybe even knight takes g2 and f4. Looks like our blitz games.
Well, first rook. Bishop a6.
He starts by f takes e4. So if knight e4, then the d5 pawn becomes really weak, and black can go.
Yeah, knight e4. Yeah. Okay, that's a nice nuance. Yeah, bishop b7, knight c3.
So unbalanced positions, is that going to be the secret sauce for Alireza? F takes e4 on the board. And where's the rook going to go? Maybe h5 also by black, just tightening the screws on the king side. He can't go g3.
Rook c8 is fine.
Looks pretty unpleasant for white.
Yeah, it's hard to find a plan here as white. There's not really, maybe...
I mean, there's no moves. Your lights
I like...
a4, perhaps?
I don't like the... No. You know what I think? The knight on e1 should have tried to reroute from c2 to b4. Now, but the knight is just stuck. Okay, bishop c4. I really don't like this. It feels like you're completely stuck.
Magnus trying to force the bishop away from the diagonal. Alireza jumps ahead of it.
Yeah, now maybe knight a2, knight b4. But it's tactically, you're going to have some issues. Like the queen g4 is an idea. Rook comes to f8. Yeah, on the c file, there's going to be some tactics.
Is Alireza a tactical, like, is this his type of position?
I think it's sort of, but it's positional as well. Like, it might look tactical because it's inconvenient, but this is actually quite a sort of nuanced position, like sort of dynamic game. But now knight b2, and if the bishop moves, you have rook c6. So it's extremely subtle. Like knight b2, play queen g4 is the problem.
Knight b2, queen g4, threatening knight h3 check, and if the king moves, bishop f, no.
Yeah, no, I also thought, yeah, bishop.
g2 pawn is so well defended here.
Maybe
knight h3 in that position?
Yeah, something like that could work.
Magnus is struggling to find a move. Maybe just shift his king to h1.
I don't know. I think he has to go knight.
It's not looking great.
h3 maybe? That's a bit too...
Yeah, then something like g4.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's very, very, very difficult. I don't agree with...
I don't want to look at white's position anymore.
No, the computer evaluation is really... I would not feel like... Okay, queen g4.
Before I let you go, Hans, what kind of player is Hans Niemann? How would you characterize your style? Because when I play you, it's unlike anybody else on the planet. You're a unique player. How would you characterize your own sort of chess personality?
Well, I don't know. You've experienced it. I'm curious what you think. And then
I think you're a tactical player by nature, but have maybe through some influence or some people you work with, I have no idea who those might be, have shifted toward a more positional universal approach.
Yeah.
Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know. I don't know. It's maybe I need to like find a way to play against myself. That would be actually such an amazing training tool. If you could create like a human version of myself, then I wouldn't need any training partners. Okay, there must be. I'm sorry. There has to be some beautiful tactic here. It just would be
Bishop to a square such that the knight on e1 disappears.
Oh, well, this
Maybe
is
knight
really...
h3.
Okay, wait.
Knight
so,
h3.
What about bishop e? No.
Knight h5 hitting the e pawn, but allowing a bunch of trades.
That's a very classy move. Knight's coming to f6. Oh, that's amazing.
Very classy.
That's
very Soviet
nice.
schoolboy.
No, I really like this move. Let's show some serious class, because now, again, this knight in e1 is just really. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, looks like Magnus is completely paralyzed here. The eval bar doesn't seem that concerned. Is there a move though?
I don't know. It looks like it's going to collapse, but
no moves for white.
So yeah, your question. How would I characterize him? I don't know. I just try to play the best moves, and that's my goal. I do think.
You don't believe in psychology?
I think my most impressive games have been technical, actually. Like some of the games I'm most proud of have been technical victories. Like maybe you saw my game against Maxim Chergaev in Budapest. It was so basically we had I was black and I had a knight on g3, pawn on h4, g3, pawn on e4, and he had king on g1, pawn on g2, h3, e3, and bishop on f1, or like bishop on like c4, rook on e1, and I won this position. And he played like d4, d5, c4, take like QGA, and I played QGA. He traded off the pieces like trying to draw, and I won this endgame in like a very, very nice way. And I think that like should be in like a book, if I must say so humbly. Well, but you should check this. You should check this game because it's like basically the king gets cut off. So the king is on g7, and once the king gets to e5, then it must cross the d file. So it crosses the f file, then the d file, then it must cross the sort of c from c5 to c3, and then once it goes to c3, eventually it enters, and it was. So I think I'm more I think my strength is technical, but maybe I did like my game yesterday where I sacrificed the rook. So I did. Yeah, that was. Oh yeah, queen f6, and
there weren't enough sacrifices.
Yeah, no, like I as soon as like I played h5, knight h4, I saw d5, like it was all sort of like flash. So that I guess I can play different styles, but maybe I have certain influences who are more positional.
Well, I think. Yeah, I think the audience can guess at those, but Hans, you've had a very long weekend. It's time for me to let you go, but I really appreciate you coming into the studio, sharing your thoughts. I think everybody in the audience appreciates it. So you're the man, Hans. Good luck for the next few months. Thanks again for joining.
Thank you.
Who are you? Am I sitting on your microphone? That's the first time anybody's ever asked me that question. Thanks
Fun
again,
games.
Hans. Fun games.
And shout out to all the fans. I got an opportunity to walk around the venue here, and it really is amazing. It really is amazing as this game is nearing its final moments, short of Magnus making a crazy comeback. Really amazing. There's people watching at home, probably and hopefully over 100,000. And this has been a really special opportunity to play chess in front of a live audience. So
I agree.
Give yourselves a round of applause, because it's been really amazing to see.
You know, this is what makes the tournament magical. And a magical game right now by Alireza. He has outplayed Magnus because of the King's Indian, of course, if I may humbly say so, just so people know what to attribute this potential victory to. But Magnus, this is what he does. He keeps shifting his pieces back, back, back. He's on the first rank now. How does Alireza not have a decisive tactic here? He can't deflect the queen. If he deflects the queen, by the way, Levy, this is important. It's not checkmate because the bishop can potentially cover g1. So you can't sack your queen. And knight f6 gives Magnus a chance to trade rooks, and he's actually in one piece.
Yeah, he's completely fine, and maybe even more as this begins to unravel.
Look at this maneuver by Alireza. He's going shades of Levy Rosman. Remember, bishop g7 to a5. He does the other. Bishop to a4 to g6. Yeah, now he plays queen g4, giving up the d6 pawn.
Yeah, he gave up the d6 pawn. It's going to get really double-edged. I mean, look at this cocoon defense by Magnus. King h1, bishop g1.
Knight takes d5, threatening knight f4. Alireza is up a pawn.
Oh, but he's getting pinned now, so it's harder to move. Is there like a bishop b5 idea? Bishop f1 is...
Oh my gosh.
Bishop f1's not even mate.
Yeah, how many times do you have to attack this darn g2 pawn?
Wow,
Magnus trades queens, and he's got drawing chances, but e4 is coming, opening up the dark squared bishop. Alireza should take this levy.
Yes, the bishop pair, a passed e-pawn. We're looking... Apparently that was a bad... I mean, they say bring your king closer in the endgame. Apparently not against Magnus.
Don't go g3 if you're Magnus. Bishop f3 is checkmate. But look at the way he's using his knights. To c5 he goes, hitting e4 pawn. Now he can play g3.
Bishop e2 was still not checkmate, by the way, because the knight can come back to g2.
Unbelievable.
Okay, yeah, but now there's a passed pawn. I mean, this is going to be really... Bishop c3 is incoming. I think this is just...
And Magnus forgot maybe that black could actually take the bishop.
Knight c3 or d2. He's deciding. He trades the knight. This is looking like Firouzja's going to win.
He doesn't even need to take the bishop. Trade on c3 and d2's coming. And now you still have to convert an extra piece.
Yes, it's actually shockingly hard to do that. As the pawns get traded off the board, he's deciding whether to queen or not. He does.
Yeah, he couldn't find a way to deflect the knight. He thinks this is the best he can do, and it is. How do you win this exactly? And I'm not talking checkmate with bishop and knight against king. I know Alireza can do that.
I think people have to realize bishop and knight versus bishop is a draw. You can't win. So this is going to come down to the final pawn.
Which Alireza is, ooh, king e4, they're threatening king f5. Magnus gonna flag though.
Oh, he's gonna flag, and he does.
And should he have tried, should Magnus have forced Alireza to checkmate him, it would have been content.
Yes. Alireza stands up. He has a question.
Is it halftime? It's not halftime yet. It is halftime.
It is halftime, yes it is. And he walks off. Hopefully nothing wrong as we see Magnus's tip of his hair majestically blowing in the wind there. Yes, the point you were going to make is that he could have sacrificed the bishop for the pawn and made Alireza demonstrate a king and bishop and knight checkmate.
Now listen, with 7.5 seconds, only 1 second increment, mating with bishop and knight, understanding how to shepherd the king into the right corner, that wouldn't have been easy, but Magnus, he goes down. Alireza ties the match on the strength of an incredible, smooth, relatively smooth game on the black side of a King's Indian levy. This is a big confidence boost, the first victory for Alireza. And they are going to meet up in the second portion of this 5+1 match, aren't they?
They are. Magnus there, we saw, instead of taking a break, he was analyzing some things about the endgame. But anyway, let's talk about Meetup. Is anybody here looking to play chess and meet new people in their community? Enter Meetup, which is the platform for hosting and organizing community events. Connect with your local chess community or start events like chess nights or tournaments in the park. Plus, explore local community groups for any of your other hobbies that are not chess, but come on, chess is life. On Meetup, use ! Meetup in the chat or visit go.chess.com/meetup to find your newest checkmates. Ha!
Your newest checkmates! That was awesome.
That was awesome.
Meetup, folks, for those watching remotely. For those watching here and remotely, we will be back with more action from the 5+1 segment of the SCC gold medal match on the other side of this short break.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to what is going to be a legendary, never-before-done edition of Hand and Brain. Danny Wrench here, along with Nolan Arbaugh. Nolan, thanks for doing this.
No, thanks for having me. I'm sorry for Robert being on my team, but it's going to be fun.
These guys are going to team up on their dubious openings while Canny and I do the thing we do, which is destroy those openings.
So we do.
What exactly is the Neuralink, and what is it that you're doing here with your mind and the superpowers that I see on the screen?
So the Neuralink is a brain-computer interface, which means it's a chip that's in my brain that translates, right now it's motor cortex movements into movement control on a computer. It's pretty sweet. I can control the computer with my mind.
It's amazing, it's fascinating. We're gonna talk a lot about it, and we'd love to hear even more about your story. And we're gonna, okay, pawn. I forget what your opening repertoire is.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Play whatever you like, Danny. Whatever you want to play.
Okay, we'll go there.
Wow, Carol Khan. So, but you don't watch Levy videos. You can say it, we're recording.
I don't. Yeah, no, sorry, Levy.
I'd love to know a little bit more about, if you don't mind, the story of how we got here a little bit.
A little over 8 years ago, Right after my senior year of college, I was in an accident while working at a summer camp. I dislocated my C4, C5, and I was paralyzed from my shoulders down, so I'm a complete quadriplegic. 7 years, I was just trying to make my life better, do whatever I could to improve myself. Mainly at the end of that, like the last 2 years, I was really trying to find some way to add some meaning to my life and, you know, do whatever I could to make the world a better place in a lot of cases. Get back to school, maybe, really anything. And then this opportunity came along. I had known nothing about Neuralink when it happened. My buddy, Greg Bain, called me on the phone and was like, hey, do you want to get a chip in your brain? And I was like, sure, man, why not? Just kind of jokingly.
For the record, I knew nothing about Neuralink until you. Yeah. So just so you know.
Yeah, I had no idea. And so he called me on the phone, walked me through like what it was, gave me like a 5-minute rundown of it. Then he helped me apply over the phone. So I kind of gave him all the information and he filled it out online. He spelt my name wrong on the application. So, you know, we're off to a great start. I asked for an Iron Man suit on the application, just kind of joking around because, you know, I had applied for studies before. Like a few years prior, I'd put my name in a huge database and I told them what I was looking for, trying to do like spinal cord injury stuff, and I never heard back from anyone, like not even a peep. So when I was applying for Neuralink, I was like, there's no way I'm gonna get this. I didn't hear back from like a massive database of thousands of studies, and this is so high profile, I just didn't think it was gonna happen, which is why I made so many jokes on there. But no, within like a day or two, I heard back from Neuralink. In the next month, I did probably a dozen interviews. I had, you know, all sorts of testing done. And within 2 months, I was chosen as a candidate, and a month later, the first candidate, and within a few weeks, I was getting brain surgery.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
After a short break, we are back with the second 5+1 segment of the SCC gold medal match, which features Alireza Firouzja and On Fire and Fuego Alireza Firouzja, who faces the king, Magnus Carlsen, the reigning SCC champion. The score all tied up 1.5 apiece. Alireza winning a lovely game in the King's Indian to tie up the match. Both players with 1 victory and 1 draw apiece. Levy, your thoughts thus far on the match as we get the 4th game started.
Couldn't be more tense. The first game was really tense. Both guys demonstrating really nice offensive and defensive ideas. And for the second time, we have an E4, E5. Also, both guys striking with the black pieces. And we see Magnus playing an Italian sideline here with H6.
Okay, well, I was a fan of that move until I saw Bishop E7, because G7, G5 has gotten really popular recently for black.
And G6 as well, to put the bishop there. Generally, black plays H6 to stop any of white's pieces from going to the G5 square. And this is kind of an edgier way to play the Italian, but generally Bishop to E7 and H6 is kind of rare.
It also catches my eye that Magnus is not playing D6, which is often automatic, which tells me he might want to go D7, D5 in one fell swoop. But that's a really risky proposition, especially seeing the move Rook E1. Magnus is like, nope, thanks, but no thanks. He plays D6. The good thing about the Italian for black, there's not a lot of good things about facing the Italian, but one of the redeeming factors that you can basically do anything you want. Put the bishop on E7, put it on C5, and you might be slightly worse, but you're not likely to be losing out of the opening.
That's the nice thing, right? You can play forever, and you can be fine. You can be slightly worse, you can be slightly better, and there's the most difficult thing by far about learning the Italian is learning the Italian, ironically. So with all the different setups and where the pieces can go and whether you can play H6, Knight H7 and King H8, F5, that's like to me, and Knight G5. I mean, these are the things, you get after a decade of playing. And bishop f6, like, what are we even doing here? The knight is going to e7.
Every time I think I have a handle on Magnus's plan, okay, he's definitely going to go f5. That's why he brought the knight off from f6. Nope. He puts a bishop in front of the f-pawn. And Levy, this is kind of how Hikaru was playing yesterday against Rui Lopez.
By the way, Danya, h3, I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
h3
please.
is literally to move the knight to h2 and then make the g5 knight look dumb and play h4, g3, etc. probably. Like, what is happening here?
Well, we saw knight h7 and knight h2 in the King's Indian game. Now we might see both of those moves played in an Italian game. But watch for c6 and d5. This is the drawback of putting the queen on b3.
Okay.
Speaking of drawbacks.
Drawback. You make a move backwards. Alireza comes forward. That's generally his playing style. Knight g6. This is such an absurd Italian position. What is going on?
Got this weird cluster of pieces on the king side. It looks like Magnus is setting up for an attack, but that's going to be hard to follow through on because Alireza can essentially bail out whenever he wants to. Is now the time, and Levy, knight takes g5 could be met by h takes g5, creating a real stronghold on f4.
I was just about to suggest the move bishop f1, and you basically move the bishop out of the way because you don't want that queenside offensive with c6, d5 to hit it, and you also defend your king side.
Yeah, defend against any shenanigans with knight takes h3. I'm a big fan of those sacks. Where's Magnus's light squared bishop going to go? Is he going to fianchetto it?
Well, that would be very odd. I really like where it's standing now, but you can't move it. That's the problem. You can't play bishop d7 because b7 hangs in a lot of positions. Yeah, he very well could go b6. I mean, yeah, and there you go. The plan of the Italian is you can keep the bishop on one diagonal or the other. Another thing, though, Danya, he could have played b6 not to go to b7, but to just move the bishop.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where you could be playing this move to fianchetto this bishop, but you're also playing it to build up the pawn chain. So he could be going this way. He could be going no way and just staying on home base. It's one of those cases where the bishop is essentially developed without having made a single move. Wow. You could maybe sacrifice it at some later point.
The sign of a player that doesn't know what to do in a position is when he repeats the position and his opponent hasn't repeated the position. So bishop f1 to c4. And I wonder now, Magnus can't play b6 to b7, unfortunately.
That would be a pretty enticing three-time repetition. Rook to b8, maybe ensuring that bishop d5 doesn't come with tempo. Now, I mean, white could still play bishop d5 going for some of these light squares, but that doesn't seem to be where the party is at. Also, let's not forget, I was going to say d takes e5 can happen at some point and totally change the nature of the position.
Now the position is opening up, so the d file opens. You start looking, how can white activate this knight on d2? I mean, in general, in every position that needs to be played in a positional manner or a strategic manner, start looking around and going, what's my worst piece? The knight on d2, yeah, it could go to f1. The problem is e4 is hanging in a lot of positions, and if you move the knight to f1 right now, you get taken on f3. So what do you do?
Yeah, the knight on d2 is like, you know, that kid in PE class who hasn't been chosen by anybody to team up with. I have not had any experience with that.
We don't need to go down my childhood memories, okay? And that is why
I just went down mine. Bishop takes g5, and knight to f1, knight to e3, Levy. You made the right call. You want to go knight c4 in these types of positions. Barring that, bishop takes g5 is a pretty big concession because you are allowing h takes g5, and to my eyes, that's what Magnus has to do if he wants to unbalance this position, which he doesn't.
And as you finish your sentence, he says, Danya, I have completely other plans. And he has no intentions of attacking Alireza on the king side. He does have an intention of having an active dark-squared bishop.
Interesting positionally minded decisions by Magnus. I mean, you know, he's played into Alireza's King's Indian. He hasn't played the same-ish. He played a very positional main line. Here, you can see him steering the game into more balanced territory. That's kind of what we saw from Hikaru yesterday. It's what we saw from Hikaru against Alireza, except he failed in that. What are we going to see here from Magnus? Knight to h4? Feels like this move has been played 1,000 times in this match, as has knight h2, which I think it might be time for.
Just trying to get rid of some of Alireza's active pieces and take the game to a two-bishop versus bishop-knight middle game. But then the question becomes, what is Magnus going to do with his pawns, Daniel? Like, he's not going to move the c-pawn because then b6 becomes weak. And he's not going to move the f-pawn because the e-pawn becomes weak. So, I mean, I just like white's position.
It feels like Magnus, he overcooked it a little bit. He had a chance to play hg. You know, he's trying to trade off Alireza's strong pieces, and he's succeeding, but new strong pieces are replacing them, and Alireza solved the main problem in his position. This knight on e3 used to be on d2. Now it's the coolest kid in the class. We're not going down my childhood memories.
Another set of childhood memories, yeah.
I think c6 might be a sad necessity. It might be the lesser evil. Maybe prepares b5 in some universe, but there's no question Alireza's better now. You might even see him playing a crazy move like queen a3 to get the d-file.
Oh man, you kind of stole my thunder there. I was like, yeah, if c6, queen a3, and then you get the b-file, And the b6 pawn is quite vulnerable. The easy way for people watching here and at home to think about this position, the bishop and the knight for white can both operate on the light squares, and the bishops for black can't both operate on the light squares. So Alireza is going to focus on the light squares. You look at the d5 square, it's controlled by the pawn, the knight, the bishop, the queen, and the rook. And if he doubles, another rook. So
and maybe get the king to c6, so
yes.
Every single one of your pieces controls the same square.
Exactly. So that's the money square, and c6 is played.
Okay, c6. And the fact that Magnus took like a minute on that move tells you he is not a happy camper when he plays it. The bishop is pushed away. Black is really cramped. And, I mean, the King's Indian game and now this one, Alireza's positional handling has been really awesome to see. g6 by Magnus, trying to slither away to g7. Maybe that f7, f5 idea is going to make an appearance. But for that to happen, you need to also move your king. Alireza doesn't have forever. He needs to find a way to generate a new wave of the attack. Whether it's queen a3 or doubling the rooks, hard to say.
And Magnus is always taking a look at that b5 move. That b5 move is coming at a critical moment to open up the b file. Right now, it's just simply not possible. We have kingside improvements being made.
h4, h5, just finishing the architectural beautification of the position.
Yes, h4, h5. I mean, you generally answer h4 with h5. Magnus debating if he wants to do it. Magnus is very careful in general as a player with pawn moves.
Yeah, that's a great insight. You don't see him making weaknesses willy-nilly. I mean, Hikaru sometimes takes more liberties on that front, but Magnus is very positionally trained. His position always seems really healthy.
Wow, except that move!
But
as we were talking about rook
d5, look at that f5 square levy.
Yeah, rook d. I mean, g5 is that is Magnus trying to take a risk.
No, that is Magnus hearing the commentators leaking in his ear and saying he doesn't make any weaknesses.
He cannot hear us, all right? Do not put any ideas into former world champions' heads, all right? Rook to d6 is the best move. It's a natural move because it does attack the c6 pawn. And Alireza has to realize, Danya, that opening the G and H files actually benefits him and not Magnus, and he's played it.
Dude, Gary Kasparov didn't like what you just said. Of course, that's what you were referring to. Rook to d6. Guess what? You're not just threatening rook c6. That threatens rook takes c8. And then knight f5. This is mind-blowing. Magnus just self-destructing, losing his patience.
Yeah, rook takes c8 is a fatal threat. The game is over.
And if you move your king levy, knight d5, another fatal threat. It's a double attack.
Rook
takes c8.
Bishop e3.
Rook takes f8, and you lose a piece. Maybe white's king gets weak at the end of the line, but there's no way that Magnus can get away with this.
But rook c8 is... Alireza just, I think he's composing himself. If he doesn't see rook c8, it's a very bad sign. He's played it.
But I think he's worried maybe a little bit about bishop takes c3 and then queen g5 at the end of the line. But Magnus has no pieces in the attack. You could play rook to g1 after queen g5.
He's just up a piece, Danya. Queen c2. Look at that move, bringing the queen back for defensive purposes.
Saying, come take this pawn. I'm going to drop away to h1. Queen f3.
Queen g2
check.
Is a check. You stop guarding your own rook, but it's a cross check. And now, you maybe even rook g1, although that's a bit cramped of a move. Maybe rook f1.
Queen g2. Anything wins. Magnus has no attack. He had one threat. That was queen f3 check. g5 was unbelievable. I mean, you just don't see that kind of self-destruction from Magnus.
We were just talking about how careful he is with pawn moves.
Oh my gosh. Rook g8.
Commentator's curse.
Always.
Rook g1 maybe just easy.
You could even take the queen.
Yeah.
How many pawns does black have for the piece? Only one? He's about to have 0.
Yes, bishop takes f7 here, bishop d5. I mean, the doubled h pawns do not intimidate anybody.
If Alireza had 5 seconds here, I'd have full faith in his ability to win this game. I would go for b4, just create a pass pawn, gobble up f7. He's got a menu of options here, and he's about to have a 1-point lead for the first time in this match.
The only reason he's playing so slowly is because he has the time. You know, you get such a winning position against Magnus with a time lead, you're like, okay, don't blow it. All right, let me just gather myself, and he's going to pick up as many pawns as possible, and then he's likely to get the win.
c4 is possible. You're absolutely right, Levy. When you play people like Magnus and Hikaru, you see ghosts, right? You double, triple check stuff that normally you wouldn't. And this is very professionally handled by Alireza. He's got 30 seconds on his clock. He's making every one of those seconds count for him.
Yeah,
resign time. Resign time.
And there it is.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, indeed. That was a huge win by Alireza, but it was kind of handed to him with this move g5. That was a crazy move.
It was a crazy move. I will say that Alireza's handling of the early middle game, really impressive, the way he got his knight around. You're right, though, Levy. First of all, bishop takes g5, not taking back with the pawn. Then playing the move g5. Pretty panicky reactions there from Magnus Carlsen, and the hometown favorite jumps ahead to a 1-point lead. I think it's time to wrap up the match. There's really no more intrigue.
Yeah, let's go home.
Magnus
French
has any
fans.
hope. Yep.
That's it. That's it. Alireza wins the match.
People heading toward the exits.
That's crazy. All the fans are exiting.
No.
No, unfortunately, that's not how it works. You got to beat Magnus over the course of 3 hours.
Oh my gosh, what a game we just saw. Another King's Indian by Alireza. So any King's Indian lovers out there, you are in for a treat as Magnus keeps embracing the challenge, and we will embrace a different kind of challenge and get Danny Wrench onto our big screen. Danny is standing by with some very special segments. Danny, take it away. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Danya. I agree. The fans are in for a treat with this match. And Nolan Arbaugh, Neuralink patient, Ground Zero, you were in for a treat. You got to make the first move of the Speed Chess Championship final. I know you're a huge fan, man. What was that like?
It was awesome. I'm really grateful to Chess.com for reaching out to me and letting me do this. It's kind of a dream of mine to do something like this, so I'm super blessed, and it was great.
What made you choose the move you did, and how much time did you think about it? Were you nervous about which move to make?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for weeks. I decided to go with the Bong Cloud for the memes. That's about it, yeah.
Nice. All right, well, you look great, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thanks, man. You look good, too.
How's been the trip so far? Just last thoughts on the Speed Chess Championship, the live finals, the fans, this whole thing. And your thoughts on the trip to Paris and maybe also the match?
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the highlights of my year. I'm so glad I get to be here. The match is, it's super exciting.
You're rooting for Magnus, right? You're a Magnus fan.
I am. But I don't know. It's going to be close. They're both in great form, so we'll see what happens.
Nolan rooting for Magnus to maybe level things up here. I know the fans in Paris, we don't want them to know that upstairs. They might not feel the same way. But all right, we're going to throw it back upstairs to Danya and Levy to take it away as we've got another game in full swing here. Maybe Magnus going to level things up at the end of this one. Danya, take it away.
Well, thank you, Danny, and thank you, Nolan, once again for everything. I'm glad that you were off the mic because we don't need anybody here knowing who's a Magnus fan and who's a Firouzja fan. But, of course, big shout-out to Nolan for bringing so much attention to chess, for everything that he's done, and just for being an awesome guy. Levy, in the meantime, not much has happened on this board.
But for the second time in a row, we've got a rook on d6 causing havoc.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is letting Alireza have havoc because bishop c4 is coming, and we saw the same structure earlier, but this bishop on g4, there is no bishop on g4. There is no bishop, and there is no access to the d4 square.
What's funny is I feel they're getting a very similar structure from kind of different openings. Like there's always like a d takes e5 type of thing happening, and then there's always like an open d file, but it's coming different ways. Like b6 feels like a move you play after you take a one-game lead against Magnus. You just kind of like, I'm playing with house money. Whatever happens in this game, it's back to an even match.
I think Magnus, to your point, had exactly the same structure in an Italian with pawns on c6, b6, and I want to say a5. I'm looking at moves like bishop to a6. It's clear what he's trying to do. He wants to get this rook off his back, but even dropping the rook back to d1 might already have made the trip worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you weaken the structure. And we have to remember, pawns can't go backwards. This is textbook stuff. You make a move forward, the opponent reacts, and you're like, nope, just kidding, I'm going backwards, and I've weakened your structure, and I'm going to feast. This is a two-bishop position of a dream.
Oh, it absolutely is. You could see g3 and bishop h3. The great thing about a move like rook to d1 is that if black pushes b5, not only could the rook come back to d6, like, all right, resume our previous positions, but you could have a move like a4 to carve out this lovely little developing square for white's bishop.
Or the knight, d2, c4, like in the Benoni.
Man, there's ideas everywhere. Magnus is trying to extract the maximum from this position. He senses that this is his moment.
Oh, and it
takes on f4.
I mean, it very well could work, but it does feel a little impatient by a guy who is known for his patience. By the way, what was that? There was like something else besides taking back on f4? Why did the computer not like black taking back on f4?
Could there have been b takes c5 instead?
Oh my God.
Did I show that?
Yeah, I think you should.
Let's bring up an analysis board. In this position, how many of us would pre-move e takes f4? Everyone in this room. There's one guy who's like, no, I would have played BC.
Yeah, actually, he would have just hung his queen, but the rook is hanging for a moment.
And if queen takes c5, there's another interbet, so knight e6. Can't take it because the queen hangs. That's what that person would have done.
Yes. Who are we insulting, by the way? Is just the phantom in the audience?
A phantom in the opera, or that's nearby phantom in the audience.
Yes,
and black is pretty much fine here. Let's see how the game went instead. He took, allowing this pawn to inch forward, Levy, and now it's the hour of the light squared bishop, because look at what it's doing to black's kingside. How impressive is this for white?
This is looking fair. I mean, can you just double up, or is there like with the queen maybe?
Very good move.
Yeah, queen d. I also like queen d3, queen d2. Queen d2 hits the pawn on a5 and f4. I mean, this is like the worst position ever. Like what can you even do here?
Black is up a pawn, the most irrelevant piece of information ever. There could be some tactics. Queen d2, bishop takes c5, but
rook d8.
Rook d8 and rook e5, white wins, and maybe that's what he's calculating. He's played queen d2, good call partner. G5 played by Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well. might as well.
Ali Levy.
Yeah. I remember there was a commentary. You kept calling me
Wesley.
Yes.
I did it again recently. Like you were not on commentary, but I called you Wesley.
Well, I mean, thank you, but please don't tell him that. G5. So now what do we do? Yeah, just stage 3.
Maybe I already know that he called you by my name, and I like it.
That's a fantastic. Okay,
Whoa.
I thought rook g6 just hung material, but
rook d1 instead, tripling on the d file, attacking the rook on d8. If it moves, you can play rook takes g6. If it takes, the pawn replaces it. Blech.
Oh, this is nasty stuff. The queen is also going to infiltrate on the light squares, like queen d3, queen a5, of course. Yeah, we're going to take that. We're going to take on c5. That's probably the most practical thing. Then you have an outside pass pawn.
This is reminding me of the previous game, sort of with colors reversed. It's Alireza who was sort of outplaying Magnus, and then at some point Magnus got impatient. Here, Alireza had that chance to play b takes c5, and once he missed it, it seems like this game is a foregone conclusion. If you're allowing d7 and queen d6, you lose. I think queen d7 is necessary.
If you allow any of it, you lose. I mean, I think Alireza is almost taking time off the clock. He's d7, queen d6. Every move wins for white.
Yeah, and Magnus, very careful here. He knows, you squander a game like this, and suddenly Alireza has a lot of momentum. Can you believe that almost an hour has passed from the match clock already?
Now,
move.
This match was predicted to be to be a 2-game lead for Magnus after the 5+1. That was estimated to be his best portion of the match. And so far, Alireza's held his own, so I think it's a good sign. I think as they speed up, they're both going to get more into the zone and have less of these weird lulls. Like you see here, Alireza down 2 minutes with a very bad position. Sometimes 5-1 is the most difficult format to play because they literally don't play it, except in this event.
Yeah, it's just, and nobody even plays 5+0 anymore. That used to be a popular time control, but now 3+0 is the order of the day. I mean, if you say that you're a 5-minute player, you're like Rip Van Winkle. You've fell asleep in the 1990s.
Yeah, rook e7 resigns or what?
Oh, that's lovely, because queen e7, de, and then the pawn promotes.
Bishop takes f7 now.
And then Magnus' move is something like queen e4, just establishing his presence, laying down the wood.
Yep. No, it's just over. I'm kind of shocked he hasn't played bishop f7. Maybe he's looking at something more vicious, like rook e8, which is a positional disaster, completely dominating the 8th rank.
Yeah, I mean, the restraint to avoid taking on f7. Maybe he's looking for a more beautiful victory, but I don't think this is the time in the match to try to please the fans. I think he's pleasing the fans already with everything he's offered us this weekend.
Why has he not taken the pawn with check? I don't get it. Is there something better here? It's just...
you could even play queen e4 right away, because this pawn isn't really going anywhere.
I guess, yeah. But what? What are we doing here? I don't know.
But bishop f7 does feel very, very tempting, followed by something like queen e4. And Magnus savoring the moment.
I have nothing else to say about this position. There's a pawn hanging with a check, and it's not a bad move. You can
now, Levy, you were right, though. I think rook to e8.
All right, yeah, you were going to say rook e8 was +5, but this is +4. Oh, how dare he.
But you want to know why rook e8 was +5? Let me show really quickly as Magnus puts the finishing touches on this game. Instead of rook takes d7, not here, in this position, rook e8 created a crazy threat of queen to g6.
Wow, the double pin.
This is why I had to show this line. And what does this threaten? This threatens knight e5, a triple pin, because you can't take the knight either, because the doubly pinned queen is pinning the bishop. How did Magnus miss this? I don't know.
No, I think he might have seen it, but what am I doing? Just play the normal thing.
Ooh, mate threat on g8, d7 now.
Queen g8, sack the queen to promote.
No, this is just a disaster. This is not the best advertisement for the King's Indian, but maybe it has something to do with who's playing white.
Yeah, but also the previous game was nice. He won.
Wait a second. D7, a slightly sloppy move. I think Magnus might have been relying on knight e5 here.
But it should work.
Should work.
I mean, knight e5 takes, and then when the freaking pawn's on d7, like, you got to be winning, but...
But Alireza's threatening queen takes d7 because he has the g8 square under control. You could play a move like queen to d6 to meet queen takes d7 with queen f8, but Magnus taking more of his time. If Alireza can get this down to a time scramble, he gives himself an outside chance of doing the unimaginable.
If Alireza Firouzja saves this game, I will be speechless.
The bishop can slide up to e6. It's not the quantity of passed pawns, it is the quality.
Yes, there's but queen can come back, and the fact that black's pawns are doubled makes it even worse.
I'm really impressed with Alireza's defensive skill here. The fact that this game is still going, that Magnus has 20 seconds on his clock, it just doesn't feel as confident as we're used to him seeing converting these positions.
That's really the story. Alireza has been very sharp defensively, but I do sense hesitancy from Magnus more than anything else.
King f8, trying to get the king involved.
Queen c5, let's kick it away. Yeah, queen c5, and let's start taking
Get out of here. He takes c6, threatening queen c8.
It's over. Queen c8 is... okay, but he takes on g4, but I mean, okay, queen c5
Another
and queen
check
c8.
on c5.
c5 and
I
queen
said,
c8.
get out of here.
Yes.
The commentators are Levy and Daniel, not the king on g7, and Magnus ties the match.
That was a very nice win, and somehow took a little bit longer than we all thought it was going to be.
And Magnus, he's very self-critical. We see that in every interview. He focuses on what he could be doing better. You could see maybe a little bit of disappointment from him there, but nonetheless, it was a smooth, professional positional game, and impossible to say who has the momentum right now. I mean, both players kind of exchanging blows, getting to know each other because they have played, but not as much as, Magnus has played someone like Hikaru.
Absolutely. But I think a very close second is Alireza. As I said in the pregame show, for anybody that missed it, go look up Alireza Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen 2020 Banter Blitz. Alireza was a 16-year-old teenager rated 2,700, and he beat Magnus in a Blitz match, 8.5, 7.5. And Magnus himself says, every year you go back in time, he was a better and better player. He's his own favorite player from like 2014, right? And he's quoted in that in interviews. So Alireza's been his rival in Blitz for a very long time, and it's a treat to be able to watch them to play for 3.5 hours.
And Magnus, he does not seem to be enjoying this position very much. Alireza carrying out a plan that has gotten very popular in the Italian recently, and that's the queenside pawn storm. And he's done it to perfection. Takes on f6, rook to b1, establishing some pressure down the b file. Now, Levy, I'm always tempted to play a takes b5 in these positions, but white will recapture with the rook and try to force black to get the worst bishop of all time with b7, b6. Will we see that move?
Yeah. And
rook b8 maybe, but
look at Magnus's reaction. He just completely, I guess he just forgot. Like maybe he thought he had something, but he's like, look at him. He's like, why did look, he can't believe it. He can't believe it. He just took a pawn and is like, what am I doing?
My opponent recaptured on b5. I think he was expecting AB, because oftentimes we're used to recapturing a pawn with a pawn to keep the stability of the structure. But the weakness of b7 is a huge problem. And the possibility of d4 Levy, the rook is also laterally pressuring the e5 pawn. Alireza, again, now it's a new problem. Now I call you Firouzja, soon I'm going to be calling you Vladimir. Then that's going to be a problem.
Preferably not.
How about Gary?
Gary I'll take. The snail from SpongeBob or Kasparov?
I heard that you called Levy Roseman by my name. I have a problem with this?
Wow, that is a fantastic impression. That was excellent.
Says the best impressionist of all time. No. I'm not talking Edouard Manet. Rook takes b7 is a free pawn, Levy, and maybe Magnus believes this is a lesser evil because the rook actually cannot move. It's pinned to the queen.
I'm shocked at what just happened in this game because he took on b5 and sat there in disbelief his opponent took back. He must have thought he had some sort of a response, or, yeah, like you said, traditional chess wisdom, pawn takes, pawn takes. But this is very bad, Danya. I mean, this is almost looking like the game that we just saw where both guys get out to a big lead early.
Yeah, but Alireza has one big problem to solve. In what he's been doing on the queen side, that has demanded a lot of resources. The queen, the rook, the knight, all are tied up on the queen side. Magnus is trying to use his narrow window of opportunity to get his knight to f4, generate some threats against the d3 pawn, against the g2 pawn. Alireza has one more big problem to solve. And, if he had this in the bullet segment, I would have been worried, but he's got plenty of time. Maybe put a knight on a5 and travel around to c6. He is so good at finding precise ways to quash his opponent's initiative.
But I must say, for folks watching at home, if we set up this training position for intermediate players, I think black wins more than white, because black's plan is very easy.
Absolutely.
Knight f4, queen g6. I mean, there's mate on g2, and their pawn is hanging on d3, which means then the pawn is hanging on e4, and the bishop on a7 can't be taken because it has pressure on the white king. This is not that easy of a position.
It's unbelievable how Magnus just let things happen on the queen side. This is the problem with openings like the white side of the King's Indian, where you're attacking the queen side and your opponent's attacking the king side. You can succeed and your opponent can succeed, but your opponent wins because the king is usually on the king side. Alireza down to 2 minutes to Magnus's 4.
That's not a good sign. Hey, what if that was gamesmanship? What if he did all those reactions to get Alireza to commit fully to the queen side and now get shocked like this? I mean, can you imagine if he was playing like that?
I mean, Magnus sometimes, you know, he can exaggerate his reactions a little bit, and I think he's feeling more comfortable suddenly with his position. What does Alireza do? My instinct would be to just get this king off of the danger zone, go king h1. The problem is that doesn't necessarily take the sting out of knight f4. Can't go g3 levy because the knight on f3 hangs. 90 seconds now for Firouzja. This is no joke.
He's deep in the tank. He's going for rook b8 to alleviate the tension. Now, that might look really counterintuitive because the rook is going to take and the queen has to move, but the queen's coming back to play defense.
And he wants to meet knight f4 with g3.
And I just want to quickly point out, queen c2, I think, was more accurate because it defends e4 in many positions. Okay. But now g3, Danya. But now g3, you never get the knight in.
Magnus had a small window of opportunity to get the knight into f4.
g3, king g2. And I mean, white is just better.
g3 restricting the knight. Magnus going for d5, but that is not as effective because, you know, the knight can drop back to e3. And eventually this a-pawn should have its moment in the sun.
Maybe Alireza is also calculating d4, striking back somehow, but but I am, yeah, or knight e3, and just saying, is knight f4 really a problem? I can just play g3 then. It is a problem because if knight takes d3.
Alireza's clock might become a problem pretty soon. He's down 3 minutes on the clock. This might be the biggest time lead in, I was going to say SCC history.
No, but
in live SCC finals history, which is 2 days old.
Yeah, let's cherry pick that stat. This is very disturbing. But I also feel, Danya, both guys are done with this segment. It's like they don't want this amount of time. Alireza just allows knight f4. What is happening?
And if he plays g3, he allows knight h3 check. So rook e1 was very counterproductive.
Queen e6 there was better for black. What is going on?
I mean, even d5 on the next move feels like Magnus getting the kind of tension he wants. Queen e6, you point out, hitting the knight. Rook before hitting the knight, another great move.
Rook before hitting everything on the 4th rank.
Which
like,
is essentially all half of white's pieces.
Yeah, like it's like a shish kebab. Like A4, C4, you got a pepper, you got beef in there. Like, what is going on? This is like, how did he allow every piece of Magnus's to be active? And how did he get to 20 seconds? Are we living in the Twilight Zone?
Well, bishop takes d4 here is the most tempting move, but that might walk into a fork on c2. It also might walk into knight g4. So Magnus isn't about collecting the pawns here. He wants to maximize this initiative. I think he needs to get the rook down to b2, and he needs to time the move queen g6 correctly because, Levy, queen g6 no longer threatens mate on g2. So I don't think it's the place to be.
Yeah, but with a rook on b2, it threatens knight h3 check, which is really disgusting.
Well, the place to be is e-spot in Paris, by the way. But Magnus with 3 minutes, and this is where the time advantage really comes in handy. It's these subtle decisions on how to continue the initiative. Alireza basically has to respond intuitively to whatever Magnus throws at him, which might be a rook.
Also important to point out, you don't get to 25 seconds in this position if you're confident in your calculations. You get to 25 seconds in this position if you're doubting yourself, and it's very difficult as a chess player to suddenly snap out of that and get really sharp. So it's going to come down to Alireza being very cautious in the time scramble, and rook b2 is on the board.
But we remember what Alireza did with Jan Nepomniachtchi in the CCT. He had like 10 seconds to Jan's 7. Alireza has an amazing track record in these crazy time scrambles.
He has 12 seconds on the clock.
It's a one-sided time scramble. Now 10 seconds as Magnus hits the f2 pawn and the g2 pawn.
Alireza just can't make a move. He has
Queen g6.
And he's blundered and he's losing.
Queen g6, g3 then is forced, and the knight combines with the rook, converging on the king side. This ain't gonna go well.
And he found it.
And g3 is forced. Maybe knight h4 can be tried.
Yeah, knight h3.
That's still not allowed knight h3.
Rook takes f2, then queen e6 picks up the knight on c4.
Oh, sharp. Restoring material equality, except white has a king on h3 that's going to get surrounded.
No, but this game is completely inexplicable. It's unbelievable. He was up a pawn for nothing. There was nothing there. It was a little bit of an attack he had to call, and he could have played g3, could have stopped everything.
Sometimes you overthink it. He was trying to find the perfect way to arrange his pieces. Instead, he's allowed everything that he's tried to prevent. Magnus now with a big moment. He has to find rook f2, king h3, and then the tempting move is queen h5 checkmate, except it's checkmate to your winning chances after knight to h4. So you have to look at both sides of the board and pick up this vulnerable knight on c4.
And he spots it.
Beautiful work by Magnus. The final stage of the game for him, material is equal, king safety is not.
No, absolutely not. The white king on g3 is standing out on the terrace and screaming at ghosts. Rook a3 is going to target a knight, yeah, and then it's just so wild.
All of the pawns on the fourth. Queen takes d4, allows a perpetual-ish idea. He plays bishop takes d4, so f7 remains defended by the queen. Exquisite technique by Magnus, and bishop e5 will seal the deal.
And Alireza will resign in a moment.
First, he's going to launch the king up at the board, and now he's going to resign.
Wow. Wow, that was by far Alireza's worst game. There was a game where he made a mistake and he lost, but Danya, to lose a game like that in that fashion, I mean, there was such a level of nervousness and tentativeness, and then to lose it in a time scramble, he's got to snap out of this ASAP. Like in every tennis match, there is a moment. That's the moment. He needs to not lose this game.
Yeah, he was up by 1. Things seem to be going well. He won that game where Magnus played g5. And now it seems like the tide has turned by 180 degrees. Alireza took time at the right moment, right, when Magnus played queen f6, but it seemed like he started off well and then kind of went off the rails. But still only a 1-point lead by Magnus. 22 minutes left in the first segment of the SCC finals, and another King's Indian. Alireza sticking to his guns.
But
I'm up for it.
Yes, but I just want to say he played c6, very important move, and it was so important. If we just click back to the move c6, we don't have to analyze anything.
Yep. This position.
Yeah, it's not the best move. He's been playing a5 systems, but suddenly he puts the pawn on a6 instead. Let's go to the live board, and he's in a much worse King's Indian than he's been. He's losing in like 14 moves.
Well, there's a simple reason in the King's Indian that you don't want to include c6 and c takes d5, and it's because you get what makes the Benoni a dubious opening, which is a weakness on d6. So white has a typical Benoni maneuver. Knight d2 and knight c4 hits the d6 pawn, and then Levy, you could also get b5 and bishop a3. So in the King's Indian, the worst thing to have is this long-term weakness on d6. Let me point something else out. Even if black plays f5 here, white's just going to ignore. White's going to go knight d2 anyway, and that's going to open up a line of fire on the other knight on h5. This is not looking good for Alireza. You're right. He needs to stem the bleeding, but he's bleeding more profusely in this game, 14 moves in, and even as a King's Indian stalwart for almost 2 decades, I got to admit, this is a pretty grim outcome of the opening.
Black in the King's Indian either counterattacks with c6 at the right moment, like you said, on the queen side with some a5 stuff, or with the f-pawn. He can do none of those things. This is a very tough position. And like you said, Magnus will make some improving moves. And there they go, suffocating the space on the queen side. Alireza's pieces on the king side are tripping over themselves. This is the opposite of stabilizing. He's looking at a 3-game losing streak if he doesn't get it together quickly.
And he's got to get something going on the king side. I think he is going for knight h7, knight g5. It's a trusty maneuver. When you give away your light-scored bishop in the King's Indian, it means things are going terribly for you.
Yes, that bishop on c8 or d7 in very, very slight amount of positions supports the king side. I'm not telling you, I'm telling the folks at home. This could be over in 5 moves.
Knight d2, knight c4. That maneuver is coming. The only question is when. Of course, you could also play b5 and just try to use your pawns as battering rams, open the b file. That is what Magnus opts for. And of course, bishop to a3 is also on the docket. This is just demolition. And Alireza, he's so good at generating counterplay, sometimes in the unlikeliest moments. But Magnus, this is exactly his type of position. This is everybody's type of position. I mean, who doesn't want this with white?
Absolutely. But the biggest story here is Alireza's got to take a deep breath after this game, and he's got to get it together for the last 1 or 2 remaining games. He puts the knight on f4.
Okay. Now, queen takes b7 is going to exchange the pawns. That's not what Magnus wants.
No, maybe bishop d2. I mean, what is there? I guess queen g4, maybe some counter-attacking ideas. But it's not the same queen g4, knight f4 as the previous game.
Queen g4 actually threatens a funny perpetual, but it's a 1-move threat. The king can slide over to h1. I'm anticipating bishop d2 by Magnus, but notice how he pauses, right? The moment an active move is made, he's like, wait a second, I got to make sure that Alireza doesn't have tricks up his sleeve. I've fallen victim to those tricks for many, many years, and so has everybody.
But here, if you make a couple more careful moves, Black's initiative runs out. He just takes and he goes straight down the middle. Which
he did exactly the same thing in the Italian earlier. That is a very committal decision, and it's one disapproved of by the computer very strongly.
Because it's helping black activate pieces. That's what it's doing. He could have just made an improving move or two, and black didn't have much activity, but ironically, Danya, he's giving black more activity. He tried to quell the activity, and now he created more, and Alireza wasn't in the right mental state. He had to find bishop f8. Now queen b7 is just a knockout punch.
Queen takes b7. It hits f7. It makes contact with a rook on a8, and so you cannot take this knight. I think this is just queen takes b7 was missed by Firouzja, but the game does still heat up, so there's chances, I think, for white to go wrong as well.
But not taking some time there to come up with the concept of bishop f8 clearly indicates a degree of tilt.
Queen c3, I mean, I think he was so happy to see open files for his pieces that, you know, he acted a little bit impulsively. It was still a very difficult position, I think, with a pass pawn on d5, bishop f8, very calm reaction, and Magnus, he does not miss these one movers. If you're Alireza, I think you have to get your king out of the checking zone because queen takes f7 just ends the game immediately. But the problem is Magnus has, just like Alireza did in the previous game, a passed a-pawn. This one might actually decide the game in his favor.
We see
a6 is coming.
We see Magnus there doing the Hikaru, bobbing the head, listening to some music. And
glad you clarified because that could mean like 30 different things.
Correct, correct. Like playing good moves. King h7, and you definitely don't take on f7 here with the queen because the queen needs to hit the rook on a8 in order to avoid rook takes e5 by black. But yeah, Danya, just a6.
a6.
And then queen sacrifices all over to promote the pawn.
Exactly. When a pawn is on a6 like this, is anchored by the bishop. I want to show a very quick line, which I think actually fails for white, but just to give people a sense of what you're talking about. If Magnus finds a6, let's throw up an analysis board, and black plays rook a b8. See, this tells you how concrete you have to be. Queen takes b8 is very enticing here because after rook takes b8, yeah, you're giving up the rook on e1, but you're going to make a new queen. But this is what Alireza is so good at. Suddenly black plays knight e4, and it's a dogfight because queen takes f2 is a mate threat. White has to drop the queen away, the knight back. Black drops his queen away, and if white promotes, after knight d2, white is on the cusp of losing the game.
Yep.
This is what makes the king's Indian bishop so good. It's a great defensive piece and potentially a great attacking piece that can jump in at the right moment. So after rook b8, Magnus should just make a calm, retreating move like queen c6. This is the secret sauce. But let's see if Alireza can throw up one last stage of resistance here. a6, of course, he found it. It's almost like he's the highest rated player in chess history.
Yes. Also, it's like he knows how to push up on one square, which was attacked twice, and now it's defended twice. And he's going to make a couple more moves, and that's going to be it. Danya, this is not what the doctor ordered. I said it at the end of the last game. Now he's got one more game, Alireza, to stabilize. At most, he has two.
Yeah, I think most players, they point to the 3-point lead as the big sort of defining moment. If you get down by 3 or more, you consider that a big deficit, and that's when things can spiral out of control. If you can keep it to 2 or less, you feel like you're very much in the match, and you feel like anything, can change within 10, 15 minutes. He will be on that cusp. He will be down by 2 unless Magnus blunders here. Queen c6, he found that immediately.
Yes, he calculated that, and in a shocking turn of events, the best player of all time does not hang a rook. Queen goes to d4. The rooks are staring at each other. I mean, by the way, what's just to stop me from trading the rooks and maybe trading the queens as well? Or
yeah, you have to get this queen off of d4 because knight e4 is actually a big threat by Alireza.
Just queen c4, drop back, and
you could even push the other pawn, opening up another defender on the e4 square. This is devastating.
d6, rook b2. You as long as you don't see any ghosts, right? As long as you have queen b2 is rook b2 rather, attacking the pawn on f2 is very mildly problematic, very mildly scary.
Maybe knight d3 there, but that has to be calculated. And Magnus, again, using his time well. He has 90 seconds. I think he's basically choosing a win. And Levy, you called it queen c4 is the most clinical move. Now he can play knight f3 with tempo, and one of these pawns ought to decide the game. Maybe both of them at the same time.
Yeah, just keep pushing them. You can defend against them laterally with the black rook, but you are down too many pawns here. Yeah, I like knight f3, knight d3. Knight f3 is a very natural move. Yeah, some people might be wondering, why would we lose the pawn there? Because the a6 pawn is just simply too strong.
Yeah, knight f3 played, queen takes d5. You can even push a7 and probably secure that pawn with a rook. But, I mean, it's easy to take all of this for granted when Magnus is doing it. If you're sitting across from white's pieces, converting these types of positions suddenly seems pretty hard. But after d6, it also threatens queen takes f7. There's too many threats, and there's no source of counterplay for black. There isn't a single target. So you're basically praying that white blunders something in one move, not a winning strategy.
I don't even know how white could blunder here if he tried. Something more subtle than just straight up blundering a queen, let's say. But, okay, Magnus is down to 35 seconds.
On time, and Alireza, again, he's resisting, he's bending, but not breaking just yet. Maybe he just throws his rook on the second rank and goes for this f2 pawn.
Yeah, g5, of course. We saw this counterplay also created previously.
Magnus, nope. H3, shutting it all down and making some lift for his king while he's at it. This one's over. Bishop to d3 is another huge problem for black. This is grim.
What more to say? We're in the final moments here, but that's it. Wow, he just resigns. And Magnus Carlsen has a 2-game lead. Having said that, we knew this was going to happen for about 5 minutes. So it's not like we're in shock. But I will remind us again, this is a 3-game winning streak now for Magnus, and Alireza changes his openings, Danya. Will he change the King's Indian in the next game with black?
It's hard to say, and sometimes you react emotionally to a loss like that. I think the King's Indian has served him well, right? It got him his first victory in fantastic style. I think the culprit there was the move c7, c6. At the same time, he might feel like Magnus is adjusting to his particular treatment of the King's Indian, which is not conventional. Alireza has a very expansive opening repertoire, but 1d4, right? As a lifelong e4 player, this tells us he wants a new set of positions. He plays one of the most contentious, heated opening variations of the Nimzo, the Samish, where you build up a huge center, but the c4 pawn is in black's crosshairs, and the knight often visits the a5 square, which it's going to do momentarily.
This is a very, very, very dynamic choice.
He is not h5.
Yeah, he's not trying to play this for any form of a draw. Somebody will win or lose this game just simply by the degree of imbalance. Dani, you pointed out the c4 pawn for white is weak, but oftentimes black takes so much time to win it that he gets there and goes, why did I do this in the first place? My entire position is collapsing.
I'm pretty confident this is still preparation because knight f6 to h5. Now the queen replaces the knight. He's not worried about hg because the queen now protects the rook, so white doesn't have, or at least the sting is taken out of the move g4. Magnus in his element once again. You're right, Levy. This is the moment where Alireza has to show his mettle in this first segment because Magnus is feeling really confident right now.
Yeah, when Magnus is singing songs while playing you, it's probably not a good sign. He was not singing the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Long castle. And Danya, it's been 13 moves. White has the whole set of pieces on the back row.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say white has the whole set of pieces on the Etienne.
Yeah. I knew it. I knew when I said it. Yes,
right?
I did.
The person who sets up the pawn, that's the one who should be thanked. But Etienne Bacrot, MVL, name a French GM, none of them would want the white pieces here. Not even Alireza. He needs to find a way to get some of these kingside pieces deployed. The issue is that if you play knight e2, you blunder the c4 pawn. Maybe bishop d3 should be played, but the big problem is Magnus is going to start chipping away at white's center, and once it starts crumbling and the position starts opening up, then black's development advantage is going to be at the forefront, and it might be the deciding factor here. f6 on the board.
There goes f6, yeah. The way Magnus has played this position is one that we tell beginners, which is develop your pieces, castle your king, you know? And we say you got to get strong enough to get better, but you got to get strong enough to break the rules. But this is kind of an example of why, Danya.
Yeah, I mean, white is fighting a lost cause here. f4 is the blue arrow move, discovering an attack against the knight, but the black queen could slide over to f7, then f4 is also actually going to be hanging.
It's not a good sign that every move for Firouzja to improve his position is another move not developing a piece.
Which means another move of the pawn, and he's found this one, f4, but queen f7, it's a possible move. g4 is also possible, shutting down the king side, but you don't want to shut down any pawn tension if you can avoid it, because every source of pawn tension here is in black's favor, given the development advantage he's got.
Absolutely. He can even take on f4. He might as well begin opening the position, right? Just
sacking the knight and then taking on g3 and taking on e5.
Absolutely. It depends, because we have seen a relatively impatient Magnus, but queen f7 is full of patience.
And now g takes f4 is the obvious straightforward threat. Knight to e2 would be my instinct, but the problem is gf4, fe5, then the f-file opens up, the rook's going to slide over. Something is going to give here for white. That's the feeling that you get. Can Alireza pull some wizardry out of his hat? He's not wearing one.
I don't know. I'm really not sure. This is not good for Firouzja. He can't wait for this segment to end.
And there's 8 minutes and change left in this first 90-minute segment. I agree. He wants this to be faster paced. His intuition, his bullet skills, he's the bullet champion. That's what he wants to harness. But you can't go in with a 4-point deficit. And he's close to that right now. He's close to a 3-point deficit. Down in 2 minutes. I don't see a move here. I'm looking at the eval bar, 0.8. That's meaningless. This looks a lot worse than that.
Yeah, it's never good when you can't think of a move. And just to be clear, the computer is saying that the best move for white is to start taking and opening the position, which I'm not sure any human being can do here.
Can I just show this crazy line that seems to be the only way for white to keep some chances alive? It's to start, as you said, Levy, by voluntarily exchanging everything on the king side, putting the queen on f3, which is logical. Now black has a lovely tactic. You can trade on f3 and exploit this undefended rook with knight to f4. This is happening, by the way. Alireza has started well by trading on g5. Now, rook takes h8 allows knight takes d3 check, loses. But white defends thanks to bishop h7. This is the only move. Now, black can now give a check on d3, but white just steps aside with his king. This is the path and how narrow it is.
And it's happening. It's happening.
And Alireza would not be in the SCC finals, neither would Magnus if they couldn't reproduce engine lines. It's all happening.
But did he see bishop h7, or is
he? Maybe, but he's about to because it's the only move, and he's going to see it now. And he's going to play it.
He has to.
There's nothing else.
He might also try king d2, which loses to a really long forcing sequence of moves. But, I mean, if he's got to find bishop h7 if he wants any hope of winning this match.
And Levy, the problem with king d2, as well as rook takes h8, it's not that you lose a piece immediately.
No!
It's that you're going to lose a piece on the f-file because both of your pieces on the f-file are undefended. So Magnus is going to take the rook, return to f8, and you're just going to start dropping everything. The c-pawn is going to drop, the knight's going to come to a5, and your position is going to crumble. Alireza was oh so close to having real chances here, but rook f8 is going to seal the deal. And knight a5 now.
Yeah, and
goodbye.
And Magnus is finding every move instantly, like a Terminator, just not even
Oh my gosh. And look at this, he's going to put a pawn on g4, create a stronghold for his rook on f3. Domination here.
And he's going to take on c4, maybe even with the bishop. He could take it with the knight, but even with the bishop is probably good enough.
Knight takes c4 check here. You could start with g4 if you want to be really clinical. Then knight takes c4, throw in rook f3, and only then pick up the knight on c4.
But everything is winning. Everything is winning.
And look at the time advantage as well. It seems he's been up 2-3 minutes every one of these last 4 games that he's about to end again.
Just to point out, and there we have a resignation. Magnus Carlsen has a 3-game lead, a 4-game winning streak.
Okay, 1e4. Magnus changes the opening.
Yes.
Look at that.
He does.
I'll do it before you can.
And Alireza plays an invitation for a Taimanov Sicilian. Magnus playing an Alapin with c3 and d4.
And this is a treat. They're playing my entire repertoire.
What about b6?
Well, the bishop d2 is the fashionable line. Bishop d2, bishop b7, and knight c3. This is a really old setup. The idea is to basically establish a stronghold on the d5 square and support it with your light squared bishop.
I do just want to say, Alireza would have played bishop to h7 in the previous game had he not lost multiple games in a row. I think his confidence has taken a bit of a hit here, and we are moments away from him either getting back into this match or it being a wash. And he's got to muster it up in himself. You got to stop the bleeding, get the draw, get the break. 3 games is still doable.
But this is very likely the last game with 4.5 left of the 5-minute segment. Magnus, he doesn't play the Alapin often. I can't recall the last time I saw Magnus. He plays the anti-Sicilians, but e4, c5, c3 is an uncommon sighting by the world champion, but he seems to know how to play everything equally. Now, Levy, one very interesting idea here for white is actually to take on d5. Super counterintuitive. The point is you then develop the knight to c3 and try to push this pawn forward to d5. He plays knight c3 right away.
Also makes sense.
Bishop will drop back to d3, and he will just give away the c-pawn because who cares about it?
But Danya, this is known to be quite dangerous because of the idea of h4.
Yep, and bishop to g5.
And Alireza's going for it, but he might have just fallen.
No.
Bishop g5 is a pretty famous trap, I think, to get into a Greek gift, an accelerated Greek gift.
Oh, and Magnus moves his rook. Should I show that?
Yes.
So bishop g5 here. Now, there's 2 important lines. If bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and it's not bad for black because the rook on a8 is hanging. It's bad because of this discovery. And Levy, you called it. The reason bishop takes g5 is bad is because of the Greek gift on bishop takes h7. Now pick up the bishop and king g6, queen g4. Everybody should know this. Black loses. That was a chance for Magnus, and Alireza doesn't give him a second one.
No, he doesn't give him a second one, and now Magnus has a bad structure, and Alireza's back in the game. Not just back in the game, he's playing for a win. He's not playing not to lose this one.
And he has to. And this was a huge moment because bishop g5 was nearly winning. Now with a bad pawn structure for white, Magnus has to maybe deploy his rook, put it on g1. That takes a while. Now, obviously, knight takes d4 here is not possible because of the classic discovery on h7.
We see Magnus there very unhappy, by the way. Very unhappy.
Probably looking through that game, saying bishop g5. Rook b1 was kind of an automatic reaction. Let me tell you, I'm still scared if I'm Alireza, because Levy, Magnus is not done with the king side here.
No, he's absolutely not. But you do wonder, what happens if black just plays pawn to g6? Where is the attack?
Yeah, that's a very typical defensive idea. He plays f5, similar concept.
Firouzja style, you know? In the style of Firouzja. f5, listen, if you don't take it en passant, Tanya, the attack, you could kiss it goodbye.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, black might be operating on the king side before long. d5 is a very common theme here, but not in this position because e5 will drop. Maybe f4. But then you can kiss any bishop activity goodbye.
Yeah, both, by the way. The dark squared bishop can't, and he does it, but this looks not great. And yeah, the pawn is hanging, and he's taking it. And this is the Firouzja we need to see.
And queen takes e1 and knight f3 is this is what Magnus might have missed. Now, obviously, bishop d4, queen d4, he cannot take on h7 any longer because bishops don't jump over pawns. Last I checked, maybe they do where Magnus is from. No, just kidding. But the problem with a move like rook c1 is queen takes c1 and knight f3. Magnus paying the ultimate price for weakening his king side. You might have to go king h1 here. But then queen drops back to c6.
Yes, and you just get bludgeoned.
Unreal.
You get bludgeoned on the light squares. No, I think this is a series of events, Danya, stemming from the fact that Magnus feels as though he missed the chance. Now, I have a question for you. Do you resign with a minute on the clock? I mean, obviously not right here. You play a few more moves. But let's say he blunders. Is he going to resign and try to get another 5+1 game?
I don't think so. I think Magnus is essentially equally confident in his ability in all the segments. Maybe if this was a 3-minute segment and we were going into the bullet, he would, but I just don't see him feeling that this is hopeless enough to warrant a decision like that. He goes king g2.
Queen c6? Queen c6, king g3?
Or even f3, or king g3.
But then this king h8 and black is also attacking on the g8. King h8, rook g8, g5 is a monster attack.
But now rook c1 is possible. Of course, the point of king g2 is to evade this queen takes e1 trick.
Queen is coming to d5, Danya.
Oh, look at this. Leaving the knight on pre, but using tactics to hold it together. Firouzja.
That was very nice, because we're in France. En prix.
En prix.
Yeah.
My pronunciation was very nice.
Très bon.
Merci.
Très bon.
Merci beaucoup.
Let's just do the whole thing in French.
I think there is a French broadcast upstairs, though.
Yeah.
They might not too kindly.
Yes. Shout out to Blitz stream. And I mean, I would hate to play this with white. It almost feels like you can't even make a move. Where do you move? I mean, if you take on d4, queen d5.
Bishop c4, rook c4, and again queen d5.
Maybe you try to trade some pieces and defend an endgame. Rook c8 also looks miserable. Rook c8, queen b1 stuff, but then queen d5 is fatal.
Everything you do, you lose something. If you play f3, so that queen d5 doesn't come with check, queen takes a2 will come with check. Magnus is just trying to juggle so many things at the same time. The simplest option might be the best for white. Just take on d4, accept the opposite colored bishop endgame. Yeah, it's miserable, but we've seen Magnus defend worse positions than this. He's also down 2 minutes on the clock, so the roles have reversed in this final game, which Alireza has to win.
For sure, and that would be huge for him. After suffering a 4-game losing streak and clearly tilting, Magnus, though, finds the best move and says, all right, come get me.
And look at that pawn on d7. Magnus paying attention to every target in his opponent's position. This is the only way to keep the game going. Guess what? If d7 falls, the other pawns could fall like dominoes.
It's very instructive, Danya. You've got to trade queens here with white, rather with black, and then start going on a pawn race like Pac-Man. You go queen d1, rook c2, you lose the pawn on d7, but you try to win all of white's pawns. It's absolute chaos there. Or you can play queen takes f4, but it's not really clear if you're trying to keep the queens on or not. It's too dangerous.
Bishop takes d7, forks the rook on e6. I agree with your first suggestion. I think you trade on d1, and you use the fact that the king can slide up to f7 and give much-needed support to kind of the linchpin of black structure. Magnus, this is why he's so hard to bring down. Everything is going against him. He missed a chance earlier in the game, but he always seems to find it in himself to defend objectively.
And I love how we see him still enjoying himself there. It's very funny watching chess with an eval bar because you're like, why is he so happy? Nothing has changed. His eval is the same as it's been. It's because as a human, you feel, oh, I'm going to defend this endgame. The opposite colored bishops are there, which is an important thing to point out. And the more pawns that get traded, like if the queens and rooks disappeared right now, it's likely just going to be a draw. 1 pawn advantage, even 2 sometimes, is not enough to win an opposite colored bishop endgame. But with rooks and queens, it's much more likely.
The trend of the game is sometimes even more important than the present evaluation. You give this to Firouzja with no other information, absolutely, sign me up. You show Firouzja what he had a couple moves ago, he's a lot more reluctant. Now the big decision for white, which piece do you take on d7? Because bishop takes d7 is the tempting move for me. Maybe Alireza wants to jettison both of these pawns and launch an attack against white's king. Position his own bishop on c5, use the d-file for his rook. Maybe queen takes d7 is the secret sauce. And Magnus has 45 seconds to figure this out.
And you see, now suddenly, he's not so happy. He kind of like threw his hand up there, which is hilarious because...
He ate queen e6, and Alireza threading mate in 2.
Yeah, literally. And if rook e2, I mean, you must be losing there as well. Rook c1 and queen g4.
Mate. Oh, rook e2, rook c1 is sick. He's got to go bishop e2. A retreating, miserable-looking move that he has to find.
But there's no way Alireza saw that, and now it's there, and Alireza's in for a rude awakening.
Look at this. Queen d2, king f1. The guy won't lose.
Rook c5, but the bishop just goes somewhere, or queen e8 ideas.
And if the rook moves, you're right, bishop f1, bishop g2, and guess what? If Magnus gets this e-pawn rolling, he's got some threats of his own.
Alireza has to lock in. He's got to lean forward here like the meme, and he has to win this game. He cannot get even with Magnus on the clock.
And he's trying to find a way to do it. Maybe a slow move is what he needs. He's looking for the forcing option other than a meaningless check on g5 and rook takes e2, which doesn't do anything because rook e2, queen g4, the king slides over to f1, protecting the rook. I think black has perpetual there, but not more than that. You might not have anything that you like here, Levy. If that's the case, what do you do?
Right. I'm actually not sure because you want to play pawn to g6, but then queen f6 check comes in all the time.
And if you play h6, creating some loof, you're allowing queen e8. That is a really hard move to make yourself play.
Absolutely, because you're not the one playing on the light squares here. It's your opponent. So
you mentioned the time advantage is down below 20 seconds.
Alireza is deep in the tank here. 40 seconds already elapsed on this move.
What does he do? How does he keep the fire burning? Magnus found bishop e2. That was a crazy defensive move. A check on g5 by Firouzja.
Yes, and now maybe he will go g6. Now he will go g6.
But first, where does Magnus go? He goes to f1, all hands on deck.
Yes, which was the best move, by the way. Not a lot of people would have gone there, abandoning the h2 pawn, but it's the best move.
But it's a 3-result game now, and it's an even time situation, 20 seconds. Alireza down on time.
Anya, bishop c4 wins for white.
That is a crushing threat.
It literally wins the game. This is unbelievable.
And you could go h6 and try to evacuate the king, but then it's pandemonium on the board. 8 seconds for Firouzja as he drops back to e7. He's down a pawn now,
but
temporarily.
Now he can take on a2, but then bishop d3. Rook c... Oh, my God.
And he's in defense mode now.
Now the bishop moves, defending e5 and threatens mate.
I apologize. He's not down a pawn. He was up a pawn. 1 minus 1 equals 0.
Yes.
Wasn't a math major. Apologies.
Yeah, we got a history major here. It's all right. I did stats.
Well, I know we got a statistics major somewhere
Yeah, but
there.
I don't do arithmetic. e6, this looks really tough to defend as black. And how does he have 3 seconds? Where did that happen?
Magnus now down to 5 seconds. A time scramble to finish a scintillating 5+1 segment. The position now looks drawish because Alireza has the e7 square under control.
Actually, who's attacking who, by the way?
Threatening f2. The bishop's jockeying for position. 2 seconds for both sides. A repetition in the cards.
Yes.
Yes.
Alireza wants it over. No!
No, but
yes.
He's going to come back to g5.
And that's it.
And a 3-point lead is what Magnus ends the first segment with. What a final game, Levy. A draw bookends the first segment of the SCC Championship.
Magnus absolutely on fire, demonstrating the experience, demonstrating the class, demonstrating the it's not your time just yet. It was predicted he would have a 2-game lead by our Smarter Chess before the match, but he's got a 3-game lead.
And Smarter Chess shines through once again after that embarrassing prediction in Hikaru versus Alireza. Magnus with 6, Alireza with 3, came very close to winning that final game. But Magnus's experience, his resilience, his gumption, it all shines through, and that 4-game winning streak is what made the difference, Levy. The game review is going to address that. but this was an impressive first 90 minutes.
Yeah, we got a game review coming up. Also, do just want to say I've been informed that Nolan Arbaugh, who was the first Neuralink patient, and an incredibly inspiring story, is here live in Paris at the watch party for those that want to say hello. Danya, we got a game review.
We do, and the audience had a chance to say hello to us, but now hello to game review, and I've chosen the game that finished Magnus's win streak. He won 4 in a row. This is the penultimate game of the segment that pushed his lead up to 3. Magnus with the black pieces. He plays a Nimzo Indian after Alireza switched from 1 e4 to 1 d4. Alireza trying to win essentially on demand, complicating the game with a Samish or a Nimzovich variation of the Nimzo Indian, building up a very imposing pawn center. But this is up Magnus's alley. All preparation, starting with a very impressive maneuver. Knight to h5, vacating the f6 square for the queen. And the point of this quizzical construction is that after hg, hg, g4, looks like the knight is lost. No, because the queen is suddenly defending the rook. Alireza down on time, down in terms of development, continues to push his pawns, and g3, that was the reticent move that started the fire. Magnus castling queenside, blasting open the center with f6. Alireza with an excellent set of defensive moves. f4 attacking the knight. Magnus slides the queen over to defend it. We get a bunch of trades. Alireza gets the queens off the board. It looks like the worst is behind him, but no, another wave of attack begins with knight f4. Lovely tactics by Magnus using the exposed position of white's king and the lack of rook coordination. Now this was the critical moment. Alireza had to find a crazy defensive move, and after knight to d3 check, move the king up to e2. Black is still better here, but white would have had real drawing chances. Instead, Firouzja takes on h8, walking into a set of moves that quickly led to resignation. Both of these pieces are undefended. They're skewered. You have to move the king back. Losing c4. Magnus creates a stronghold on f3, and because that rook is going to land on f3 and cause white to lose both of his minor pieces and maybe even get checkmated in a line like this, Alireza resigned the game, handing the 3-point lead to Magnus. He's got work to do, but he's got the time to do it. We've got 90 more minutes of this SCC final match left. Alireza facing a 3-point deficit and needs to build back some momentum. Levy Rosman.
That was an interesting tale of two halves. In the beginning, it was all Alireza. He looked dazzling. He played a couple of fantastic games. But then Magnus took over. He got down 1, and he ended up winning 4 games in a row. Right as Alireza took a lead, it seemed like everything spun out of control. Danya, he has to stabilize in 3+1, or we're going to have another match that's a runaway before the bullet.
There were some bright spots for Alireza. He played that incredible King's Indian game. He needs more of that. He needs more moxie, and we'll see if he's got more gas left in the tank. You won't want to miss the next segment of this match, and you certainly will not want to miss your chance to take a piece of this historic event home with exclusive 2024 SCC Finals merch. Get your hands on the limited edition commemorative t-shirt and show the world that you were a part of it all. Go.chess.com/merch or simply !merch if you are participating in the chat in order to shop now. Show your support for this historic event right now. !merch in the chat. We see Magnus Carlsen holding up the king. He is the king of the SCC. He's the reigning SCC champion, and he seeks to extend his title 1 more year. But Alireza Firouzja might have something to say about that. The 3-minute segment returns when we come back.
Yeah. Maybe the most serious question I can ask, especially since you just played the best move on the board. When the Neuralink news first hit, and I'm sure for you at this point, it's like a wild storm, right? But the chess community's reaction that was in many ways sort of given fire by a tweet from Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, was that chess is over, referencing cheating, referencing obviously the idea that what would stop Neuralink from putting in a chess computer. I mean, Stockfish is easily put in, and the idea that that would be in some way ability to recommend a move to you that wouldn't be necessarily visible or detectable in any way. Like, without knowledge of things, often that's what makes people more paranoid or more worried about conspiracies. This is the truth, right? So what could you tell us about this?
Right now, it's definitely not possible. Right now, the Neuralink only reads, it doesn't write. What I mean by that is it can read my intentions, it can read my movements in my motor cortex. It can't like make me move. It can't input stuff into my brain to make me move or anything. It's just not possible. So if you think about something like Stockfish AlphaZero being put in a Neuralink, it wouldn't be able to send messages into my brain. People are always like, is Elon Musk just like constantly streaming, I don't know, like Rick Astley into your mind right now? You're just constantly getting Rickrolled. It's just not happening. Now, in the future, when they're trying to do different things with the Neuralink, I think it is a real possibility that the Neuralink will be able to write onto the brain. I think that's something that is, you know, reality that could happen at some point. One of the first things that comes to mind is helping the blind, because there are ways to use a Neuralink in order to help the blind see, and they're already working on it. And so that's writing onto the brain in some form. Now, I know that Elon wants to do things more like being able to, you know, like real-time translate stuff. So there will no longer be a language barrier between people. Like someone speaks to you in one language and the Neuralink is just translating it, and like real-time inputting words and then outputting into your brain, like telling you like what it's saying and then translating that back. So I think it's going to be possible one day. I know that that's the plan, is to do things along these lines. So as far as, you know, having a chess engine on the Neuralink, I think it's possible, but at the same time, I don't think it would be that hard to mitigate. I don't think it would be that hard to control, because like the Neuralink sends out a signal. All you would have to do is like make sure it's off. If someone had a computer or something right next to them while playing a game, you would know that, hey, they're probably cheating. You could literally just kill all the electronics in the place and they wouldn't be able to use it. You would be able to detect signals. You would be able to detect, you know, a Bluetooth signal, because that's what I use with Neuralink. So I don't think it's that much of an issue. Maybe in online chess, but I'm sure there are ways to work around that. It is something that I think, like, as that day comes, we'll find the solution.
It's halftime for the Speed Chess Championship Finals, and it's nighttime here in Paris, or almost nighttime. I had a walk at the Louvre the other night and saw the balloon for the Olympics, the Olympic torch go up. That was amazing. I don't even know what's going on with that. It's been amazing here in Paris. It's been amazing at the E spot, and this finals so far has also been pretty amazing. It was a back and forth affair, especially at first, Robert. Back and forth, Firouzja won 2 in a row, took the lead, Magnus came storming back, but it's been all Magnus ever since.
Yeah, it's actually been an amazing recovery from Magnus, because when you lose a couple games in a row, sometimes you can go on a quick tilt. But instead, it's him coming out at his best, and Magnus turned this match around completely. And Denny, if that last game had gone Magnus' way thanks to that tactic, he could have fully tilted Alireza.
Yeah, it was close. In fact, but right back at that point, though, Firouzja had moments to win that game, too. In fact, Firouzja was better in pushing. That would have actually given us exact smarter chess predictions. I know you weren't rooting for that.
No, but in all honesty, it was a pretty good prediction. Magnus the favorite in the longer time control. But that at the start, you could tell Alireza wasn't feeling it. But then he was very sharp. Unfortunately, time trouble has not been his best friend throughout the early going.
At the same time, though, the main point I want to make as we head into the faster portion is that I predicted before the match started, or said, that I believe Magnus needs a lead heading into Bullet. That wasn't just hyperbole or like, hey, everybody, if it becomes a blowout, stay tuned. I mean it. I think that Alireza Firouzja is going to not just prove the smarter chess predictions wrong, but shock the world with his Bullet play. I think he's going to get at least a couple games. I really do. So as much as this is Magnus's match right now in 3-game lead, what is your take? Do you agree with me about that? Do you think Magnus is also thinking, I want a lead going into Bullet?
Well, I picked Alireza to win the match, so I do believe that he's the favorite in the shortest of time controls. But the key now is to keep his composure. He's down by 3 points. It's not an insurmountable lead. He can recover from it, and he gets a well-timed break because he was, sliding. He did get that last draw, but from a position of strength. So that's also going to hurt your soul a little bit. So if he can rebound during this break, we saw him back here. He went to his room to get a little rest in. If he can get a game or two here in the 3+1, as you said, he might not even be that much of an underdog heading into the bullet despite a potential deficit.
I agree. So what do you think he's doing at the break? Let's just elaborate and get a little bit of Coach Hess's advice. Where are you at? Where are you focusing on if you're advising Alireza? Opening changes, just mindset changes. What are your thoughts on what he needs to do to at least make sure the lead doesn't get any bigger going into bullet?
Well, he could channel his inner Hikaru and do puzzle rush. We saw Hikaru hit an all-time high yesterday on this seat right behind us. But I think for if you're Alireza, you just have to figure out how to use your time against Magnus, because there are some times where Magnus goes into deep things early and Alireza can be the faster player. But then also when Alireza had a big lead on the clock, there were some moments where I felt like he played a little bit too quickly. So all the best players in the world, they talk about when is that correct moment to spend that time, when it's you use the clock as a weapon, the 17th piece, as James Candy likes to call it. So it's a big question, and I think for Alireza, when you're playing the best player in the world, does anyone know how to beat him? Hikaru has beaten him before, but on the whole, typically when you go into Magnus, he is the favorite.
Okay, well, speaking of what Canty likes to call it, Canty, wait, this isn't Canty, this is Catney. Meet Catney. What do you think, Neutral Cat? What are your thoughts? Not really sure. It's hard to do that face. Neutral Cat doesn't have a lot of thoughts. We're going to get it to James Canty in a second, but we are going to thank our sponsor, Displate. Again, remind you can go to displate.com/chess to get up to 32% off this weekend. It's kind of a big deal. There are some amazing Displates here. There's more than 1 million pieces of art on their website. They've got the new Tetra shiny stuff going on. Again, I'm going to just throw it up here. We already got one on there. Well, it's pretty easy to just take it off and do it again.
Yeah.
And I'll come back with it.
As you said, any occasion, no matter the score, no matter how you're feeling, you can put a new one on.
You can put it on there. And Neutral Cat, not a great commentator, but looks great on the wall for any household. Matches just about everything. But, all right, well, we got Coach Hess's thoughts. We got Neutral Cat's thoughts. And, again, thank you to Displate. Reminder, if you're going to buy a Displate, please do it this weekend. It supports the event. And if you go to displate.com/chess, you support the entire chess community and help us put on these events. We thank you and your support. We really do appreciate it. All right, Neutral Cat, you're not the third commentator here. We have one that is ready and wants to get in on the action. There's all kinds of action upstairs. So, James Canty, what are you doing up there with Angeline? And take it away.
What's going on, guys? We are here at the watch party upstairs. Guys, can we hear some noise from you guys? Woo! Oh, man. It's a party up here, okay? It's a lot of fun up here. There's lots of chess. You know what I mean? Exactly, right? There's a lot of chess up here, lots of fun, lots of games, of course, just like this one. As we were trying to guess some pieces, and we have Angeline here to tell us more about what this game looks like, this right here in front of us.
Hi, this is Arjan from the community team. So we have too many challenges actually here for everyone to have fun. And this one is about guessing how many pieces we have in the jar. Okay. So I dare you, how many pieces we have?
I would say 200. That was my guess. 203, in fact. 203.
Well, almost there. Whenever you're ready, I can tell you the number.
What is it?
The number is 271.
271! Energy! 271! 271 for the number. Okay, they didn't get it. Yeah. But 271 pieces.
Yeah, 271 pieces, yes. The thing is we got only one winner here on site, but one winner online. And we have to say thank you so much to everyone who participated. Online we have thousands of people guessing. And out of those thousand, the online, only one was actually the winner.
Wow.
Only one.
Well, what did they win?
They win, tan-tan-tan-tan-tan-tan. Oh. This amazing board signed by the 4 players. So the wooden board is going to be delivered. Well, we need to actually coordinate the logistics. But the lucky winner, well, lucky, yes, but also a good eye, I will say, guessing is Dario Ferrari. Yeah. That's actually on Twitter. Yes, but on site, maybe the person is here. We don't know. The winner on site is Elise Ramayoli.
Elisa Admirolmi.
Well, if Elise is not here, actually, yeah. If Elise is not here, anyways, we are going to contact them. And yeah, we invite everyone on site also to participate. We have like the setup challenge. We have a lot of things over there. And even like we had some online tournaments. So yeah, everyone could have fun here in the first floor.
That's amazing. That's so nice here. We're here at the watch party. Well, we're actually going to give a round of applause to our commentators over there, as we can see. Let's get a round of applause for the commentators, Danya and Levy, as we send it right back over to them. Guys, take it away.
Well, we're back in the live finals of the Speed Chess Championship with one segment complete, and Magnus Carlsen's attempt to secure a second consecutive title against the hometown favorite, Alireza Firouzja, who is a comeback artiste, Levy Rosman. Remember, he defeated Magnus twice in the CCT finals. He was down a point in the first of those matches. This kid, he might bend, but it is very hard to break him. He is down 3, but he's got a lot of time to make up that deficit.
I also will add, he beat Hikaru Nakamura in a loser's bracket comeback and then a reset. I think Alireza Firouzja is the only person to beat both Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in a calendar year from the loser's bracket side of things. So if there's one man alive who can make this comeback against Magnus today, it's him.
And maybe the best news is that the reduced time control, 3+1. This is where Alireza's bread might be buttered. He's got the white pieces to start off the segment. He's already played an Italian. Magnus responded with a weird medley of setups. H6, bishop b7. That was the game where Magnus played the g5 move. So maybe Alireza wants him to remember that game to build up some momentum.
Oh, A3 is not a move you see in the Italian. So these guys are basically just playing whatever they want. A3 is not a move he would have played in the 5+1, I feel like. But it's a faster blitz control, Danya, so he's just trying to play on flow.
And maybe that's the biggest adjustment he needs to make. Play on intuition, avoid those big time deficits. Both players playing pretty quickly, but I like this for Alireza. Very typical idea. Knight to d5, super annoying. You can't take with the knight because the pawn recaptures with a fork. If you take with a bishop, which you might have to, and then move the knight back to b8, you hand over the bishop pair, which is a pretty big asset in these lines.
And if the pawn takes on d5, it'll likely be traded on c6. That's exactly what happens. It's a great call by you. Here White can just play h3 in castles, or push for d4 potentially, but definitely we're going to see the bishop dropping back to b3 or a2 so that the queenside b and c pawns can get moving.
That's exactly right, because Black can either go c6, as you pointed out, fight for the center, or deploy this knight to d7 and potentially to b6. So your celebration there with White might be short-lived, and that break felt like it lasted like 30 seconds. Magnus and Alireza are back in the saddle. They're back at their computer screens. And Alireza is back to pushing his a-pawn one more square.
Why was that such a bad move? And also, why did he not just castle? Like, why a4 now, right? Because it was clear that Magnus was going to play for c6. So, yeah, Alireza really surprising me. He's got to castle his king, Danya.
And he heard you loud and clear, but Magnus occupies the center. Feels like Black is now potentially in the driver's seat. White still has the bishop pair. It's not like this center is going to cause you trouble in the next 2 or 3 moves, but Magnus might get his bishop to d6, his rook to e8, and eventually a move like e5, e4 could be a problem. This bishop on a2 is also a problem.
That's true, and it went to c4. Now it dropped back to a2. At some point, White's got to fight for something in the center of the board. You got everything on the 3rd rank.
I think we're going to get a phase of the game where both sides kind of assemble their pieces in the center. I was going to say, I'm thinking about preparing b4, but preparing is not really in Alireza's dictionary. He's like, it's go time. And the c6 pawn is in the crosshairs of White's queen. This is good full board awareness.
By the way, b5 for White is going to be a problem. So Magnus correctly takes, and now we're going to clear out a bunch of pawns and see what is remaining.
Queen takes c6, though, not automatically played by the Frenchman with 2 names. Vachier-Lagrave. No, just kidding. Alireza Firouzja. Maxime might be somewhere close by, I'm sure. Most top players are watching this match. If you're not watching this match, you better be doing something really important, like running the world.
Yeah, if they're not watching the match, they're just jealous they're not playing in the final. So shout out to all top players watching. Why is he not taking on c6? What could possibly be better?
Or what could possibly be wrong with this move? He finally does it. Something was worrying him here. Now, the queen does not get trapped here. Rook to c8 may be a cause for concern. Maybe Black even has a repetition. Rook to b8, but clearly White is not the one fighting for an advantage here. Queen to a5. Oh. Now you've got a little threat here with rook e8. Magnus is so sharp once again.
He's got to get the queen out of there. Well, he could always go to b5. But then the question is that a trade that you want? You know, you've got some queen side opening up. You might be down a pawn, but you've got some compensation.
But you have to give up the a-pawn. I think you got to save your queen. Queen, a-pawn. That's a hard decision, but I think I'll rather save the queen.
Where do you go here with white? And clearly Alireza doesn't know either because he's down a minute.
Bishop b3. So he sees something tactical after rook e8.
But what is
queen
it?
Queen b7, rook c7.
He just wants to go queen b5, I guess.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that square.
Yeah, we don't need to sack the queen. Although, yeah, if you go queen b7, rook b8, there might be queen a7. So yeah, might not be so easy.
53 seconds for Alireza. He's down 40 seconds on the clock. Can Magnus afford a move like rook a b8? That might be too slow though, Levy, because then the queen can evacuate, and perhaps the worst is behind.
Sure, but even at that point, what's the goal of white's position? You kind of drop back, but you don't have much forward momentum.
Bishop is still bad. Black's knight from d7 certainly does have some forward momentum. Another thing that doesn't have forward momentum, this pawn on a4. Seems like it'll remain there for a long time.
And yet it's Magnus who is unhappy and goes for this position. Wow, that's a big transformation, and now it might be Alireza who gets a bunch of play.
And he gets two benefits. Now, the pawn on b5 is vulnerable, but he does get this a-file. He can use that right now with rook a7. He could give up the b5 pawn in order to activate his light-squared bishop.
Bishop a4 is fantastic. Then the f rook goes to b1 and c1, and this is not a position you want to play against two bishops.
Alireza is so skilled in these dynamic positions, but the time situation, we keep mentioning it, it has been on Magnus's side. The b5 pawn, it's on his side of the board. Does he gobble it up? Does he take the pain from the bishop appearing on a4?
And if he doesn't, what's he going to do instead? Can he go? He can't really go d4 because knight g5 is a huge problem. He can't go e4, but he does take on b5. Apparently rook a7 first was better.
Rook a7 first, that set up a massive threat of bishop a4. Now the knight on d7 is protected, so you can go back, but maybe not to b8 because that allows the other rook to infiltrate. Big decision by Magnus as the time situation equalizes, and just like game one, Levy, we're going to get a slugfest here in the first game of the next segment.
Bishop c6, though. I think Black is under a little bit too much pressure to feel happy with the extra pawn. He will likely have to chuck it, and we will head to an endgame. But Magnus could blunder here with 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, rook c8, look at his back rank. Both sides struggling with a weak back rank and no time to make luft because Magnus threatens just to win white's bishop, trying to force Alireza's hand.
Maybe there's a rook b1, keep some rooks on the board. Now h3, you've got the time, but also d4 you can play and start maneuvering.
d4 trying to carve out the e5 square. I really like that move. 15 seconds for Alireza looking for the compensation.
G4! What? If you take, there's bishop d7 and the threat is g5, and if h6, then h4.
What do you do? Knight to b8 maybe by Magnus? He's got to escape. He goes d4.
Now that move, rook c5 is cold-blooded.
And he gets some pieces off the board. G5 still a threat, so he pins the bishop.
Oh, that's devastating. And now Alireza's frozen. The knight is going to go to c3.
Oh my gosh, and that is the consequence of d4. 6 seconds for Firouzja, maybe rook b2.
That was insanely sharp.
He defends the rook, but look at Magnus's knights. They encircle all of white's weaknesses. d3 is going to be lost.
Yeah, it's just lost, and Magnus is going to be 2 pawns up.
There were some games Alireza lost. This one Magnus is about to win. He will win a second pawn, and now it's a matter of technique and keeping an eye on your clock.
Yeah, you can't go f6 here.
e3.
It's a little scary. Now apparently he's blundered it. There was bishop f8, maybe.
Bishop c1. What a move by Alireza, forcing the knight back.
Now bishop b5. Wow.
Hitting the other knight.
He's under so much pressure here.
God, Magnus, the way he's using his knights here, but both sides down to 2 seconds. Firouzja still alive.
He's alive.
h6 is coming. Knight f5.
Oh, knight f5 is incoming.
Bishop f8.
h6 maybe.
h6, she tries g6. He wants to go bishop h6 at the right moment.
Oh my gosh.
Magnus blunders a pawn.
He blunders a pawn. Now Alireza's maybe playing for a win.
And he's got to move.
Oh
and he gives up the pawn again, and I think Magnus, he's got to watch out.
I think we're heading for a draw.
Alireza wins back the pawn again.
We're heading for a draw, Tanya.
This might take up the entire 3-minute segment.
Oh my goodness. Knight c6, you can't trade into a pawn endgame
because it's so easy to miss a fork here. How many times have I done that? 2 knights that are jumping around.
Yeah, but you sometimes have to keep the king active.
King f1 escaping. Good job keeping distance between the king and the minor pieces.
Oh my goodness, he's attacking the knight. Knight f3, f4. Don't get mated here if you're playing white.
Absolutely, that's possible. Look at Magnus. Again, the knight starts.
Oh, how's there no mate? Oh, he's going to lose the pawn.
He loses the pawn again.
How could he
But bishop takes g5 there. Knight takes f4. We'll get two knights versus king.
Oh, and he's getting it. We're going to get it. Oh, my goodness.
Is this winning or is this a draw?
No one ever knows. This is the most mysterious endgame in chess. Sometimes you can stalemate the white king, and white has to push the pawn and gets mated. He's not taking it, because if he does,
no,
it's
Magnus
a draw.
might win this. So the basic idea, Levy, is if this pawn were gone, it's an automatic draw. The server makes it a draw, but with the pawn on the board, Black can trap White's king and then force the pawn to move and avoid stalemate.
Oh my gosh, and he's doing it, but does he have enough time? It's made in 26.
I couldn't do this with 24 hours on my clock.
But the thing is, you force the white king to the corner, you stalemate the king, and then it's checkmate. But I'm not sure Magnus has the time, Danya. When was the last capture? 50 move rule.
Oh my gosh, but he's getting the king into the right spot. Look at how he's doing it.
This is unbelievable. What was the 50 move rule? He might actually have a draw on the board.
But how do you get the king? If you get the king to h1, that's the hardest part. He's trying it the other way. I don't think he's making it happen here. He came so close.
Oh, and now the king's running back. Oh, it's looking like a draw.
King G5 and the king out the other side, out the back door it goes.
King F5, King F6. You need the king to have activity. That was insane. It's not over yet, though. It's never too late to hang your king.
King E5 here would lose the game.
Yes.
What an attempt by Magnus. What a defensive effort by Firouzja.
Firouzja will hold. He will hold this game.
117 moves. How many moves to the 50 move rule?
Yeah, seriously. And it will kick in. There will not be a Chess.com bug that makes this game endless. There it is. Oh, that took 10 minutes off the game clock.
I gotta say, both players deserve so much credit for that, but Alireza's defensive skill, how many times did he win a pawn back and then lose back the second pawn? At least 3 or 4.
At least 3 or 4. Alireza's got to go back to that. Okay, this time he plays b6. He's played c6 and a5. Now he plays b6. This is, Danya, this feels like a bullet King's Indian. I'm not sure about playing this in a 3+1, but he clearly thinks otherwise.
Yeah, Firouzja keeps shifting his pawn formation further and further to the left. He was playing c6. Now he's playing b6. Soon he's going to be playing a6. But this is not inspiring confidence. At least he might be able to push f5 here. But then knight to h4, super unpleasant when you've got a weakness on g6.
And I think he should play the more aggressive and risky King's Indians in the bullet. Like, bullet, King's Indian is the best opening. I mean, because with white, the subtleties required to quell the attack and the initiative is not so simple.
Yep.
But, yeah, look, Danya, he set everything up, but he's not pushing just yet.
Of course, knight to g5 is the continuation of the maneuver, but in the King's Indian, you normally don't go for that bishop to a6, the hyper-fianchetto.
For anybody watching at home, it looks like b5 here. What could be possibly more natural than pushing a pawn and attacking the bishop? And it's just about the worst move on the board.
Because it dries up the queen side. And you know, the old computers like Fritz, they would always give b5. That's why the King's Indian, I think according to Kasparov, is the best opening against computers because they have the horizon effect. They don't realize that a space advantage doesn't win you a game in and of itself.
Yes, well, the modern engines would play b5 and still beat you somehow. But
Stockfish 176 just came out, so.
Yes, and f5 on the board. We have talked about this move. We talked about it being better in bullet. And
you take twice and go bishop d3?
You can. He's blundered it. Take twice, bishop d3, and Alireza Firouzja just simply on a bit of a tilt at the moment.
Knight takes f5. You can go bishop h3 right away, and f5 is attacked 100 different directions. Can't play f4.
Danya, I think Alireza's got to change the opening with black against d4.
And it worked so well initially. It worked well against Hikaru. Magnus has figured out the King's Indian in the course of an SCC match.
Well, he's specifically, I guess, figured out the Alireza approach, right? Which is like b6, a5, a lot of different sidelines.
What do you do here? Bishop b2 even is a very Magnus-type move.
Yeah, knight e4 is just clean. Bishop e6 in between move, and then, but there's rook f7 stuff, so you can't really mess around.
But at bishop e6, knight g6 is checkmate if the queen moves away.
Yeah, this is just we need to see something else from him. He's got to go knight f6, e6. He got to play maybe a queen's gambit accepted, just something else against d4.
Can he generate any chances here? I would go knight g5. Better late than never. I mean, he needs to complete that maneuver one day.
But rook takes e4 even at a certain moment. Sacrificing the rook with knight g6 is like nearly checkmate. So, and by the way, at a certain point, b5 will be a good move because you have no more counterplay on the queen side for the opponent.
And you might benefit from a trade of light-squared bishops. And knight g5, Levy, doesn't even create a threat because h3 is protected and f3 is protected by the two minor pieces. So you could just proceed as you planned with bishop to b2 or even bishop takes g5. Again, the time situation, Magnus has only spent 30 seconds. And here's another pawn that's going to fall.
Every time Alireza goes for a think in a losing position, I've run out of ways to describe how good the position is for the opponent. Like, it really seems that these King's Indians have left him in just disarray. He's not giving himself the best opportunities to fight back with black.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Magnus will play e4 again and try to preempt, play that psychological game. But the way the King's Indians are going, I would at least find out what Alireza will do instead. If I'm Magnus, he wins another game. He's got to do something different because Magnus is up by 4.
Yeah, it's a 4-game lead. But I will say, since 2.5, 1.5, it almost feels like Alireza had a dip in level. Like he was on fire the first few games, but then he tilted from an opening. He had a couple of games that were all over the place and a couple of games given away. But he's got to conjure up something here.
Magnus just has a way of making you lose your belief in your ability to do anything. He just plays better and better. The bigger the lead grows. Alireza repeats this Italian, which I like, and he goes for your approach. Bishop back to a2, so that in the future you can go c4, and actually you can deploy the bishop through b1 and eventually go d4.
That is very nice. There it is.
Eventually means right now.
Yes, that's what he heard. By the way, e4 knight d2, is there g4 on the cards?
That is a very instructive idea. g4 to push the knight away. Kind of a French-like concept.
Yeah, and like a Nimso Larsen sometimes when the center closes. Yeah, you can go g4, g5, h4. Yeah, this is a much better approach. Look, we've got Magnus thinking. I say we because we want a close match. That's what we want, all right? All of humanity, whether
the royal we.
Yes, we want a close match, and that's really it.
I'm going to spotlight your idea, Levy, because it's instructive for the folks watching, hoping to learn idea, taking notes. Of course, everybody has their notebooks out. e4, knight d2, let's bring up an analysis board because Magnus is giving us the chance to do so. And then g2, g4. And the funny thing about this move is that it not just chases the knight away from the e4 pawn, it just chases the knight to what square exactly? No square. The knight can get trapped here in the center of the board if you're not careful. And even if you are, this attack comes really fast. This is what's giving Magnus pause. e4 is what he was relying on. He finally plays it. Levy, the chances that we see g4 are over 50%. They might be closer to 100.
Wow, b5 is wild. Yeah, he's trying to not allow Alireza an expansion on that side of the board and try to play knight b6, but g4 isn't coming.
You believe the symmetry we might potentially see on both sides, but g4, knight b6.
Okay, queen e2, fine. Defend your pawn first. Now long castles is incoming.
And then we'll definitely see g4.
Yeah, at this point, if you castle short with white, you're not playing g4.
It's a g4 conclusion that we'll see that move. Maybe f3 though.
Yeah, f3. Then then rook e8 after the trade. It's super complicated.
Yeah, I mean f3 doesn't exclude g4. I mean g4 is just a good attacking move, even if the e4 pawn doesn't exist anymore.
But what do we do? Maybe a4. Wow, bishop.
No, wait, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, hits the rook. But how does it help with knight b6? If you take on f6, you give up one of your biggest assets, right? The bishop pair. You help black get his pieces to active squares. Feels like Alireza has lost a lot of the mojo that has helped him make good decisions in these critical moments.
Yeah, I like bishop f6, knight e4, and long castle, though. I mean, that looks quite natural to me. But maybe black will just play rook e8, and you'll suffer in the position.
And you're right. Bishop f6, c3. Black will play rook e8 anyway. And there's a tactic that I think Alireza might have underestimated. And we might see it on the board. c3, rook e8. Knight takes e4. There might be bishop takes d4, clearing the path for the f-pawn. That's where g4 would have come in so handy to stop f7, f5.
Yes.
Of course, that was the initial idea.
Yes, that was obviously the idea of g4, but it was not to attack. It was to stop black from playing f5. Yeah, here you play rook e8, and you have tactical defenses of the pawn.
It's not even the only move. You could just give up the e4 pawn and play against white's really passive bishop, Magnus. He does play rook e8. Long castles here for white might be the best bet. Maybe short castles, but...
Maybe now you change plans and play h4, rook h3, and okay, but did he just miss bishop takes d4?
And maybe that's not even the best move. Bishop h4 might win a piece.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You don't even have to sack this bishop. You just move it, and white cannot stop the twin threats of f5 and queen e7.
Why bishop h4?
Because you pin the f-pawn. Can I show this? He plays bishop d4.
Plays bishop d4. Now you can castle long, maybe.
Or taking castle long.
Yeah.
If we pull up an analysis board, bishop h4 threatens f5, so you basically have to go here.
Yes.
Now I think the idea is maybe we should just eliminate the eval bar. Queen e7 is possible. Apparently the best move is c6.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, for sure. And then d5.
I guess the idea is white can't go f3 to get 3 pawns for the piece because it's pinned.
Yes.
Should Magnus be disqualified despite leading this for missing bishop h4?
Yeah, it's crazy he didn't see bishop h4, but he's still fighting. Okay, the c file is a problem though now. The knight on b6 is not that useful.
And now this pawn has turned from a weakness into a strength, and the bishop is an extension of the pawn. Or the other way around.
Yes, I don't know if the bishop wants that, but after queen c6, if that's your idea here with white, you can take with the rook or the pawn.
Look at those squares. One for the rook, one for the queen.
But rook e6 and white is much better.
Boom.
Rook e6 and white is much better. This is Magnus wins this against every opponent in the world with white, but how about with black?
And Alireza smelling blood. H4 is fantastic awareness and instincts. Magnus facing...
King walk, king h2, king g3, king f4 in the future. Yeah, just not right now. Let's slow down.
All right, Nigel.
Slow down. Okay, but now we have a passed pawn.
And another pawn appearing on d5. Doubled pawns are like two-headed monsters, right? One replaces another.
But do you play d5 right away? Okay, he doesn't play d5. Can Magnus play d5?
And he will.
Oh man, but this is Alireza not in great form at the moment because
d5 is automatic. It just is for white and for black.
To connect the pawns like that would have been priceless.
No. Queen takes c6 is even possible here, and white's not even better anymore.
Yeah, and king h6. Wow, queen d6 is I would never even have considered that in a million years.
Guess what? If the queens are traded, the pawn on e6, sliced off from the rest of humanity, well...
Black is playing for a win.
King on g7, I guess, isn't human.
Queen e3, and I guess and king f6 is going to happen. That's crazy.
Unbelievable how quickly this turned around, all because a black pawn is on d5 rather than a white pawn.
But I think there's queen e3, king f6, queen h6, and you can probably create sufficient counterplay.
Well spotted. It's on the board. All of it is on the board, Levy.
Yeah, so we're looking at some form of a draw, but check and take the pawn.
Check on e1 is going to be nasty, but white should have perpetual even if he drops the f-pawn, as you're saying.
You could lose the bishop on a2, man. Queen's going to get there.
It's a big pawn anyway.
You do have a perpetual. I think black's king is a bit too weak. King f1.
I love this move. Using the king proactively to stop queen e1 check. Both sides have to be careful here.
Absolutely. All right, under 10 seconds, right where we want him. Both kings exposed.
Here we go. Queen takes c7 was possible. There's a mate possibility on d1 potentially.
5 seconds from Magnus. You got to probably take that knight, right? That's what we do here. But queen b1, queen b2, check.
Magnus is going to escape and zigzag his way out of these checks. There is no perpetual here. That king...
And he's losing.
Queen b1.
Queen b1, queen b1. But also the queen endgame, Danya's losing.
And Magnus, he just tries to create a passed pawn on the queen side. Alireza is losing control of this game.
Yes, b4 is incoming.
b4, black's pawn is faster.
And the king is going to run too. King b5 ideas.
But c3, there might be d5 check. So Magnus starts with a check.
That was the wrong move, but
Another check.
But that was the wrong move.
Another check, and now he makes the passer.
But they're all making bad moves, apparently, and now he hung the pawn on d4.
And the king is going to zigzag its way out of the checks again.
Oh my.
Black's pawn might be one step faster. c2.
2 seconds. Yeah, he's queening. He's
c1,
queening.
and he's going to skewer white's queen.
Oh, my goodness. We have a check, though. Oh, we got 4 queens on the board. What is going on?
And he's got a zig and zag, and queen g5. Queen takes g5,
and
you skewer the other queen.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. And Magnus Carlsen has won the first the first 2 decisive games in the 3+1, Danya. And now we got to do a little soul searching because this match could be over in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
We got to ban that whatever that was in the next version of the SCC. That cannot be allowed. That is just too cruel.
That was wild. And yeah, Magnus just in great form. He's playing very well offensively, defensively. He's controlling the pace of the game. And you do feel Alireza has lost a little bit of his confidence here.
I would never imagine why just suddenly.
Yeah.
It just disappeared just like that, poof.
But you know, it kind of felt that way. He was up 2.5, 1.5. I hate to bring up memories that happened just an hour ago, and then he lost that game kind of quickly after taking the lead, and then it was all Magnus.
Yeah, it's just mesmerizing. When he gets in his groove, Magnus is just a well-oiled machine. It's just like a factory that keeps on producing wins, and that's exactly what he's been doing. Now, this is a typical maneuver. This is not setting up your pieces for the next game.
Right.
You see this in the Rogozin often, and eventually, Black wants to prepare c5, but not yet.
No, not yet. Queen e7.
Do we even need to say anything? I think the chat would be plenty entertained by the oohing and awing of the audience.
Yeah. No, I think that there's definitely an energy, like folks are stunned. And I think this says a lot more about Magnus showing up today and putting a little bit of a water, if you will, on the fire that has been Firouzja over the last few months.
And all of the best players of any sport, they're self-critical, right? They win a game, a championship, a match. They come to the interview and they say, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied about this. I did this badly, and I want to do this thing better the next time. Well, this is the next time, and maybe Magnus will say, I wasn't happy with the way I started the match. There is very little to criticize in this last hour and a half of dominance that he's displayed. He's up by half a decade, and I'm not just talking age. I'm talking his lead on the scoreboard. Alireza, he needs a total sea change in the momentum here, and he's only got 30 minutes and change left in the second segment. 36 minutes left.
He's got to get it, within 3 or 4 games going into the bullet, and then he's just got to hit the gas. But it's rough, man. It's rough because he's also playing openings that are leading to imbalanced positions. I mean, it's not openings that you can just rein it in, and make a draw. That's not really, and that's also not what Magnus is going to do.
Yeah, Magnus heard you say Alireza should hit the gas, and he's like, give me a break.
Yeah, Queen C3, the bishop goes back to G7, but this is a nice positional squeeze by white, and the only thing he's wondering is when to put the knight on D6.
Well, it might be captured the moment it lands on that square. That's like an exchange sacrifice pre-move.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't pre-move rook D6 in case the knight doesn't land on D6.
Correct. That would be slightly problematic. But otherwise, Magnus will make a couple of improving moves.
What about F5 by Alireza, just encouraging the knight, goading it, go to that outpost?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it makes sense. All right, rook D1.
Give white too much time. You could play Queen A3 and then Knight D6.
Yes.
A little bit scarier.
Yes, he's still really asking for the knight to go to D6, but now there's bishop F8.
Yeah, that bishop it was on B4, then it was on G7. Now it's going to E7. Something's going to give here. Something like F5, Knight F6.
This has been just a slow maneuvering game, just improving. There's F5. There's F5. by the way, knight F2 in some situations as well to go to D3 and E5.
Ooh, and that doesn't run the risk of the knight getting either trapped or banished to a deep dark corner of Siberia on H5.
Yes. So knight F2 is a fascinating move. I don't know.
Very Magnus-esque. You think he's about to pounce and jump forward, then he goes back, reorients himself, and knights his way into the outpost.
Knights his way into the outpost, indeed. I wonder why he didn't go for it. Okay, apparently he's blundered.
He's enjoying his position too much. He was trying to go for F7 with his bishop.
Wasn't it
that defended? Yeah.
Why didn't Alireza go G4?
He's threatening G. Well, no, he's not threatening GF. But G4.
Yeah, the bishop will never return.
And the knight maybe taking the long way around. Cape of Good Hope.
Every move Magnus makes, the computer hates here, and it obviously sees something that we don't. So,
it's like that quote. It wasn't very interesting, or I was no match for my computer at chess, but my computer was no match for me at kickboxing.
Yeah.
Magnus sees that eval bar reacting to his moves. He might be using his legs as well as his hand.
Who said that?
Some comedian.
That was very humorous. Yeah, that's true. Especially after a nice bullet and blitz match.
Oh, yeah. I've never done that. Never used my legs, though.
Yeah. Oh, only head.
Only when I get them involved in, throwing my mouse like a baseball.
Yeah, let's focus on the chess here, because for whatever reason, Firouzja has been granted an advantage for the majority of this game, and I suppose it's the bishops, I suppose it's the outside pawn. But we're waiting for him to convert an advantage.
Queen G7 was slick because bishop F3 would have potentially run into bishop takes D4. I want to showcase that tactic because Alireza needs some love right now, and he's doing a lot of things well. Bishop F3 looks like you're forcing repetition. I think there's bishop takes D4 here. Eval Bar is laughing at everybody except that joke. But rook takes D4, rook takes C2 is really cool.
Yes.
Because it takes the defender off of the rook, and here black has a bunch of extra pawns. Magnus avoids it. We go back to the live board. He played rook D1. Alireza got his queen back to E7. This did allow bishop F3. Here goes white's knight. A couple moves later than you thought, Levy, but it might eventually make its way to the destination.
This is a very funny game. The engine's been hating the entire game by both players, but you wonder why Alireza took the queen off G7, right?
The engine's just a hater, but look at how Magnus's play is coming together again.
Yeah, and But you wonder, like, now he's got to get rid of, and the white rook is going to d6. Bishop f3, probably just leave the rook there.
He always has the right piece to put on the right square.
Yeah.
I agree. Maybe Alireza should have just sacked on d5. He took with the bishop so that he targets h6. I thought he was going to put a rook on d6.
Queen g7, but Danya, it just feels like we are moments away from d6 being a huge problem for black.
Magnus's heavy piece just trampolining around, attacking h6. You're right, something will land on d6. It's not going to be the light-squared bishop, but might be the king in a pawn endgame.
Okay, rook d3 is, yeah, it gets kicked out.
a5 is also a target. We might see a furtive little queen e1 move.
By the way, there it is.
Alireza says, let me take f4.
f4, and he's got 2 passed pawns on f and h.
But queen d2 there would have skewered the rook, and Firouzja so close to losing the thread of the game again.
Queen g7, though, played.
Great move.
Yeah, and now we can, by the way, maybe you could even take and play for the h file.
Oh, but he allows white's rook to infiltrate. Rook d8.
Oh, that's so dangerous.
Queen takes e5. Maybe Firouzja holds on. Bishop takes e6 also has to be calculated. No, it's bad.
And apparently this is losing. Queen b6 was not the move.
But a5, a6 is coming, and
yes.
a7 is going to be made. a6 anyway.
a6, yeah, takes
a6 or this.
And yeah, bishop
it's
e6.
over again.
And Alireza losing a 3rd game in this segment.
I have nothing to say.
What even was what was there? I don't even understand. What could have happened?
Eval is a troll. It's just a hater. That is the essence of a hater.
The whole game, it preferred black's position somehow, but it was not clear at all why.
No, this is just a masterclass. Magnus, I mean, the first match, he wasn't happy with his blunders. He wasn't happy with the outcome of the opening. Everything is going right for him here as we hit the halfway mark of the 3-minute portion. We'll have a break, I think, after this game. Alireza might need like a year-long break to get his momentum back here.
Hopefully not. Hopefully no more year-long breaks. We did fashion already. I think this is just mostly that Magnus is Magnus, man. And when he shows up motivated, when he shows up with a challenge that inspires him, he's still the best in the world. It's not close, too.
No. And Firouzja has won like 6 tournaments in a row. Every tournament that he's touched, every city that he's landed in, he has made himself known. Most recently, Alireza's won rapid tournaments. He hasn't won classical tournaments. He wins the Sinkfield Cup. So his form has been incredible, but this is the essence of a champion, right? Your form can be the best that it can be. Then you meet someone like Magnus, and it just doesn't matter at some point.
Is Alireza Firouzja the first chess player in history to win a classical, rapid, blitz, and bullet tournament in the same year?
I'm pretty sure that the answer to that question is yes.
And if it's not, then we had Magnus at some point.
Right, exactly.
But, and I guess, and I would imagine Hikaru maybe because of all the Title Tuesdays, and he was a bullet chess champion, but he had to win a classical tournament, right? That's the thing. And Alireza won a classical tournament, so yeah.
White is up a pawn here. It's another Italian, a Marshall-style approach by Magnus, giving up his center pawns, but freeing up a lot of piece activity. There's tactics going on c3. White drops the rook back to e3, giving another defender to the d3 pawn, but Magnus forcing White to give up the Italian bishop. And this is a very Marshall-esque kind of position.
Now black with a pawn down, but I don't know. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's Marshall-esque. The question is, where do you go here? Do you just keep developing pieces like that? I was thinking maybe b6 and get the light-squared bishop back to b7, or bishop c6.
I really underestimated this idea because I thought the bishop can move, but c4 and rook g3 is going to open up really big pressure on the g7 pawn.
Yeah.
This might be Alireza's best chance to win a game in
like an hour.
Seems like forever.
Yeah, like an hour.
He's up a pawn, and he's got the compensation.
Alireza literally has not won a game since he took the lead.
That tells you most of what you need to know. He's up a minute, though. And c4, he has to find the right moment for it.
Yeah, we can double up on the e-file. The thing is, okay, there's f5. I mean, you talk about that is a sharp move, saying, go ahead, take my bishop.
Now is the right moment for c4. You wait for your knight to be hanging, and now you attack the bishop. F-E, C-D, E-D, C-D, F-G, H-I.
Yes.
I recite the alphabet.
Yes, that was that was very good. I was really hoping you would stop because I don't know the alphabet. So E3.
Well, I have to sing it in my mind. It's like, what letter of the alphabet is... I can't recite it backwards.
Oh, so when you get stopped by a police officer and then they ask, they're just going to think.
No,
you're
I
drunk.
can't do it. It looks ZX. Yeah.
Yeah. You get right in the back of the cruiser. On takes E3 though, and.
No, I think the cops will go after Magnus after they see what he's doing right now in this match.
But the good thing is for Alireza, frequently in this martial style compensation, you have opposite colored bishops. I think it's to his benefit that the bishops are on the same color, because the end games are better for white that way. But overall, though, he still hasn't beaten Magnus in like an hour plus.
And that might remain the case here if bishop f6 is found. Now, queen takes d5 for the folks at home. Queen takes c7 with threatened mate. Of course, he sees it. I've uttered that phrase in frustration many times, oftentimes when facing Magnus. If you take on f6, he's definitely taking the queen. He's giving up c7, and he's launching that queen onto a1. That's like checkmate to the white king right away.
And Alireza is not going to take on c7 because that loses in about 3 moves.
Maybe h3 should be tried?
I think so. What else can you possibly do? I mean, rook f2 maybe, but then queen a1 and queen d4 at a minimum.
Magnus is not worse after rook f8. White could easily drop one, maybe both of these d-pawns. Am I saying the unsayable here?
Yes,
Black playing for a win?
No, I think after h3, it's okay. Maybe even g3, so at least the king is off a dark square.
And then rook f2 at the right moment. Maybe in response to rook f8, he centralizes his rook, does Alireza, allowing a check on a1.
Yes, but it's nice because then there's no queen d4. Okay, let's not get mated.
I don't think he's going to allow either of these. Checks! Queen f1, rook f2! Queen f1, rook f2!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I am saying the unsayable.
And
he's doing the undoable.
Yeah, and and Magnus shrugs, and I think he has a feeling, we're going to a short break.
And Magnus doesn't want that break. He wants to keep going. He's like, my engine is on and it's going to stay on. But I think we all need a little breather. And Alireza maybe most of all, Levy.
What to say? What to say? The intro to this match was the fact that no match at the Speed Chess Championship semifinals has been close going into bullet, and this one is just like that.
I mean, Magnus, he is the ultimate pest. He is the ultimate Budapest, because that's where he will be right after this match. The 45th Chess Olympiad begins on September 11th. Just a few days from now, with nearly 200 national teams looking to prove their might as the strongest chess nation in the world. World Championship challenger Gukesh will take the stage for India. Current world champion Ding Liren competes for China, and with hundreds of the world's elite going head-to-head, we're in for a fight like none other. Team Uzbekistan, of course, always dangerous. We've got you covered with live camera feeds and commentary on Chess24 streams. Exclam Olympiad, folks, in the chat for more. This is an event that everybody looks forward to, and we will all look forward to the conclusion of the 3-minute portion as Magnus Carlsen continues his domination in the 2024 SCC title match. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
You told us how you started chess. We've heard you talk about how important chess was to you at different times, but it wasn't always great, as you've talked about, at times where you really leaned on chess, and chess was kind of there for you as a thing. So tell us a little bit about that. Like, when did chess become something that was super important to you during this whole process?
Chess was one of the only games I could play, one of the only things I could do after my accident. It's really hard to do things as a quadriplegic, I guess. Before Neuralink, I was using what's called a mouth stick and a quad stick. A mouth stick is literally just a stick I hold in my mouth with a little conductive piece of fabric on the end, which I could use to like on my phone or a iPad. I use my iPad a lot, so I would just play chess on my iPad constantly. But the thing with that is, I can only play for so long because I have to worry about my body and getting like pressure sores and things, which isn't like, it's not great. It really sucks. So, you know, chess just became something that I could do and something that I, you know, loved doing. I can play for hours and hours and hours, even if I'm on tilt for half of it and hating the fact that I just played for 8 hours and barely broke even with my rating and things. I can be so frustrated at the game, and then I find myself just thinking about it like all night, and, you know, next day wanting to get back on and trying to do better. There's a lot to be said for, you know, being in control of how good I am and how well I do. There's a lot of, you know, room for like upward mobility in this, and the amount of time that you put in is, you know, how much you're going to get back from the game, and I love that so much. I've just had a really good time with chess, and it became, you know, something that I just fell in love with all over again after my accident. And being able to, you know, watch all of the, you know, Chess.com stuff, it's been amazing. I love like watching all the tournaments. I love watching like the championships and things. It's so great. I constantly have it on in my room. When I miss stuff, like I miss a whole tournament because of Neuralink, I turn it on 1.5 speed, and I just like watch through it all. Listening to you guys on 1.5 speed is super fun.
Just a word of advice, she doesn't Daniel like on 5 times space. You have to miss everything he has to say.
My wife just turns it off. I mean, I asked her yesterday. I was like, she's like, I watched the first couple games, and I couldn't take it. And I was like, what is it that we're doing here? Okay, that's a different relationship and conversation.
Jésus les pions.
Je suis le pion.
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 And go!
Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion.
It is evening in Paris, and eSpot is the spot to be to watch the final match of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, where Magnus, you cannot deny that he is not being very nice to his opponent, Alireza Firouzja. And we thank everybody who has been a Bonaparte of this incredible event, including my co-commentator, I am Levi Rosman. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky, and we are watching total and complete domination and a 7-point lead with the second segment of the 3-minute portion, Levy, followed by 30 minutes of bullet for Firouzja to mount an unthinkable comeback.
Magnus has as many points as you just made references to France and puns about France, but Alireza Firouzja needs to get a little bit of inspiration here. He goes back to the King's Indian defense. Danya, I think we're all a bit stunned, because I think this was touted as a matchup of generations. This was a matchup which even 4 years ago, Alireza Firouzja managed to win. This was the first time watching them play in a Blitz and Bullet format.
What?
And it's been all Magnus. It's been all Magnus.
What is this, by the way? And it's an all Magnus and no A4 pawn, I think, after Magnus captures it. Oh, there's knight E4 and rook A4?
Yeah, I think there is knight takes E4, rook A4. And
I have never seen this idea, and I've played the King's Indian for, I don't want to say how many years. We got to show this, but let's not even wait for Magnus's move. Let's wait for Magnus's move because he's just played it. What would have happened if he took on A4? Let's pull up the analysis board. Levy, knight E4, rook E4, rook A4, queen A4. Now, all of this I saw, but I thought, oh, queen C2 and white wins a piece. Nope, knight E4, queen E4, bishop F5. And because the rook is on B1 rather than A1, black emerges up in exchange. Okay.
But that didn't happen, and instead, we've got pandemonium. Knight G4, knight takes E3.
And now he took the pawn.
Now F5 and F4, this looks like a fantastic King's Indian attack brewing.
Yeah, so he sacked a pawn for 2 different reasons. First was tactical, now he wins white's dark squared bishop. H5 and G4. If you're a King's Indian fan, you better like Alireza's position. But knight g4, Magnus trying to use the light squares to prevent that h-pawn from inching forward.
Exactly right.
Again, this knight h7.
Oh my goodness, and this is the threat of a draw. He's playing for the result here.
You could not draw this up any better if you're Magnus. He's like, no problem.
And knight f6 is a draw, wow. Wow, okay. Well, that feels like a bit of a letdown, but I think Magnus wasn't super comfortable with the position there. Danya, he's more than happy. He's got a 7-game lead.
Don't worry, I don't think we're going to see a repetition of this particular repetition.
Yeah, I think...
And I won't repeat this pawn either.
No, that's...
Only 3 times.
Listen, I think that Alireza has to conjure up another way to create winning chances. He tried there, but Magnus just snuffed it out. He didn't even want to take any part in a risky game.
Alireza really does need to draw up a different game plan. And this is like the Breyer variation, but is it me or did Alireza play d3 and then d4?
He did, but I guess in the Rue Lopez you can kind of do whatever you want.
And it's equal.
Yes. Now, do we play d5 here? Do we take on e5? Do we take on c5? Or do we play a4? Do we play none of those things?
Yeah, exactly. My instinct is always to go d5, close the center, and then start attacking on the king side. When I'm black, this is why I don't play these lines. I'm always afraid of that king side attack. But Alireza keeps the tension, and he might try to get this knight around to g3. That's something people sometimes do in the Rue Lopez.
Black will try to go for c4, knight c5 ideas. Rook e8, I mean, bishop f7 looks super appetizing. You always have to look at pawns that are only protected by a king. And that is why we both kind of oohed and awed, but it didn't work.
You look at them and sometimes you capture them, but that queen could have slid out to b6. But Magnus is playing with fire here. As long as this pawn remains protected only by the monarch, you got to look at bishop f7 on every move.
Black is trading pieces here to open up some lines. Otherwise, he would have been a bit stuffy there in his position.
As stuffy as it is, you're in the commentator's chair?
No, we've got these little portable fans, you know. The first day it was like a sauna. It was half commentary, half sauna.
Yeah,
now it's just
then we finished with that.
Yes. So
we got to take the temperature down.
The Finnish sauna, in case anyone didn't understand yet, because they invented it, you know. So the knights, one of them is going to f5. Probably the one on the D file, but honestly, it all looks good.
I'm hell sinking under the weight of this shirt.
How do you do that? How do you make? How do you? Did you practice the puns like your whole life? Did you sit and just look in the mirror and come up with puns?
I mean,
are you really good at word association?
I've never tried it, but I already know I chose the wrong career. So you know,
let's respect the players and commentate on the chess and not practice word association. But by the way, can you go knight d7 and c5? Like just go back
and get rid of this bishop so that bishop f7 doesn't have to be calculated by the commentators on every move?
Correct.
I agree with that approach. The problem is this attack on e4 is not going to be successful. And Levy, d5.
Knight e4, d5, e5, knight e4.
Probably what he's calculating.
And, okay, queen b6 also is nice.
Okay, rook d1.
Yeah, I don't know what the next move is, of course.
Yeah, rook d1 and then think.
Exactly, but sometimes that's what you got to do. I mean, you play rook d1. There's nothing immediate, so you might as well. But what's he thinking about?
What do you tell Alireza right now? What does he do? Does he just accept that?
Hopefully nothing, because he's in noise-canceling headphones. But if you know, yeah, I mean, I guess you got to take it one game at a time, right? That's the advice.
Until you reach 7 games.
Correct.
And Magnus, he says, you can do that, I can do that too. And the ball back in Firouzja's court.
Yeah, we're sort of stunned, you know? I feel like we've been going kind of with a good flow, but I think everyone's mutually stunned at the performance that Magnus Carlsen is putting on today.
No, there's oohing and awing, and there's so much energy in the room, and there's just as much as there was. But it's a different kind of energy, as you said, Levy. It's sort of a stunned energy, like, what is going on here?
And Magnus just taking over now. Every piece in the game, the rooks down the center lines, and Firouzja's pieces, Danya, are not set up the right way to meet the counterattack.
You're absolutely right. Suddenly these knights, I know Hikaru wants me to correct that. They don't look as good as they did, but guess what? Now they do again.
But Magnus took a wrong turn there. And g6 is looking really juicy, plus e6 ideas, and e6 is really the problem.
That's exactly right, just undermining this little pawn chain. So if you play a move like bishop g7, you're right, e6 is going to make... Ooh, rook. What's the tactic? Where is it? Knight f5.
Okay, knight f5.
King h8, bishop f7.
Okay, but king g8 and some sort of knight d6 probably, disconnecting.
Knight d6?
Yes.
Good
And,
call.
yeah, and bishop f7 kuche. This was a careless game by Magnus. This could be a comeback. Don't call it a comeback.
You've been on these pawns, Levy, since Magnus played rook e8.
And he just resigns, and Alireza Firouzja wins his first game in like 1.5 hours.
Unbelievable. The score in the 3-minute segment, 5-1 now.
No, it's I think it's 5-2.
5-2.
Yes, 5-2. There's an ambulance siren outside. I don't know. I heard that through my headphones. I don't know if the folks at home can hear that. They're calling an ambulance, but I think they're telling it to go home now.
That's right. Everyone's safe. Everyone's healthy, except Alireza's winning chances here. But that might have made them a little bit higher. 18 minutes left.
One game at a time. You win a couple more games, and then you're only down by 4.
And he played the King's Indian, but a completely different approach.
Correct.
It's like a chameleon opening, right? This looks nothing like the closed center King's Indian he was playing earlier. You called for this, Levy. Do you think he should change his opening entirely, or is this as good as it gets for Alireza out of the opening?
Look, I think it's pretty clear that for this event, he was looking at the King's Indian, right? You don't just keep playing the King's Indian, even if
Why would you ever say, I mean...
Yeah, I know. I am full of controversial takes. That's one of them. And so this time he plays the pawn takes d4 variation. But, Danya, this looks like a Magnus specialty, this type of a position.
Knight on d4. He's got the positional assets.
Yes. F3 controlling the knight on f6, which some people might be surprised by, but it's a very common thing. And what do you... I mean, you got to protect c5, of course, but knight a4 maybe.
Even king h1.
Oh, that's so... Oh. And you can't take on c5. We should show, folks.
We should show that. Why does king h1? Prophylaxis, right? Right out of Dvoretsky.
Yep.
Because bishop c5, knight e6.
There's a fork.
Bishop f2 check, though. Wait, it's not a check.
Yes, because we played king h1, yeah.
This is not a knight. So white can play knight takes d8 and win the game.
Yep.
Okay, knight d7, knight a4, knight e5.
It's getting real tangled now, but hopefully Alireza makes his decisions a little bit faster in this game and with a bit more confidence, because it's clear that he can win some games. Speaking of which...
A 2-game streak. That's what might light that fire underneath the hometown favorite.
Yeah, but what does he have to do here? It's one thing to have that bar go up and down. What do you do here? Is it knight c4? Is that what we're looking for?
Knight c4, bishop c4, dc. The queen is undefended, Levy. I think you're on the money again.
Yeah, because we need to get around our isolated pawn being blockaded, right? That's really the problem here. White gets a few more moves, rook d1, a3, b4, and he's just calmly better. So...
Yeah, you need to attack something. You need to do it now. The knight on a4 is also undefended.
Wow, okay, he trades and puts the knight on... He's trying to get rid of the blockade.
And push d4 and isolate this knight. Okay. Alireza is starting to make some good moves here and some moves toward slicing this lead.
Oh, because queen e8, the knight on a4 is hanging in some lines like bishop g7, and also knight takes f3.
Knight takes f3, but there's bishop g7 here. And the bishop is trapped. It's not the knight that gets trapped, it's the bishop that's trapped.
The bishop is trapped.
Because the knight is on a4, taking away its escape square.
Oh my, Magnus is beside himself. I mean, and this is how it happens. You lose one.
He literally is beside himself. There's a Magnus beside the Magnus.
Yes, exactly. But he can't believe it. He really can't believe it.
He'd be furious if you heard that.
Yes. Well, we may interview him after. So hopefully he doesn't watch the stream back. Yeah, these top players, the first thing they do when they win a match is they go home and watch the whole stream back to, criticize the commentators. That's what they're doing.
Like they
don't celebrate. They don't. It's that's what they do. They go back and they watch and they go, I can't believe he said that about me. Bishop c3 is incoming. At some point, you simplify, but there's absolutely no reason to rush with it.
I'm shocked that our careers haven't gone up in Moke yet.
Yes. I don't know. Do they know that that's Hans' middle name?
No, but I don't care.
Okay. you make the puns for yourself, not for the audience.
That's right.
That's your secret. They think it's for them, but... All right. Queen g5. Listen, there's still a way to screw the whole thing up. I'm not going to jinx anything. Is that a thing here? Jinx? I feel like...
Oh, it's a thing against Magnus, let me tell you. But Alireza needs to get this bishop back. What's giving him pause is moves like knight e4, that lateral connection, and the queen's contact with the rook.
Knight e4 was a serious thing there. I mean, if black loses the dark squared bishop here, I'm not sure he's as much better as we think he is.
And so he brings it back and still knight e4.
Yeah, but okay.
Okay, it's not that impressive. Bishop g5.
Trade the queens, or maybe even queen e7. You could have started trading. This I don't hate for white, Like there's some activity, but of course the pawn will just go to d2.
Alireza, much more important for him to stop knight e6 than to defend b7. He does neither. Magnus takes b7, drops back. If he can eliminate one of Black's bishops, he's in business, and bishop g8 knight e8 is a problem.
Oh, gosh. Maybe just d4? Just might as well, right?
Might as well.
Might as
well.
well.
You have to save this pawn. If you lose this pawn as well, White's playing for a win.
I think the entire world collectively, except maybe, you know, Magnus Carlsen fans and his family and Magnus Carlsen himself, are cheering just for some little sign of life here from Alireza, but
he's frozen.
Tanya's got 15 seconds.
He's frozen. He can't believe that this is as hard as it is.
Yeah. I mean, he was winning for so easily, it seemed.
Bishop d5, rook c5. Suddenly these pieces are tangled up again.
I think we're heading for some chaos here. 7 seconds on the 6-5.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Oh, no. Rook c7 incoming, but the rook goes to d8.
Knight e4 is a nasty little move here as well.
And he plays it, which is apparently bad. Maybe d3.
D5.
Maybe d3.
Oh.
Maybe there was d3 there, but knight f5 also nice.
I don't think there's enough pieces on the f file.
Knight e3 is incoming, and you can't stop the d pawn.
Magnus isn't here. He's like, I'm taking the pawns on the queen side. Rome is burning while Nero fiddles. g4 attacking the knight.
d2. Oh, d2. There was maybe knight g3 as well.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Rook d1, apparently cold-blooded.
But why?
Watch out for knight c5, knight e6.
You can always go to g5, I thought. I mean, or king g8 even. Like, what? I'm not so scared, but I would be scared if I was playing. You know, like, but I'm here, so I'm not scared at all. It's not my game to win or lose.
Oh, my gosh.
By the way, rook d1, knight f3, rook f1. What do you do? Like, I mean, it's so tricky.
Zig and zag, and so the f-file is open.
Yeah, but then d2, you got to calculate, and you guys got 3 seconds.
Yeah,
Magnus
calculate is the problem right now.
He's going to make a move that's going to surprise Alireza.
You know what the worst part of the anticipation is? You don't know when your opponent's going to move, so you have to keep your eyes on the screen, your hand focused, ready to play a move, and eventually you might lose your concentration for just a single second.
And that's when your opponent moves, because that's life.
And you've only got 3 of them.
Yep. Seconds, not lives.
That's right.
Correct. Yeah, he does play rook d1. Alireza's got 1 second, and he's blundered it.
Knight c5 coming, forking a fork.
Why didn't he take on f3? Because of rook f1 ideas, I guess, but there must have been a defense.
How does he have 2 seconds now? Did he spend 2 seconds on that move?
Alireza's got to move! Oh my
Great
goodness.
move, by the way.
Yeah, unbelievable move.
Now he got 3.3, 2.2, now he's got 1.1.
Yeah, and Alireza's going to... Oh my goodness, how is he? And he's repeating? He's not going to play for... And he's not knight d6, rook f7, rook f7.
He mouse slipped.
Rook f7.
Alireza smiles, because that's all you can do.
Yeah, that's all you can do. He was so close. He was so close to being so close to being even closer, but...
That was well
Yeah, Unfortunately, it's a 7-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. Alireza's got to win 2 games to make it interesting in the bullet. Otherwise, Magnus can almost forfeit the entire bullet segment and still probably win.
That was unreal. I mean, again, after games like that, you want to fill the air with conversation, but there's no, structure, string of words that can really capture how hard it is to play Magnus when he wins games like this.
Absolutely. I mean, he stayed in the fight, but there is something to be said for the fact that somewhere in the middle of this match, Alireza just stopped trusting his instincts a bit.
And at Jababa London, an homage to many people have done courses on them.
Correct.
Obviously, we had Hans Niemann in the studio earlier. Shout out to him. No other courses are worth mentioning, I think.
You made a course.
Yeah, well, you just mentioned it, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Is yours better than Hans's? He's watching.
Remember, as you said,
if he's not,
watches the stream.
Yes.
Which commentator said more bad things?
Correct, and they're going to write it down for next time. Yeah, knight e4 here is a fascinating move to just cut the communication of the white army. Knight e4, you trade, and the light square bishop on b7 becomes a monster.
Alireza has shown quite the propensity for these knight a2s, knight h2s, knight h7, knight a7. Usually it's a great move. Bishop takes d5, by the way, is an idea, but not here.
Yes.
Can not here.
Some a4 stuff? Try to poke at the queen side? Like
you said that exactly how. I would just kind of like a side move.
Yeah. Just attack on the queen side a little bit, Maybe knight c1, knight d3, obviously. That's always been an idea.
I always miss maneuvers like that.
Okay, or that. Yeah, that move, which threatens to threaten something, I guess.
Yeah, it's a second-order threat. It threatens to create a threat.
It's an active move, for sure, but when a queen leads an attack with no backup, I'm not so sure there's... d4 is nice. Counterattack on white's king, sacrificing a pawn.
And it's a positional sack because you get that juicy d5 square. That's what Magnus was setting up with knight e7. That's why this was almost a pre-move.
It's a very nice move. Very, very high-class move. Queen b7. And now, Danya, maybe just keep giving the pawn up. I don't know, knight c6, knight f5, something along those lines.
Yeah, knight c6, cd, knight e7.
Yeah, oh, that's disgusting. Like, what a maneuver.
The other knight, though, could also steal its thunder.
I was worried about g4, but I guess g6, queen g5, h6.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, I thought he played it for a second. It's like g4. I saw it in my mind's eye. Now we all see it on the board. He did not play it.
Yeah, he took on d4 instead.
Are you kidding me? Look at this queen trap.
Yeah, I know. I did. I saw it.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me to look at it. You literally pointed it out.
Oh, the light square blockade here is so nice. The knight on a2 went back to a2, and the whole, like, it's like Shawshank's Redemption. He went on a2. By the time he reemerged, the whole world was different.
Wow. Pulling out the Shawshank Redemption.
Maybe a5.
References. Well, we need to get busy commentating this game.
I think was that a movie reference?
Get busy living or get busy dying.
Was that a reference to the same movie?
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. I didn't know that. I just remember the.
Don't worry. If you give me any more of the queen lines, of the queen trap lines, you'll redemption yourself.
Okay. No worries. Alireza has to hang on to this pawn lead, man. He has to.
You know the chess version of that movie is Shawshankland Redemption?
Yes. The Sam Shankland Redemption.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. What do sports commentators do when a match is quickly spinning out of control? Do they talk about movies?
I think we're doing what they do.
I see.
Or they'll be doing what we do.
Well, Jeff Van Gundy basically talked about anything. So he and yeah. So can I go full Jeff Van Gundy? I think the players should be able to forfeit the match if it's getting out of control. Why do we make them sit and suffer? And then you're gonna Mike Breen me like, all right, Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
By the way...
All right, Gary. I promised to call you Gary. Now, knight d6. This game is heating up. Knight g5, h6. It's very important that Magnus is protecting the f7 pawn.
I think knight takes d4 is a move you play with house money. You're like, I'm up a lot of games. Let's have some fun.
And that's the thing about being up a lot of games. You get to take those risks and not think about them, which makes it even harder for the opposing side to gain momentum. Knight d5 blunders this. That doesn't work.
Yeah, just go back. The rook is hanging, so you got to do something about it.
It's got all these pieces. Ooh, knight f6 is a threat.
Yeah, rook takes d3, knight f6 is a nice way to lose. But knight d5, I mean, you just block everything and or that. Ooh. Yeah, that's a 32-65 move. Just retreating on the diagonal, keeping the pressure, not committing the knight on b6 yet. You don't know, maybe you want it on c4.
No, you're absolutely right. Queen is now on a square that's defended 3 times. I'd be very tempted to go g4. Maybe even sack the h4 pawn.
And then attack on the h file. Or the dark squares.
Circles back to g6, and then the other knight's definitely coming to c4.
But now the rook hangs, g4 is on the way. Some knight f6, like these types of sacrificial ideas. Knight f6 doesn't work at all, but, I can say it because I don't have to make the move.
Sacking other people's pieces, the best perk of being a commentator.
Correct. But now the queen is deflected from the attack, and... Yeah, it's...
Knight d4, knight c4, you called it.
And that's why the knight stayed there to move at the right moment. You can't guard both pawns or the pawn on e5.
Yeah, just that. I mean, bishop f4, but you're fighting a lost cause. Everything's collapsing. Alireza did not get off the ground on the king side somehow.
No, and now he's going to lose a pawn and get under his own, Magnus's own attack.
And we're close to a double-digit lead. This segment could not end fast enough for Alireza, but he has another 5 minutes to go. He is the world bullet champion, and he'll have to be the champion of historic comebacks if he wants to make up 9 games when only 7 or 8 are possible.
That's absolutely right. He's got to get at least 1 game back here, and he's got the time to do just that.
And he's got the fortitude and resilience, but not against this kind of Magnus.
Queen d3. Wow, what a mess, Danya.
This is a really nice move. There's no discoveries that are threatened against the white queen right now. You could play like b3.
But then you lose a3, right? But then knight d6.
Stop saying things that are true.
Oh, knight e5, queen e5.
Oh my god, rook c5. How long has this queen spent under the watchful eye of this rook? Okay, well.
Okay, knight f5, I guess. Or queen b7, yes.
Something's going to give f5, knight f5, rook d1's coming.
There's 1,000,003 threats.
Queen a8 again was possible.
G4.
No, queen d1.
Yeah, you just lost the pawn. That's it. I mean, queen d1's not even back to g6.
That is vintage Magnus.
He had 2 seconds there.
Oh, rook d3.
Oh, rook d3.
Alireza should go knight g5.
Oh, knight g5 is nasty. And Magnus wins again.
8-point lead.
Yeah. What to say? What to say?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
You know what I said? When Magnus beat Hans, I said, you know you're in trouble when Magnus starts playing bishop c4 against the Sicilian.
Correct.
He just started playing, well, Alireza just started playing the Sicilian. And Magnus has played bishop c4 against it.
This is like when beginners learn the Vienna, and then every time they play e4, knight c3 against any opening, they call it the Vienna. It's like, I'm playing the Italian against the Sicilian. Like, no, that's not, no, come here, sit down.
That isn't Sicily in Italy?
Yeah. So Magnus now is playing the Italian Sicilian, which, while it might sound like the same thing, is not the way you're supposed to play because the position is equal, but clearly it's not.
Yeah, or it's like when people play e4, d6, d4, knight f6.
Correct.
Well, I'm just playing the King's Indian. What's your problem with me?
Correct.
No, it also depends on what your opponent does.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They don't matter. By the way, we're going to get the same idea. b3, bishop g5.
Oh, that Greek gift.
Yeah. b3, knight a5. Okay, well, he stops it, but I'm not sure he stopped it.
He started something else. I think he started the tilt because g6, bishop h6, and h5.
It's just game over. He lost this game.
He might resign in like 3 moves. 1, Magnus will take on h6
bishop h6.
first.
You can't even take because queen h7 is mate.
2.
Or that. Bishop
3.
h6, knight g5 maybe. Bishop g6, knight g5, bishop h6. Now bishop g6 is a threat, queen g6 is a threat.
What if he actually resigns here then? Okay, never mind.
I mean, rook e5.
Bishop g7, rook e5. Rook e5! Knight e5, rook e5. You're...
Yeah, rook e5.
Someone did their puzzle rush, and it wasn't just Hikaru.
Yeah, and apparently set the record too. That was crazy. Rook e5 is a nasty move. It's interpose. Is that what that's called? When you block the defense on the diagonal. Rook e5 with queen g7, queen f6, and
yeah, he's got a pretty good interposition.
yes, if rook e5 is the best move, then knight e5 though, of course, as well.
No, Magnus he's got his posture when he's about to uncork something amazing.
Amazing. King g2. Can we go back?
That's amazing.
Yes, when it's Magnus, the thing is when you try to, like, for example, a video, like every Grandmaster's video, their best game ever, it's hard for Magnus because he's always like making these solid improving moves. Let's see.
The top move, okay, so first of all, rook e5 is winning, and the idea is...
You just don't take it, queen g6, yeah.
Just want to show the idea. Yes. The best move is no less amazing. Slice off the king, and then involve the other bishop. And just to complete the picture, queen g8 is mate.
Correct, yes.
But Magnus went king g2. And the best move is now...
b3.
Thank you for saying it, so I don't have to.
Yes, b3. Yeah, I don't think you play b3 here.
Fighting for the e5 square.
But maybe you do, honestly. Maybe you do.
Magnus is exactly the kind of player who goes b3. Because in a position where you're going for checkmate, he thinks about weak squares and outposts.
Yeah.
He'll do it. He's thinking about it. He sees it.
Yeah, because if black plays rook h8, you always have queen to g6 check. And yeah. This
exactly what Alireza just said.
This is, at least in tennis, they had a big 3. You know what I mean? At least there was a mystery of which of the 3 of them would win a Grand Slam for 20 years. It's so hard to play against Magnus, man. It's so hard he got bored and left the title. Like, imagine being so good you don't want the title.
I find the World Championship match to be boring.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think that his king hunt in this position is going to bore him. I think rook d5 might be a threat. There are other threats in the position, of course.
Such as pawn to h5 winning the endgame.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Or knight to e5, threatening f2.
Yeah, and still winning, of course.
And still winning because of king h3.
Yeah, because all your moves are...
I think it might be time to resign. Rook d5. Magnus is at least going to calculate it.
Rook e5 first. just some improving moves.
Yeah, rook d5 might be the only way to lose because I forgot the king can escape through c7.
But you have rook d5, pawn d5, queen e5, king c6, bishop c2, and you take and then you play knight d4. Yeah, and queen d5 mate, by the way.
Darn it.
After you have all sorts of checkmates. Now you can't play rook d5. Actually, you might still be able to.
You can play a3.
Okay, queen e5, draw, queen g7. Okay. There is some, queen d5, and now you have queen d6, rook d8, queen d6, queen g5.
This is the most lost position of all time.
Yeah, until the next one, and he's really just putting on a show here. I mean, really, it's something special. He has played really, really well today, and it's really fun to see when he's motivated and just super sharp.
And, you know, he's doing it against Alireza. The reason we're this impressed is because he's not just playing anybody. He's playing an on-form Alireza who's played very solid chess. You can't say, oh, Alireza has blundered so many times. He actually has blundered very few times. He's made very few one-move blunders. His opening choices were good. We will properly credit Alireza for his incredible run and everything that he's done to make as many fans as he has here in this building, also across the internets. But right now it's Magnus hour, and it's a mate!
It's a mate.
Oh no, he didn't!
Checkmate on the board, an 8-2 finish in this segment. And just sensational. What can you say?
If you wanted a summary of this match, all you would need to do is just project that position on the screen. And right now we project a pensive Alireza Firouzja on the screen. He wants to be taken off the screen. Levy, this is a 9-point lead. This is insanity in the SCC finals.
Just absolutely sensational stuff. Alireza is still sitting there. I don't know if he's reviewing this game.
Is he playing? No, he's doing Puzzle Rush.
Is he?
No, he might be doing Puzzle Racer, but I don't know. We'll see.
But after 2 segments of action, it is 14-5 Magnus. It is actually the least close match that we have had thus far. Magnus Carlsen has shown up to play, and my God, has he played.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you see Knight G6 mate, all you can do is laugh. Magnus is not laughing. He wants more where that came from, but the Bullet chess champion will have a chance to show his mettle. He might not make up a 9-point lead, but at least he can score some honor goals and finish this match on a high note. Levy, Rosman, this was incredible. Magnus's chess has spoken for itself.
Danya, I think we're going to do a game review of one of the games from this segment, maybe even this most recent one that concluded. I know you're the master of it. I'll let you take it away. You're spoiled for choice.
I'm spoiled for choice, but I'm too lazy to click on the event tab. And I don't need to, because this last game was the perfect epitome of what makes Magnus, Magnus. It was a game where he dominated essentially from move 1 to move 40. It was the last game of the 3-minute segment. Really, the reason I'm showing this, I need to see that mate again. So let's get through these first 40 moves. Magnus playing Bishop C4 against the Sicilian, the Bowdler. He plays it really well. He plays it for a win. Alireza trying everything, switching opening, switching approaches, playing faster, playing slower, playing tactically, playing positionally. It all glances off as if you're pinching a dinosaur. Magnus has been towering over this match, and the opening in this final game starts off pretty casually, but this French structure with a castled king is very dangerous for black. Magnus clears the obstacle on e4, deploys his bishop on c2, setting up a potential Greek gift sacrifice. Alireza tries to build up the counterplay on the queen side, but g3 and h4 sets up an idea that Magnus had earlier in the match, which is bishop g5. But he fakes us out and drops the bishop to c1, protecting b2, and the decisive mistake by Firouzja, a tilt move, h6, the eval bar shoots up, and it's because queen d3 sets up a devastating battery, and now you cannot play g6 because the h-pawn falls, and then the g-pawn falls, and black's king will fall shortly thereafter. f5 is Alireza's only real chance, but Magnus infiltrates. He snaps off that pawn anyway, using the pin, and his attack is incredible. Bishop takes d4, king g2. Look at the patience, making sure that bishop f2 doesn't come with a check. Now b3, using both sides of the board, and b3 is the top computer move, by the way. And just watch the way that Magnus takes g7, hunts black's king down, forces it back into the center, wins a second pawn after chasing away black's knight, and then, as if that wasn't enough, having built up his initiative, he delivers on move 40, a checkmate on g6. The rook is pinned, the king is hunted down in the center of the board, and Magnus Carlsen is 30 minutes away from his second consecutive SCC title live in Paris. This is amazing. Levy, all you can do is take off your hat.
Yes. My hat is off. It's been off. What can you say?
Well, I have one more thing to say.
Okay, please.
You didn't think I'd say anything, did you?
No.
You think I had nothing on my plate?
No.
I have something on my displate, because Chess.com is partnering with Displate to bring you a beautiful collection of chess posters printed on chic and durable metal. monumentalize, I didn't know that was a word, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship with gorgeous display designs from our SCC collection, or explore our other designs like Mittens or the Rook, use exclam Displayed in chat or head over to display.com/chess. Go there now, display.com/chess to shop now, and use code CHESS at checkout to claim up to 32% off. That's display.com/chess. Put that on your display, and we will put 30 more minutes of chess on Levy Rosman's display when we come back to the final match of the Speed Chess Championship from Paris. Stay tuned. Magnus Carlsen, he's holding more than one king in his hand. He might be the king in just half an hour. We'll find out.
Let's explore game review.
After a theoretical skirmish, Alireza emerged with some disadvantage against Grishuk. But while Alireza may sometimes get a bad position, he rarely gets an inactive one. After the slow move h4, Alireza lunged forward with the critical rook to b4. Both players made mistakes in the sharp exchange that ensued. Grishuk played for a tactical win, uncovering an assault on Alireza's queen. But he picked the wrong square. Where queen g4 would have won, queen f4 allowed Alireza the brilliant queen takes d1 check. This bold queen sacrifice also won the pawn on a4, and while Game Review says the position is equal with best play, Grishuk struggled to defend his weak light squares and the advancing a-pawn. Once Alireza won a kingside pawn for his a-pawn, his rooks flooded in and beautifully constructed a mating net. Don't forget to use Game Review on your own games to see what you might have missed.
No more fancy openings, no swashbuckling middle games, no attacks. We're here to tell you about what comes after that.
I'm taking the time for prophylactic moves in this apparently pretty sharp position. Probably at this point the knight is better, but the game shows that it's possible to play around it.
What is your chess personality? All right, let's see. How do you react when opponents talk trash? I started it. What's up, bro? Which is one puzzle rush mode you play for the rest of your life? 3 minute all day. We do it already. 51 is a high. Right. What would you play in this position? Take on h7 or palm move? Oh, yeah, that's a great gift. Bishop takes h7, 95, queen h5. In this position, which would you play first? Knight f3 or f4? Or f4 all day. That's, you know what that is. Which time control do you do more? Bullet, absolutely.
A little bit rapid these days.
It's Friday night. You lost on time. What do you do? No, we tilt till 4 a.m., baby. I am a artist. Nice.
I'm a romantic.
The noise. We're here at the E spot in Paris, guys. Look at the lighthouse there. I mean, there's so much going on here in Paris. Look at the beautifulness that we have here in the E spot in Paris. People outside walking by. There's so much going on here. And people, look at that, just interested. What's going on in there is what he's saying. We're going to bring him into as well. Merch store, very important, guys. There is a lot of merch going out, guys. This is the last day that you can get merchandise, even at home, using 20% off SCC code. SCC is the code. You get 20% off. Look at all the good stuff in there. We got the displays. You got the shirts. You can get charged up. ELO is sold separately in every item, though. You can get some ELO, but it's sold very separately. Look at all of this, man. It's fun, right? Action. Hey, I don't know who that is. That's a cool costume. Oh, my goodness. Guys, it's been nothing but fun here. All the fans, all the players, all the excitement. It's been nothing but a great time here in Paris. Wonder where these guys are going. Hey, this looks familiar. There's a bar here. People having drinks. Hey, oh, man, that's Vic right there. What's up? Hey, what? Vic, that's amazing. What's up, buddy? Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, y'all? How you doing? Well, I'm here with Levy here. And Levy, can you tell me, oh, I actually thought you were Levy. Oh, my goodness. What do you think is going on in the match? Do you think Firouzja is able to come back?
Well, I was rooting for Firouzja, but he's having a hard time, right? But I believe he can still make it if he gets rolling some games. Well, it's very difficult because it's Magnus, but it would be the greatest comeback ever, and we would be here to say it was the greatest comeback ever, and we would be happy. You know.
Are you enjoying your time here in Paris?
Yeah, I'm loving it. Yeah, I actually live here, but yeah, the set and everything is looking very nice. You guys have done a good job and stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we heard from Levy here. I mean, sorry, the other Levy. Let's go back to, of course, the commentators, Danya and Levy. Thanks for having us here, guys. Enjoy yourself and watch the rest of the final.
Wait, I heard commentators, Danya and Levy. I'm commentating a match?
I'm down there.
Oh, hi, Levy. What's up? How are you enjoying the view from the audience?
It's really good. You guys are doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like your co-host, but you're great as always.
Oh, thank you. No, co-host. I mean, could not possibly do a better job. Guess he's been doing great.
Yeah, no. Actually, my plan is to race an army that looks exactly like me from all over the world.
Man, the audience really seems to like my co-host. I mean, I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I watched some podcasts. Mr. Beast said he had some plan to make clones, and of all of his wild ideas, I was like, you know, I should just do that, teach them all to say, ladies and gentlemen, and then start a video, and then I can just go on vacation.
Mis amigos!
Yes, that's a reference to Madrid 2022.
Mon ami, I forgot what country we're in.
Correct.
Magnus has not forgotten that he is the king because he is trying to become one. There are so many things to talk about. We have a really cool graphic about things that happened in 2004, as well as the extent of Magnus's domination. And the extent of Magnus's domination is the fact that he's below Firouzja in bullet. He thinks for a little bit less time. This doesn't really display to us what he's been doing in this match, where he's up by 9 points.
This is a fascinating one because it basically says that he doesn't think as much as Firouzja. He's usually up a lot on time, and he pre-moves a ton, and yet Firouzja's 40 points higher rated.
But that's Bullet, and we've just been playing Blitz. If we had been playing Bullet this whole time, that would have been one happy commentator and one happy Firouzja. It's definitely not one happy Firouzja right now. This is some of the best SCC chess quality-wise that we've ever seen, and probably the best graphic that we've ever seen. I think we've got the time to put it up on the screen, Levy. What do you know about 2004?
Are we putting up 2004 because that's Alireza is born in 2003? Is that the reference here?
That is one of the reference. He turned 1 in 2004. Facebook was launched in 2004. I don't even know what that is anymore.
Yeah, what is Facebook?
Stop invading my space. But 10 new countries joined the EU. Magnus Carlsen achieves the Grandmaster title, and I earned the title of most awkward middle schooler. Or elementary schooler.
And you skipped Greece. I mean, that's Greece also beat Portugal in the Euros. So.
Oh, that of course. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat watching the UEFA finals at age 8.
Man, you know the match has gone poorly when we're looking for historical facts about 2004. Like that is, but yeah, things happened 20 years ago. Things are happening now, you know, and it's Magnus Carlsen winning another tournament. I wonder when Magnus Carlsen won his first chess tournament. By then,
you don't want to know.
He must have already, right?
No, I mean, I think that you'd have to go back to, you know, the Tudor dynasty was still ruling in England when he did that, but it might take another 20 years to win 9 games against Magnus in the form that he's in. I mean, and the spirits that he's in, which are high. Now, against Hans, he kind of phoned it in the bullet segment, right? He knew that the match was under control. He started playing more loose.
Yeah.
Do you think that he's going to try to cap off this match by trying as hard as he can, or is it just human nature to conserve energy? I mean, we're looking at him on the screen. He's drinking like 4 different beverages. I mean,
Yeah,
he's just whoop.
I think, yeah, we do have the screen here. They've got us up on the screen.
Yeah,
but,
take those people away.
But I think you mentioned Alireza is unhappy. He's definitely unhappy that he's losing, but you almost feel relaxed now. You just feel like, look, I might be mathematically out of this thing, but let me play the best bullet that I can. Maybe he can win a couple of games in a row.
And I don't think there's a single person in this room, Alireza has a lot of fans who's thinking, oh, Alireza's down by 9. He's washed, right? First of all, he's proven those people wrong the last couple months. There is not a person on the planet, given Magnus's form today, that would not be down 7, 8 points. I mean there's just nothing you can do sometimes.
If someone in the audience was down 7 or 8 points, that would be really exceptional.
That would be pretty exceptional. What does Alireza do? Does he try a4, rook a3? Does he try e3, king e2?
a4, rook a3 has been proven to be one of the best openings in chess.
One of, I think, the best. Magnus hasn't analyzed it, and...
Have you since your match? Since you're walloping Mr. Naroditsky?
Oh, I have. I mean, that's why I'm not playing classical chess. I just know there's a forced win out there.
And we get a deep Spanish. This is an anti-Marshall line by Firouzja. I think this was in the World Championship match, by the way, between Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, okay, because he's played so many of them, right? That you gotta remember his opponent.
Yes, that he got bored and he left. He doesn't want to do it anymore.
Well, let's not remember that. Okay, that's a multilingual point that only you will understand.
Correct. So let's instead focus on this maneuvering game that we're about to get in the Spanish. Oh, it's about to get spicy. Position's going to open up.
Okay, so knight on b3. Now, what I found is that the first 2 or 3 games of the bullet, both players tend to play really quickly. Like, I'm talking 1 minute on their clock.
I thought you were going to say really badly.
And really badly. Magnus, knight e3, queen takes c3, knight takes c4.
Ideas, yes.
And bishop takes b3. Don't get any ideas now.
Yeah. Knight e3 is okay. We get bishop g5 instead.
Okay, is this pawn? Then bishop d2 maybe, and black's rooks are not coordinated.
Ooh, bishop d2. Or okay,
he missed it.
He missed it. Look at you giving him the ideas, but unfortunately can't hear you.
It's always easy from the side.
Yes, queen takes on b3. He can't take on e4. You lose the bishop on e7, but yeah, probably pawn takes.
Oh, don't recapture. I've blundered a bishop like that so many times with a Scandi. You like to point that trick out.
Correct. Knight to g3 instead.
SCC finalists don't blunder pieces in one move. Who would have thought?
I mean, they do, actually, plenty, especially in the bullet.
Okay, rook e8 by Magnus. And Alireza, he needs to make this initiative. Oh, no, I jinxed him! All right. Robert, I see you there.
Oh, man.
We need a replacement.
How did you call that? How did you call that?
I think what Robert's thinking about right now is that Magnus Hikaru match where bishop c7 was missed.
Yeah, the legendary commentator's curse. You straight up just talked about it in the Scandinavian. Queen goes across the board. I don't think Alireza is relaxed. I mean, you can argue he's too relaxed, but I think he hasn't really fully recovered. Like there is
neither have I, so keep talking.
Yeah, there is a point of acceptance of a defeat.
Whoa.
Yeah, knight e8, by the way. Queen f7 is there, but yeah, just bishop e6.
And resigns, yeah.
Queen e5, etc. Rook f8 almost missed checkmate, but
at least you can threaten checkmate.
Yeah. And Alireza resigns a 10-game lead, 15-5, and it is it's the best one so far. The 4 pawns attack. This is definitely something that has been seen in Naroditsky-Bortnik games, I feel like.
Yeah, more like Bortnik followed by Naroditsky. And guess what? Alexander Alekhine, the pioneer of this opening, he's buried in France, in Paris, a couple of kilometers from here.
We should have done a little VIP tour. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Not that, you know, we'll have live SCC finals because this was such a poorly attended event. Just kidding. Huge shout out to the crowds gathered here in eSpot and the crowds gathered virtually.
And Magnus is on his way to winning another game, but he had to play queen a6, I think? Or maybe queen b4, some way to keep... no, king d2, rook b1, might as well, right? Play like Alekhine.
I always think that castling queenside is illegal here, but the rook can actually step over.
The rook can go through a check.
Yes. Sometimes I need a review of the rules.
I also forget. Yeah, you get better at chess, you forget all the rules.
Magnus loves moves like d5 in these types of positions.
Bishop h4 is
Or in these types of positions.
There goes king f2.
Or in
basically any
types of positions.
Rook d1, take on d3 and play knight e4. Take on d3 and play knight e4.
Oh my gosh.
Or king g1, fine. Fine.
No, but this is lovely. Knight e4, knight d6, and you can't stop that knight from getting to d6.
Yeah, it seems like Alireza simply cannot recover at all. And also Magnus is playing just fantastic chess. Just fantastic. Takes with the king, because the queen couldn't take, because the knight was hanging.
Knight e1, d5, and rook takes d5 is for the fans, maybe.
You don't even have to. You can...
Knight c2, knight e3.
Yep, d5 then, or knight b4.
I think I just need to stop saying d5, and that's when he'll play it.
And knight b4, queen a5? Okay, that move is apparently bad.
Knight b3?
Right, of course, which that will never happen. And now we are queen h7 stuff sometimes, or now.
Look at that.
Okay, yeah. Rook f4, queen g7, and it's scary. Knight e4, rook f1.
Right now, it feels like Magnus is going to win any position. Doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah.
This game is going to go only one direction.
Yeah.
And so far, Firouzja doing a good job. Look at that queen. It collected everything.
And now it's back. Yeah.
Lives to tell the tale.
And he's just going to go g3 and push the h-pawn.
If the rook takes on f4, it won't live to tell the tale.
Absolutely. King maybe c8, but then knight e4, knight d6. So this is just... It's bad to worse.
And finally, will the knight reach d6 in our lifetime?
Rook a7, it's maybe knight d6 first, okay. I guess he's going to repeat, if possible. No, okay, he's going to take on c4.
Rook b4! Rook b4.
Yeah, played a little bit too quickly by Magnus, but okay, you can trade and do whatever you want. You can even probably play knight d6.
Oh my gosh.
c5 is hanging though, be careful.
Yeah, Magnus is, he's letting himself, you know,
he's relaxing
serve
a bit.
his calculational abilities a little bit.
What's stopping the pawn from just going all the... Okay.
Bang, bang, bang. A2, H7. Let's just, we need a fresh set of queens.
Yeah.
Those we're getting, the other ones are getting old.
Oh, he's just down a piece. Whoa, he wins it back. What on earth? And it's going to be a draw with queen f4.
How about another pawn race with the G and the C pawns inching forward?
Yes.
That's what we're missing.
Yes.
There we go.
There it is.
Just don't accidentally give a check on f2.
And this is going to burn a lot of clock time. Queen g7, draw, or is he going to bleed? I feel like Magnus is the type to play more games, but who knows?
And he's got a 10-point bleed, so definitely he wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
I guess he would.
He repeats. Smiles. 23 minutes to go. It feels like New Year's is incoming. This year, we got a fried liver on the board. We're getting b5 maybe. Will Magnus play b5? b5 is one of the most fun lines.
Is this called like a foie gras variation?
Oh my
in
gosh,
France?
he's entering the fried liver. This is hilarious.
Yeah, we haven't seen this since like Morphy versus Schulten in like 1840.
And like 20 people who played this today on Chess.com Rapid. But yes, this is a theoretical battleground among beginners.
Philidor is like, wait, even I know this is bad.
Yeah, d4. Black basically has to play 15 top engine moves to survive, and Magnus hasn't played them. But I think he's doing this to completely break the spirit of life, you know, and also have some fun, obviously, in case he loses.
But it's Magnus. What can't he do? And right now, he's up a piece. You know, I hate to be the controversial one in the room, but
he allows a4.
Oh my gosh, he's going to be up 2 pieces, and you cannot afford to trade off this light squared bishop because that's the engine of the attack.
Yeah, you needed to, I think, include a4 and c4 and try to attack from that side. Danya, he's not played this right. Now a4 is possible in so many different positions.
Yeah, this is a huge problem. The king is actually evacuating back through the king side, which you never see in this line. a4.
Yeah.
Now's the time, and he plays it.
And it wasn't right, of course, but okay, whatever.
Wow. And white is now... he takes h7. What a move.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
No, Magnus getting away with anything.
That's what you can do when you have a 10-game lead. You can play creative chess and maybe take with a king, too. No. Please don't do that.
We're like 10 minutes away from him doing that.
Or he's going to play a bomb cloud. I mean, Nolan's
been waiting for that. I could see the moment the e-pawn, e3, maybe.
Yeah, but this is a much easier position to play in bullet with white, but not after the effects of a 3-hour match. You know, you kind of want it to be over.
And bishop c5, that is a money move to stop f4. Of course, he finds it.
He finds it. He's attacking f2. And he will be taking over this game shortly, or he will make a blunder and come under a huge counterattack.
Rook a to d1 would be the tempting move. Knight e4 is the Firouzja move, and it is the classy move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Magnus missed there. Maybe he doesn't know either. He just, okay, rook d1 wins a queen. I'm not sure.
Oh my, the Renegade King. No, you should not have traded those knights.
The king's going to a5.
You should have traded D's knights, but queen f6, and D's queens might get off the board.
Oh my gosh. And white is up 4 pawns for a bishop.
Ugh.
Just like we drew it up.
Yeah, not bishop for 4 pawns. It's 4 pawns for the bishop.
Queen f4. Maybe you don't trade the queens, but then queen f2.
I was going to say queen f2, queen f1. Don't let me near the board.
And the one remaining pawn for Magnus Carlsen is going to decide this endgame.
And white might lose his one remaining king pretty soon.
Rook c2. Rooks b4, just push. Or king a5.
2 seconds for each side. This is how we started the match. A time scramble.
But the pawns are very dangerous for white.
And somehow Firouzja's... Oh, and the bishop is gone. Or is it?
Yeah, now white is playing for a win, for sure.
No, bishop is still on the board.
Oh my
But
goodness.
it might not be for very long.
Yeah, now the play f5. Rook c1. Rook
c1.
F5. King g5.
He's got it. In the bag. World Bullet Champion won't give this one away.
There we go. And we're going back to the King's Indian. We've been here before.
And it is the best bullet opening. Levy, you called it.
Alireza not deterred. He keeps going back to this h6 line.
Honestly, Magnus might want the repetition now.
Yeah, Magnus just clearing off the board is what he's doing. Yeah, knight g4. Okay.
But black is often better in these lines, and this is how it all started, right? Alireza got the d4 square.
Yeah, but Magnus just completely killing the game.
Knight the 8th, maybe.
I think Magnus is going for an endgame that he's going to try to play for 5 minutes. Bishop e2, bishop d3, or now rook d3, fine.
King g2, and eventually white can get f4 and e5 in, and black's not the one calling the shots here.
e5, yep. Rook f3. Yeah, and Magnus is just going to play this so the match clock keeps moving. That's really what he's doing here. No, actually, I like black's position, e5, f6. But it doesn't matter. Like, unless you hang a rook here, you're going to make a draw.
Hang a rook?
Yeah, rook g3, I meant. Yes.
Yeah.
And just in case anybody's, anybody's curious how to lose a rook in this position.
We have one common BC and rook g5, by the way. It was a funny way to win the c pawn.
It's still there. It's still there.
It's still there.
Yep. And now
it might be necessary. Rook d3. No, that blunders f4. No longer there.
Okay. Rook g3.
Missed the chance.
Maybe he's going to go back to h2 and re-blunder it. That would be quite funny. just in case.
I think that's in the Oxford English Dictionary, to re-blunder.
Bishop d1. The bishop is coming around now to d2 to put pressure.
Ooh.
Yep. Bishop c7, rook a7, rook g. Oh, that's nice. That looks quite nice. Bishop g4.
And rook takes a7 will pin the bishop to the rook. Black might have to send the d pawn forward. No, that is not how the pawn moves.
Yeah, this is not great because he's going to lose at least 2 minutes of the match clock, and not that I think he would have recovered from a 9-game deficit. This really is a shocking turn of events today, I must say.
Yeah, every time we expect a close match, it seems to be more of a blowout. And I don't think anyone's complaining. Of course, an Armageddon is always fun, but I don't think anybody here has moved. They've moved their vocal cords. We've heard their oohs and ahs, but this display of mastery is no less cool.
We've
had a close match.
We had 4 matches, right? But maybe we extend the stay in Paris, and tomorrow we play Hans Firouzja and Magnus Hikaru.
Man, the concept of a Magnus Hikaru match, I mean,
just like
so
for fun.
Unpopular, I don't think anybody would want to see that.
Just for fun, because we didn't get to see those matches, because that's how semifinals work.
I mean, that
would anybody object?
That would make Paris a real Blitz society.
Yeah, that would. That's a fun place, by the way.
It is. Have you been there before?
No.
Not on this trip, though.
No, definitely not. What? That was wrong. King e3, I guess he had to play and run with his pawn, but this is just going to head for a draw, Danya, but maybe black will win with the d-pawn.
Yeah, it's a bullet society right now.
King f2.
We got a perpetual rook g1, rook g2.
Right, just like we drew it up. Okay, now, and black is winning.
Rook c8, maybe. King
yeah.
c1.
Or rook e8, I guess.
Oh,
never mind.
Right.
We both are terrible. No, we're okay. Or what? Rook c.
Can black take it and go rook c1?
Of course. Or rook e8. Okay, what is happening? He's just giving up the rook to promote.
Yeah, black probably should just take the rook and try to promote the pawn, but I feel like we're going to get a decisive result here one way. The one side is going to try their best to lose this.
Yeah, don't we all? Don't we all? King G5.
Oh, he could have gone King F5 there. Magnus pre-moved Rook F4. Oh, Alireza's got chances now, but Magnus is kind of good at endgames, I heard through the grapevine.
Yeah, but 4 minutes of, I think, match time have disappeared. This is sort of the perfect strategy if you'd like the match to end.
Are we going to get the classic like Rook B4, Rook C2, Rook A4? Who blunders their Rook first?
Yes, that's typical time trouble nonsense. White's got 1 second.
I don't engage in those kind of shenanigans.
No, never. King E3.
Oh! Firouzja went on time!
What? Okay.
A slightly anticlimactic finish.
Now he's got 8 more games to win in 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, at the pace of 2 games, 2 points per 15 minutes.
What? Queen F3.
It might be 2044 before this comeback is complete.
And back in the days of 2018, when a grand total of 46 people watched chess, there was there was Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana for the World Championship, and they played this Sveshnikov Sicilian, and they pushed theory forward like 15 years. It was really fascinating times. And Magnus really enjoys these positions because of the imbalance. The computer always gives some slight edge to white if played perfectly, but this F5 coming for black is really, is really nasty.
And white's knight on B5 not hanging, obviously, until you play bishop B7. But, Levy, to your point, Magnus often is mischaracterized as someone who tries to dodge mainstream opening theory. No, he makes mainstream. He is mainstream opening theory. He defines it, and he's been ahead of a lot of opening trends, right? The Sveshnikov, he can basically play anything, and he doesn't have an opening repertoire because his opening repertoire is like the set of all openings.
He can do whatever he wants. And when he decides to dabble in an opening and change it around, that's what's going to happen. And it's funny, if you actually look at the database, after 2018, that match, Magnus-Fabiano, so many top players went there and played tens of thousands of games. And to this day, right, are making improvements. So just
I'll have what he's having.
Just a little fun fact. Did you ever dabble in the Sveshnikov?
Not yet. I actually had the honor of playing Sveshnikov. Yes, that was a person who created the Sveshnikov, passed away recently at a Blitz tournament, but we did not, in fact, play the Sveshnikov.
He didn't pass away at the Blitz tournament.
No.
You played him at a Blitz tournament.
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't because of the quality of my play against him. But he was a total legend, and never played the Sveshnikov. I'm a lifelong Najdorf player. But recently, I've been trying different kinds of Sicilians.
That's the spice of life. Which Sicilian you try in chess.
That's right. Or where you push your c-pawn at the start of the game. I heard one square is possible, too.
Yes. With white.
Of course.
Bishop d6. Yeah,
Knight f2 is possible. Oh my gosh. It's still possible.
Still possible. King g1, queen, rook is hanging, and that's it. Yeah, rook f2, rook e1 is mate, so...
Oh, he took the bishop instead. Now he's down in exchange. And the king is a sitting duck here. That queen is getting involved right quick.
But Magnus did just lose on time, so maybe he will lose on time again. He just trapped the bishop. He wins.
Guy's whole board awareness, Levy. He didn't go for the king. He went for the bishop.
Yeah, just so good. And this is the bullet tilt. We have a modern opening on the board. Only one man, I think, can play this consistently and win games, and that's Hikaru. He has played the modern in Blitz and Bullet his entire life. And you look at his game sometimes, and it's like +5 for the opponent, and he just wins.
He's even done that this Paris visit, but not against Alireza.
Yep.
I mean, he did do it against Alireza, not enough times. Is the modern still going to be called the modern in like 100 years? Is it eventually going to be called like the old?
Yeah, the old. I don't know. I don't know who names chess openings. Nobody. Yeah. We just kind of call them that.
Yeah, who was the first person to, call the Sicilian? Like, was it named after the famous Soviet master Boris Sicilian?
No, there was some story, right? It was actually some guy named like probably Giulio or Francesco or something.
Yeah, he played it in a chess club in Catania.
Yep.
In Palermo, and this is not looking great. F3, Magnus cementing the E4 pawn.
At some point, white has H4, man. Like, even now, just attacking the king side and asking some very uncomfortable questions.
Such as, who is the winner of this SCC, but I think we do know the answer to that one. Queen A4 instead.
Yeah, Queen A4, and what can we say, man? What can we say? You know that whole monologue about Hikaru getting too old, and then you winning, Hans winning things when Hikaru's like, we got to worry about Magnus. Magnus is going to stick around for like 15 more years winning everything. It's unbelievable.
I mean, the way that he's adjusted his style, and every time it seems like he's getting tired of the whole I'm the best player of all time routine. He puts in a performance like this one where he seems fresh, he seems motivated, and he seems ready to climb the next step, the step that you didn't think was there because he's climbed the ladder. He's at the top.
Yeah.
And he's at the top of his game right now. Bishop takes C6.
He'll take on C6. He'll go for the pawn on A6.
You're reading my mind.
Or that, apparently.
He took the other rook.
He prefers to paralyze the black position and play rook D8 and bishop B3. That's how he wants to win the game.
Oh my gosh.
C7, rook D8, and bishop B3, or bishop D7, rook D8.
Bishop B3 is such a lovely deflection. You could play that even if the black king moves out of the way, because black's bishop doesn't have any further squares. Taken bishop B3, you called it.
Yeah, bishop D4, bishop B3, and bishop D4, bishop B3, or was rook C7, but
ooh.
Yeah, he just does it anyway, because he was defended.
And now this juicy little.
Yes,
that is. They call that a pawn.
That is a filet mignon. That's what that is. I must tell you, we are here live in Paris, and the applause for every Magnus win has dwindled by 10% every time he wins, because you're just like, really?
Another one?
Like, again? You know? And that's the unique thing about this format, right? Like, this format is super exciting when it goes down to the wire, but every sport that doesn't have a timer just has, like, a thing you play to, right? In tennis, you have sets. It's not like 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, 6-1. You just stay for 3 hours and keep losing 6-1. I mean, that would be very brutal. Here, you have to play every game. Each game is worth some amount of money. They play and split some prizes. But, yeah, this is the brutal nature of a Speed Chess Championship match goes south. And today it's gone south, like to Marseille or, you know. I tried to be a Danya there.
No. I don't know any direction. I still have to do the never eat soggy waffles to, you know, tell my west from my east.
Yes. Okay, we have some I thought Alireza was black, by the way, because of all the openings that he's played today. But it's actually Magnus who's got the King's Indian attack going.
Whoa, bishop A5. That was not a blunder.
No, knight B, his idea was...
I mean, it might be, but he didn't blunder a piece.
Yeah.
He blundered the King's Indian.
Yeah, this is... Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
It's just mate. It's just mate. And he resigns and...
Okay, Smarter Chess putting in a very controversial prediction here.
Yeah, current win probability of 100%. Now, why are we showing this?
Yeah.
Whose call was it to put this on the screen? I mean, my God, what you're insulting the intelligence of like 100,000 live viewers right now. I don't... Yeah, thanks. We thought it was 65 still. I don't know.
I mean... 8 minutes left, 11-point lead, so let's do some calculations.
Yeah.
20 seconds per win. If Alireza pre-moves every move for the rest of the match, he gives himself a chance.
Just put a picture up of like a...
And he's kind of doing that right now.
Of like a cat or the Eiffel Tower sparkling or, I don't know, something. The Seine, okay?
I mean, yeah, you're kind of disappointed.
All right, this is just messed up, man. That's not cool, all right? We told you guys that the players watch the stream after it's over. You're going to be hearing from Team Firouzja. I'm just telling you guys, that wasn't us, all right? That wasn't us.
Well, I think it's becoming a... Smarter Chess better never show his face, because it's becoming a commentator tradition to throw the proverbial rotten tomatoes. You know, at him. It's like the person that makes everyone unite in their collective... You know, collective anger.
Yeah, Danya, I feel like every Smarter Chess prediction has been wild. Like, it was 65-35, and Magnus...
Look at that by Firouzja, by the bishop f6, trying to deflect the queen.
Yeah, I appreciate your efforts in still analyzing the chess.
White has 3 pieces and black has 2. What can I say?
Yeah. This
Sorry,
should
white
be
has
winning.
2, black has 1.
Oh, I thought oh God. It's a 12-game lead.
Okay, now one person applauded.
Yeah. And it's basically, yeah, it's all Magnus. I mean, what can you say? By the way, I've suggested a rule change. I said that at 5 minutes left in the bullet, you should be able to call it if you're losing. I
don't think there's a soul on this earth who would reject this. Alireza Firouzja will be eternally grateful for you if this rule is instituted. But you have to tip your hat to him. A second-place finish in the SCC.
Yes, of course.
By the hometown favorite. Obviously, his match against Hikaru will enter the, I think, annals of the greatest SCC performances, maybe to be replaced by this one. But Alireza has had an incredible 6-month run, and let me tell you, I am looking forward to watching his next candidate's performance, even though that's very far away. We have the Olympiad coming up, Levy, but he has been incredibly resilient in a career that's been longer than people might think. You know, he's 21. He's been a GM for 7 years. He's been 2,700 for, I think, 4 or 5 years. And when you have that much experience at that young of an age, that's really scary for your opponents.
For sure. It's scary for every opponent not named Magnus, right? And it's quite wild how well he performed today. He obviously rose to the occasion. And the question with Firouzja is not about if, it's about when. And yeah, the big question mark remains about the candidates tournament, of course. Chess has historically put a lot of weight on the candidates and the World Championship cycle, of which Firouzja has struggled the last 2 times, but he wins basically everything else. Getting second in the Speed Chess Championship, and I wonder how Hikaru feels at the moment, you know, because he wasn't able to instill this level of hesitancy in Alireza. Alireza clearly showed up for that match super fired up, and he got it done.
He got it done. Hikaru had some early comebacks, but Alireza never wavered. And he played better and better to continue this match. Oh my gosh. You really literally wish the bishop on h1 were gone, because that would allow white to prolong the game.
Yep.
4.5 minutes, folks, left in an unforgettable weekend of action. We know who the winner is going to be. This line.
Yeah, this is a wild line.
It is indeed. And Alireza, maybe this was what he needed earlier in the match, but all the armchair generals, all the wannabe Napoleons, they're going to come out after this match, but you try sitting down and playing Magnus. I've tried, and I don't recommend it to a lot of people.
No, and it will be fun if the guys downstairs ask him, like, does he think he's a 65-35 against Firouzja? He'll definitely have some nice things to say. He is very complimentary, and he has touted Firouzja as his his successor to the throne in many ways. But I also do wonder, did that put unnecessary pressure on Firouzja? Was it gamesmanship? Was it the ultimate form of putting pressure on a young man? Of course, I'm exaggerating, but you know, to hear that from the best player in the world is...
It's simultaneously infuriating and infinitely validating.
Correct.
To know that if you get to the world champion, you're the only person, world championship, you're the only person on the planet who the world champion is interested enough to play. And yet, the expectation that creates to win the candidates tournament is insane. I mean, the pressure at that tournament, you feel it from the commentator's desk. It's unbelievable, and Firouzja has many more candidates participations left in his career. He's 21, for goodness sake. People seem to forget that. They think that he's 101 sometimes.
Honestly, I don't think
the discourse on the internet.
I feel like we say it all the time. And
No. Rookie 7 is coming.
Rookie 7 and
lucky lead number 13.
Yeah, King is going to take the bishop.
And another check. And another capture.
Yep.
And another win.
And we might have one game left, but at the speed at which Firouzja played that game, he lost like 10 seconds on the clock. We might have 2 games left. This is an exchange Spanish, which is a line I used to play a lot when I was about 7, 8 years old. I always enjoyed these positions, down at the local chess tournaments against my fellow 7 and 8-year-olds.
That bullet point just didn't make it onto the 2004 lists back when Levy Rosman, and I actually was also playing this line at that time.
Yeah. Those were the good days. I got so nervous in my second chess tournament, I forgot how to notate castling. And I asked my opponent, and then he told me 0-0, and then he beat me in like 10 moves. So I had a very funny chess career my first 2 tournaments. I went 4-0 in my first one because I was better than everybody, and then I went 0-4 in my next one because I was worse than everybody. And
you went 4-0, or you went 4-0-0?
I went 4-0-0, yeah.
Okay.
But I lost all the games of my second tournament. I didn't give up.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I didn't stop. And friendly PSA to anybody watching this before we close the show and take it to the interviews is you really should play chess in person. I think over the last 3 to 4 years, millions of people have gotten into chess online, but there's really nothing quite like playing in person, whether it's competitive or community. Like, why does anybody do any hobby? To feel a sense of community, part of a community, or to improve at something and use your time wisely. So, yeah, do it.
And Levy, let me say this. First of all, in person, on the whether you're playing on the computer or on the board, that matters less than sitting in the same room facing each other. I have not seen a group of people in the 2000 teens look at their phones less over the course of many hours than this awesome crowd here. When they looked at their phones, it was to look at Twitch or YouTube. Every one of these matches has had their own unique character. They've captured the attention of everyone watching. I cannot believe there's under a minute left in the SCC finals. This weekend felt like it would never arrive, and now it goes by so quickly. That's always what happens with events that everybody anticipates. But I don't think there's a single person who's watched any part of this and feels like they didn't get what they signed up for.
You know that feeling when we board the plane tomorrow is going to be so sad? Because you just remember boarding the plane here, and now you're going home, and there's going to be...
Well, there was a 3-hour delay, so I definitely remember.
Correct, yeah. That's flying out of the States. It's going to be special. It's going to be really special. You can't wait for the next one. But the good news is top-level chess returns in literally like 4 days at the Olympiad, so...
Yeah, withdrawal in chess never lasts. Like, it's just... You get one tournament, everyone's sad, I missed this, and the next tournament starts, and Magnus has won.
And he's won.
The SCC is over, the ticker goes to 0, and by a 16-point margin, Magnus Carlsen claims the SCC title for the second year in a row.
Dominant, absolutely dominant. We see the handshake there, and he simply came to play. What more can you say?
We just watch the 10-year world champion, the guy who reached the highest rating in chess history, add another feather to his cap. It seemed that was impossible, but every time he just defines what is possible in chess. He defeats Hans Niemann. He wasn't happy with his play. Today, every single chess fan, including Magnus Carlsen, is definitely happy with the performance he displayed. 23.5, 7.5. That's not a glitch. That's not a typo. That was the final score, Levy.
I find it fascinating because the last two Speed Chess Championships were Magnus and Hikaru. And this semifinal and final was Magnus versus the young guys. Hans and Firouzja, who are around the same age, I think even born in the same year. And Magnus beat them by a combined 21 points. And it could have even been more than that because he had lost the last 5 games to Hans just after the match was mathematically finished. So, yeah, they're going to have to wait a little bit.
The old guard, every time we call them old, they just, dig their feet in deeper, and they show that their experience and their ability to thrive under any circumstance, in a room, humid, facing each other on a computer screen, this would seem to favor the younger generation, but no. Magnus and, of course, Hikaru, who claims 3rd place, Alireza Firouzja, he'll have to settle for silver, but what a silver it is, and what a victory over Hikaru to start his Paris journey. So many chapters were written, so many narratives, so much drama, and so much entertainment. But ultimately, I'm left with obviously bittersweet emotions. I'm sad that this is coming to a close, but so happy, so honored to have played a part in everything we saw over the last 3 very long days, Levy.
Yeah, very well said. And let's not forget that Firouzja has an Olympiad. I think he's playing, so he's got an Olympiad to look forward to. And whether or not he's playing, he's got a World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championship to look forward to later this year. So this is just one event. If you get 2nd place in this event, it's incredible. It's not the end of anything if you play a bad match against literally the GOAT of chess. And the good news is you can still become a world champion in about 3 months' time. So it continues. We will see how Alireza comes back to the candidates cycle and how hungry he is to re-enter that tournament for a 3rd time. But for now, he will just go back to winning everything else, most likely.
Well, this is the lot of a chess player, Levy. We get to sit and reminisce, think about everything we saw, but the professional player, he gets on a plane, he has 5 seconds to analyze this and a day to recover, and he is on to the next tournament with quite a bit of dough in his pocket. We hope Alireza doesn't carry all 33,000 in his pocket on the plane to Budapest. They might have an issue with that at CDG. But Magnus, 60K is his earnings in the SCC, and of course, 1st place. Great prizes, a great time to be a chess professional, and of course, a great time to be Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. also, there was a bunch of people tied for 5th and 9th place, and I think that was just the stage that they were knocked out in. So a massive congratulations. Alireza taking home $32,999.47. The 47 cents really gets the job done there. It just gets him under the customs limit. And I don't know if the euro to USD conversion is going to change quite soon, but...
60K buys you a Mona Lisa or 3 pizzas in Oslo.
Yeah. Yeah, Oslo, you're too expensive, man. I don't know, seriously, but most expensive city in the world. This has been a blast. I've really enjoyed covering the match here with you today, also covering Hikaru Firouzja. And this 3-day long weekend has been just amazing. I've enjoyed the live crowd here so much, and this really gives me hope for what chess could look like in an esports arena in the future.
Well, I echo all of your thoughts, Levy. And just to close off, first of all, huge shout out to you, not only for your professionalism and everything that you bring to the table, the fact that you interviewed all 4 players in one day. And I don't want to hear it from anybody who says you didn't bring the energy, because interviewing the 4 participants we had here, they're awesome. We love all of them. But it is a Herculean task, and you brought the energy to the commentary. So huge thank you to you. Nobody I would rather cover the finals with.
I appreciate
You're
it.
awesome.
I appreciate
Robert Hess, Danny, Canty, everybody who plays a role in this event, everybody behind the scenes who works so hard, wakes up much earlier than we do, and of course, to the people who truly make this magical, everybody on site at eSpot in Paris. I'm sure Danny will thank you properly, but for now, GM Daniel Naroditsky and I am Levi Rosman are saying goodbye, but the broadcast is not, because Danny is here to offer his final thoughts. On to you, Danny Wrench. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Welcome back downstairs, everybody, as we get set for our award ceremony. Delivering our first ever Speed Chess Championship trophy will be SCC Commissioner Michael Brancato. Players are taking a moment to take a breath after entertaining us for the last several hours. And I also, while I have a chance, want to give a proper thank you and just a proper acknowledgement that this was the first event of its kind, the first time we'd ever done anything like this. There were some ups and downs, but overall, like Levy and Danya said, we hope that this is just the beginning, a wave that we will ride yet again together as the chess community into the future, hopefully with more live events, more live audience experiences, and maybe even a little bit of a different layout when we have the opportunity for the players to be in some kind of glass cage and maybe even allow you to get even closer than you were for this event. So I hope you enjoyed it. Just speaking personally right now to the people in the venue, and if I have a chance to bump into you and or always open to thoughts, if you have it, please go ahead and give that feedback. But thank you so much for being a part of this event and making history with us, and I hope to see you again if we do it in the future. Thank you. We have our players now back in the room. I'm not in charge here, despite what you might think, so I'm just waiting for them to come over whenever. If you guys want, come on over, Magnus and Alireza. Join us, please. Oh, there we go. All right, congratulations, man. Alireza, congratulations on a great event. Go ahead and stand right over here, Magnus. Alireza, right there. Thank you guys for an amazing day today, an amazing SCC overall. Magnus, congratulations on an incredibly well-played match. You put on a show. Your thoughts, just high level, on how you played today. You found the form you said you knew you needed to bring, and you are once again the Speed Chess champion.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. I woke up feeling pretty good today, and then around lunchtime, somehow I was just out of it, and I was falling asleep. And then after I woke up, I tried to play a few games online to warm up, and I think I lost them all. And at that point, I was thinking, my brain was just foggy, and I was thinking, this is going to be a really tough day. But, I got some food last minute, and, once I got here, I felt a lot better. And even though I was losing a few games at the start, I was still, really, really enjoying the show. And I felt like, no matter what happens, I'm enjoying this, and I felt like I could play quite well, and yeah, I think I did too.
You did. Yeah. Do you mind if we'll hand the mic to Alireza here? We're going to do a little shuffling. Alireza, your thoughts on how the match went today? Obviously, it didn't go your way. Were you impressed with Magnus's play as everyone else was, even if it was frustrating at times? Your thoughts on what you ran up against and or just what maybe didn't go your way today?
Yeah, I think I started pretty well. I was playing decent chess, but yeah, after I just collapsed, kind of, and I couldn't come back. So,
was there a game that maybe got away from you that you felt that way, or at some point, when did you just feel?
Yeah, I think when I lost this Italian game, when I took the pawn and I got kind of mated. That game, I think I lost the lead, and after it went very bad. So I don't know. Normally it won't go so bad like this, but yeah, today was bad day.
I promise I'm not going to ask you too many questions. I know it's tough to be in that spot. Thank you for being here with us. But what will you reflect on then? There's a lot of fans you have, not just here. Can we hear it for Alireza Firouzja, please, the hometown guy? Let's go, Alireza Firouzja. But you also have so many fans around the world. The meme or the coined phrase Firouzja is the future. This guy said some pretty complimentary things about you at different times in your career, and I'm sure he'll continue to. So what do you reflect on, knowing it didn't go your way, but knowing a lot of people believe in you, they believe in your talent, and they see you as the future potential person who's going to win a lot of these things? What will you learn from this?
Yeah, I think I'm very happy that there is someone like Magnus that could beat me like this, because it could get, it's weird to say, but it could get a bit depressing if at this age I could win all the games. So I'm very happy that there is someone like this.
There you go.
This was what I was thinking during the match, and this motivates me a lot to improve more. And actually, I could be happy about this.
Yeah, well, that sounds awesome, and thank you for your thoughts and being such a good sport. We're gonna hand it back to Magnus and award the trophy here. Magnus, let's go, Magnus. I'm gonna ask you one or two more questions, but before we do, I want to award our trophy. Michael Brancato will award the Speed Chess Championship Lightning Bolt. Magnus, you still have it in you. You were putting on a show there. Was it when you found it and you never took your foot off the gas? Is there a part of you that just is still looking for matches like this that motivate you in a way where we get? I don't want to say you're not at your peak anymore, but I mean where we get like the Magnus who we know is just still dominating. It's still your world when you want it to be.
No. Yeah. Obviously. Days like today is sort of what I play for right now. No day is ever going to be perfect, and I don't think you can particularly strive towards that either. But I'm very, very happy with my performance and the fact that I managed to actually put up a really, really good score against one of the best players in the world. And because I know I'm capable of it, and of course he didn't play his best, but still. And I thought what I was most happy about my performance today was that I was thinking a lot clearer with little time, and I feel like that's usually the clearest indication that I'm having a good day. I feel like on a lot of days I'm just guessing when there's little time, and Alireza is usually a lot better than I am in those situations. But I felt like today I was holding my own, and because of that, I got a lot of points that normally may have gone the other way.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Hikaru slightly differently, in terms of one of the storylines being that you and Hikaru are older than Alireza Firouzja and Hans Niemann.
I'm a few years younger than Hikaru.
You are, but you're much older than these guys. You've been doing this a long time and doing it well. At what point do you start winning events like this and reflecting on that, of reflecting on your career or considering your place in trying to hold them at the gate as long as you possibly can? Is it just right now not something you think about, or does that ever cross your mind?
Look, I know I'm going to be past that at some point, but I feel that even though my average level probably has gone down a little bit from my peak, I feel like I can still be very, very close to it on specific days. So I think I'll be around for a while still, and they will have to earn it. I'm not going to necessarily give it to them.
There you go. There you go. Okay. I guess I'll reflect quickly back to an interview we once did and an answer you once gave me. You said you would be honest if you ever entered an event and you thought you were the underdog, and you said today is not that day. Today was not that day.
Well, I thought at a certain point today, when I was feeling completely out of it, I was thinking that if I don't get myself together, I'm gonna get obliterated today. So at that point, I didn't feel like much of a favorite. But sort of once we got here, even though I lost a couple of games in a row, I was down at that point. I never felt that I was gonna lose the match. Like, it might be close, I might win, I might lose, but it never felt that I was up against a better player.
Okay. Last question, I promise. It's been a wild couple of years. There was some closure at this event, big picture, in terms of not just winning, obviously, this final match versus Alireza Firouzja, but winning the semifinal against Hans Niemann. You've defended your title, but is there also a little bit of a sense of relief? Do you feel in some ways that this event is the closing of one chapter and moving forward in a different way, given that whatever questions might have been answered in some way in terms of how you performed on Friday? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I think, I mean, Niemann has become a good player, a very good player, but I mean, thinking that our levels were going to be close was not realistic. But I generally hope that he can move forward and be a very good player, because I think he's doing a lot of things right. But I mean, I don't think we learned anything particularly new about our respective playing strengths this weekend.
Okay, well, we maybe didn't learn anything new about Magnus Carlsen other than he's still got it. He's still the GOAT. One more time, this guy is not even close to going anywhere. He dominates. In fact, Magnus, I don't think you know this, but you also set a record in this match with the highest score ever achieved in an SCC final with 23.5. Had never been done before. So, just fun fact.
Yeah, but I think the bullet portion was probably meaningless in a sense. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on that. But yeah, okay. I'll take whatever records I can get.
We'll add another one to the trophy case. And Alireza Firouzja, again, congratulations one more time for both of our players, for Paris, for yourself, for the fans. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. That's gonna do it for the entire Chess.com team. For everyone who worked incredibly hard, all the people you don't know, all the many faces, not just here on site in Paris, but everybody making it happen for the team. Thank you from me. Thank you to everyone for just being the backbone that brings these things together. For the players, thank you so much to the players. Thank you to the fans. Thank you for being a part of history. This amazing experience will hopefully just be the first of many, many, many to come. Thank you to Paris and everyone in Paris. Please have an amazing night. We are gone. Goodbye.